down, because it's time.
Well, hello, everybody! Welcome!
For the event you've been waiting for. Time for the gamers across the globe to drop their controllers and pay close attention.
That's my official instructions.
Time to find out what worlds we'll visit, what new characters we will become, and who'll find themselves on the business end of a headshot. It's time for the biggest names in gaming to reveal their secrets and show us the future. It begins with EA as we climb from the circles of hell for more. Witness as they unveil their next chapter live. These are the people who gave us the skills to be brutal. Hell yeah! To master the Force. And to sack the competition. Then Ubisoft steps up to the plate. They taught us how to be assassins, to live in the shadows, and how to rave like a rabbit. Then tomorrow, we'll bow before the kings of the genre as the entire world turns its eyes towards Nintendo and Sony. The time has come. G4's unprecedented 25 hours of exclusive live television coverage of E3 2010 begins right now.
In case you couldn't tell by the rabid chanting, this is like our Super Bowl or our maybe our World Cup.
Oh, I'll take that.
Do we have any vuvuzelas? No, good. Okay. Honestly, that's a sports joke. That's the only one I'll make the entire week. I honestly can't decide which sports, which like team or league or competition I should use to make the obligatory reference. But this is big.
How about this? It's kind of like one giant week-long rescue closet. Or finding a cheat that allows you unlimited plasmids.
Okay, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
that does. Now, Microsoft did set the tone for this week. This morning, actually, they came out of the gate with huge titles like Metal Gear Solid Rising, Call of Duty Black Ops, Halo Reach, and a partnership with ESPN. Yeah, I think it's pretty major.
Yeah, I mean, the implications for IPTV and interacting with TV on your Xbox, that's pretty big. But
it's not so much ESPN in and of itself, it's what that means they're moving to.
Right, exactly. And now Xbox users will have thousands of on-demand sporting events and games at their fingertips, free for Xbox Live subscribers, and of course everything is Kinect compatible.
Yes.
So
Kinect,
you can yell at your Xbox.
Kinect is the new name for Project Natal.
Correct.
Not with a C, with a K,
with
like
a K.
kinetic, but spelled kind of wrong.
Like the cool
you
kids
can't
would do it.
trademark it otherwise.
So of course you have replay features, you have stats, you have trivia questions, and again the ability to scream at your television and it will react to you.
Right,
I already do that.
Yeah.
Now it's going to listen. You say Xbox. You can also tell it what team you're rooting for, tell them how many people are watching or to root with you. These are little features, but people are going to find them interesting.
Or against you.
Yeah.
If you're a sadist.
Absolutely.
Like myself.
Look, whatever you want to compare it to, it's the gaming event of the year, and we are ready to serve up every succulent, juicy morsel of it. So let's get into it.
All right.
We've got demos for you folks, live demos, including an exclusive look at Hunted, the Demon Story, which has sort of been dubbed Gears of Warcraft, which is not a bad dubbing to have at all.
And later on, we'll shine our spotlight on Electronic Arts live and commercial free. Blue is the retro trailer for Star Wars: The Old Republic, and there's going to be more Jedi action this year, too.
Then it's time for Ubisoft to take the stage. They've got some heavy artillery in their arsenal. They're going to unveil the latest Tom Clancy game, Ghost Recon Future Soldier. And we'll bring it all to you as it happens. And of course, totally commercial free.
Absolutely. You said arsenal.
Yeah, now you did too. All right, let's start it off with everyone's favorite web slinger. It's Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, where players get to see what the iconic hero would be like in different time periods.
God bless alternate dimensions. Adam's got our first exclusive hands-on look.
All right, kicking things off is Thomas Wilson, creative director of Beenox Studios, and he's here to show us the latest from the webbed wonder. Kicking off our E3 coverage this year. Great. So, Shattered Dimensions, it's 4 different worlds of the Spider-Man sort of mythos. What's kind of the approach you're taking to this, I guess, the story you're telling of Spider-Man?
Yes, the way it happens is to talk about the story of the Spider-Man, you have to talk about the Tablet of Order and Chaos. It gets shattered at the beginning of the game, and a different boss in different dimensions get their hands on it. And that influences their power. So it's up to each 4 Spider-Man to actually retrieve each pieces of the fragment to bring the tablet together.
So what we're looking at right here is obviously the most traditional, the Amazing Spider-Man. What are sort of the moves, and how does the combat play that we're watching on screen?
Yes, what we've done with Amazing, it's web-based combat, but to a whole new level. This time around, Spider-Man can form weapons, giant weapons with his web. So we're talking about like maces, giant maces, hammers, fists, and you can grab pieces of the ground and sling them at your enemies. So basically you have a lot of reach, and it's very acrobatic and spectacular.
And I want to point out this art direction here is quite something. It really does capture, like, my memories of the 1967 cartoons, even though they don't look this good. Also, the first-person action, how does that work in the combat?
Yeah, so in some instances you'll get to fight the bosses from up close and personal, whether they take you by surprise or you reach a point in the battle where you can fight them up close. And when that happens, it's basically sort of a punch-out minigame where you use your sticks to actually punch them in the face. And that's kind of cool, because when you have a boss that goes like, like, I hate you, Spider-Man, and you can stop them from talking and beat the crap out of them, it's super fun.
Okay, now part of Shattered Dimensions is experiencing Spider-Man through, like, the different reimaginings. So the other world that you want to show us today is 2099. Can you tell us a bit about this world? It is not as familiar to some people, obviously, as the Amazing Spider-Man.
So it's our own version of the series of the 80s. And so it's our vision of the future with Spider-Man 2099. It's Miguel O'Hara. We're not talking about Peter Parker here. Right. It's taking place in the future. Very vertical city, really high.
Obviously, we're about to switch over to C2099 in a second. I don't want to confuse our viewers out there. So since we're still on Amazing right here, how much of the game is made up of the 4 elements? Is it 1/4 each?
Yes, it's pretty much 1/4 each. So you got Amazing Spider-Man, Spider-Man Noir, you have Spider-Man 2099, and Unknown Universe, which will be revealed at the San Diego Comic-Con.
Awesome. Okay, we now have 2099 running. This is clearly a much different game than what we just saw before. What is the gameplay style here?
Yeah, so what we have, Spider-Man 2099 has 2 main features: web foils, which allow him to perform high diving acts. So we're talking about base jumping. It's like free-falling, very high action-packed, where you can chase after the villain, in this case, Hobgoblin.
Oh, that's cool.
And we have the other thing called accelerated vision, which allows him to actually slow down everything around him when he's fighting while keeping his own speed. So that provides quite an advantage over the battle.
Obviously, these worlds feel very different. I mean, are you also really trying to make a point that it's almost like you're playing 4 different games when you're playing Shattered Dimensions?
Yes, exactly. So we're sharing a core combat system, a core set of moves, but then each Spider-Man fight differently, and they each have their own unique twists and mechanics. And what's important is we're not talking about only 4 dimensions, we're talking about 4 different art styles. So it's really different from one world to the other. That was important to us.
Now, how closely were you working with the artists for these 4 different iterations of the Spider-Man legend?
Yeah, so what we did is we approached Activision and Marvel with the idea of coming up with these different worlds. They all existed at some point or another in the Marvel universe, Spider-Man Noir being quite new to the series. And we just said, look, this is our twist. This is how we want to bring it into the video game world. And Marvel sort of thought it was a great idea.
All right. Now, right here in this boss fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume you're using a lock-on. That's always been one of the biggest challenges in the Spider-Man games, is the camera kind of going off wildly.
Yeah.
How are you trying to combat that? I guess that's the developer's enemy.
Yeah. So what we do is we have what we call a lock-on system with, it's a defensive stance. It's actually a move you're using to be locking on the enemy, as well as being able to dodge or evade the attacks that are coming at you. So it's quite useful. In this case, we're fighting Hobgoblin, and it's up to the player to actually grab the bombs he's throwing at you to send them back to him.
Well, you know what? I think he did it. I think this is a Spider-Man game many fans out there have been waiting to play. Thank you so much for stopping by and inaugurating our E3 coverage. We're back. I'll send it back over to Morgan.
Thanks, Adam. All right, here is an E3 fun fact. The expo is older than many of our viewers. And while I let that depressing fact sink in, let's look at the state of gaming's biggest event. There's no doubt about it. The Electronic Entertainment Expo is the ultimate destination for gamers worldwide. Every year, tens of thousands of journalists swarm the Los Angeles Convention Center to check out the latest and greatest video games from the world's top developers. Not everyone can get inside. To see what happens at this year's show, you'll either need the proper industry credentials or have your TV tuned to G4. The history of E3 goes way back to 1995, when the Entertainment Software Association decided to start a trade show just for the video game industry. The first E3 featured the surprise early release of the Sega Saturn, and details on a certain piece of hardware called the PlayStation. You may have heard of it. Over the years, the show gained a lot of momentum, and the lure of playing games before they came out was pretty irresistible. Access to the show became a very hot commodity among hardcore gamers. In fact, the show grew to such a large degree that by 2006, some attendees and exhibitors complained that industry insiders couldn't get any actual business done at the show. In response to this, the ESA transformed it into a smaller, more intimate event, which was spread between hotels in Santa Monica as well as an airport hangar. This was widely considered the worst idea ever, and in 2009, E3 was wisely restored to its full glory at the LA Convention Center.
Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr.
This year's show promises to be one for the record books. Over 40,000 attendees from 60 different countries will be on hand to witness game-changing announcements and blockbuster new titles. Stay tuned to G4 to witness E3 in all of its full glory.
E3 2010 has just started. I'm breaking stuff. Coming up today, we'll bring you live commercial-free coverage of EA and Ubisoft. Plus, up next, we're going to go hands-on with Power Gig Rise of the Sixth String, the rhythm game that could actually teach you how to play a guitar. And then we have an exclusive hands-on demo of Hunted, the Demon's Forge. Stay tuned. It's all coming up, and it's all E3 on G4.
E3, so it's time to see what you guys are twittering about.
Yes, let's go to the old wall. Radiac says, what sort of awesome games do you think Nintendo will be releasing for the Wii? I don't know. I hope they copy Microsoft and do a bunch of sports games. That'd be dope.
Well, I think it would be very surprising if we did not see a Zelda. And there's been a lot of rumors about Pikmin 3, and so we're going to see if we're actually going to see Pikmin 3 on the stage Nintendo, because that would be the most awesome thing that ever happened to the universe. And then I'm also really excited to see Golden Sun for the DS.
That's going to be a big press conference if you get all 3 wishes approved tomorrow. So
it could happen because I got none this morning from Microsoft, so I could get one from Nintendo.
Exactly.
Right?
Let's go back to the old wall here. What do we have here? What's your personal favorite feature of Kinect or favorite game shown that uses the technology?
Oh, it's so hard to choose because I can't think of one.
Yeah, it's hard on the game side to pick the lesser of the casual evils, but I think the ability to interface with your Xbox to select items and navigate around the system, that's kind of cool. That does interest me on the Kinect
if
side
it works, but sometimes I feel like it's going to be easier to just pick up your controller and scroll through, because sometimes like with the Wii, you're like, oh God, I got to find that thing, and if now it's thinking I'm over there. I mean, we'll see how it works.
Someone in the room is going to yell for the chips, and it's going to turn on Netflix, and that is going to start fights.
And then it's going to tweet about Netflix,
right, exactly.
and tweet about how you were watching
Hey, I heard you were talking about chips. Update your Facebook. No, just play a game. Run in place. Hey, remember, use the hashtag E3 on G4 if you want your tweets to show up in this fancy wall right here.
All right, if you play drums in Rock Band, you could conceivably, learn how to play drums in real life, but if you master Guitar Hero, you're going to be really awesome at playing Simon.
Yeah, that's about it. Abby Heppy actually checked out Power Gig Rise of Sixth String. This is a game that promises to give you actual strumming skills.
Hi, I'm here with Matt Shagru, executive producer on Power Gig Rise of the Sixth String. Matt, thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
To start, I just wanted to ask, what's the philosophy that you guys are bringing to the music game?
Well, we want to bring an authentic experience to this genre. We have, obviously, a real electric guitar, and our approach with the drums also gives you a really natural experience when you're playing the game.
So with the guitar peripheral, you have the ability to push down the string lock and play it as a real guitar. How is that integrated into the gameplay?
So there are two ways to play the game. One is regular beat matching, which is with the string lock up. It's pretty standard beat matching to be familiar to everybody who plays those games. Also, we have what's called a chording mode that allows you to learn actual power chords from the songs in the game. So you can, within the context of beat matching, you can learn the actual chord progressions and then play them offline in real guitar mode.
Awesome. One of the most important things for any music game is the music in the game. What licensed artists and tracks are you bringing in to Power Gig?
Well, we have a competitive number of songs on the disc. Songs that haven't been heard, 90% of them haven't been heard in other games. And we also have exclusive artists, and we're happy to announce them. They are Kid Rock, Dave Matthews Band, and the iconic Eric Clapton.
But what's your favorite feature about Power Gig?
Well, I actually play piano, and for me, playing the guitar for real has been very difficult. We've had guys in our office who are expert guitar teachers as well as players try to teach me. It's been kind of hopeless, but I can put in the time with this and have fun, and I'm actually getting some of the basic skills. So that's the coolest part for me.
As far as gameplay modes, what modes can we expect to see in the game?
Well, we have quick play mode, which is jump in with two of your friends and just play through a set list. We also have adventure mode, which lets you play through a rock and roll adventure with two friends, and it takes you through a whole story that takes hours of gameplay.
So today is the first day that we're seeing the drums, and to me right now they look like they work on Magic. So can you explain a little bit about how they work?
Sure. There are electronics in both the sticks and in the bass unit, and that allows us to to trigger the inputs with a very natural drum swing.
How high could I actually be up from the drum kit?
Well, it's pretty adjustable based on how comfortable you are being a certain distance from the unit. It has legs that are included with it. If you want to raise it up a little bit and get the LEDs that light up when you swing into your peripheral vision, you can do that.
So for someone that's played other music games, is it going to be easy to pick up and play this one, or what concessions have you made for people very familiar with the genre?
We know that there are a lot of players out there, and we want to attract those players to our platform. So we've made it as easy as possible. It's a very smooth transition from one of those games to this game.
And this guitar will work with other games as well?
It does. It's completely cross-compatible, and the Airstrike drum as well.
Very nice. All right. So when can I pick up the game, and what systems can I play it on?
It'll be out in October. It'll be on the Xbox 360 and the PS3.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining me. The game looks really cool.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
It's like giving birth finally. And today at 4:30, we'll shine a spotlight on EA and Ubisoft live and commercial free. Then tomorrow morning at 11:30, Nintendo and Sony strut their stuff, and at 5 p.m. the entire G4 team kicks into high gear live from the E3 floor. And if you want extended coverage, watch G4TV.com's feedback at 9:30. Then at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, because it ain't over. No, it ain't over. And Thursday, Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to continue our floor coverage. So check out G4TV.com/E3 for details and a full schedule, or just never turn the TV off. We've just scratched the surface of our live coverage of E3 2010, but I need you to be very, very quiet, because in just a few moments, we're going hands-on with the game Hunted. Yeah!
Just getting underway. If you could actually shake up the convention center right now, you'd pour out like a gigantic nerd smoothie.
I can pour it up all my dead nerdies. Yeah, all my dead nerdies. Since this is our gaming new year, let's look at the past before we plunge into our future.
Yes, now as long as I don't have to make any resolutions, I'm fine with that. So let's take a nostalgic look at the 5 most shocking moments in E3 history.
Microsoft Press Conference 2009. After unveiling the Beatles' Rock Band for the first time, Microsoft goes ahead and unveils Ringo Starr and Paul McCartney.
Thank you.
The game's presence wasn't shocking, but two of the greatest musicians of all time introducing it, we were rather floored. E3 2000. Konami unveils the first trailer for Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. The 9-minute behemoth showcases graphics previously believed impossible on PS2 hardware. The buzz is incredible, and the game instantly becomes the hottest and most talked about thing in the industry. Microsoft press conference E3 2008. Microsoft's final announcement with Square Enix is the bombshell reveal of Final Fantasy XIII on the Xbox 360. For the first time in over a decade, Square's flagship franchise will have a main series entry that isn't exclusive to a Sony platform. 2007, the ESA scales E3 back considerably, moving it to Santa Monica and drastically limiting attendance. Also eliminated are booth bays, much to the chagrin of slavering lonely men. Fraught with logistics problems, E3 returned to the LA Convention Center the following year. Nintendo press conference E3 2004.
I'd like you to step inside one more world for Nintendo GameCube.
Reggie Fils-Aimé kicks our ass, takes our name, and unveils the world's first look at The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, the long-awaited realistic Zelda game. And the crowd goes wild. Oh, realistic Zelda. You still have a fairy named Tingle. All right. Here's Morgan and Kevin with a G4 exclusive hands-on demo of Hunted, the Demon's Forge.
And I'm here with Matt Finley, president of inXile Entertainment. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right, this game has been described as Gears of Warcraft, which is awesome, but do you think that's a fair description?
Do you get mad that people mash up your game with one highly successful franchise with another incredibly highly successful franchise?
It's horrible.
It must be really rough on you guys.
We take it as a compliment, you know. Yeah. I think we love both those franchises, and you know, basing our game as a modern cover-based action game, being compared to Gears of War is not the worst thing that could happen to you. And, you know, set as a dark fantasy game, Warcraft is the king of that genre, so
absolutely.
We'll take it.
And you guys, there's two main characters that anybody can control for two very distinct fighting styles, right?
Exactly, yeah. The two main characters are Elora and Caddoc. Elora is the huntress. She's the master of the bow. She also has limited melee abilities, but Caddoc, he's the melee master, and all of his special skills and ability will be on his melee skill. They both also have a magic ability, and they're about equal in that.
Oh, that's good. So it's like if I play the tank, which I like to in games, I'm not completely screwed when it comes time to start shooting missiles at ranged enemies.
And he still also has a crossbow. Each of the characters in their lesser ability does have the ability still to do it.
And is it something where you pick the character in the beginning of the game, and then that's what you're going to be playing for the rest of your life?
Yeah, no, because the characters have such distinct play styles and it's such a different experience playing as one character versus the other, we set it up so that at every single checkpoint in the game you can actually swap characters if you want to. So you can play as Elora for a while and then switch over and play as Caddoc.
Very cool. And you would think that, you know, Caddoc he's the tank, he's the aggro one. Clearly he's going to have the emotional issues. But she actually does in this game, right?
Yeah, you know, when we design their personalities, we kind of cast them against type a little bit. Elora, while she is the more elegant of the two, she's the bloodthirsty one. She's always the one running in, kill first, ask questions later. Caddoc is a little bit more reserved, a little bit cautious, a little more thinking.
And why are they storming all these areas and slaying all these skeletons? What is the story going on?
Well, first of all, they're obviously evil. They're walking skeletons.
You don't know. He hasn't asked a single skeleton a question. They could be very nice.
No, when in doubt, kill the skeletons, I think is a good policy. You know, they start off the game and they're just traveling adventurers. They're just, you know, in it for a buck and kind of roaming from town to town looking for the next adventure. And they kind of get wrapped up into a much deeper and darker storyline, and their motivations definitely change throughout the course of the game.
And what are some of the spells and abilities they're going to use?
Wow. Okay, so each of the characters... Let me list all 700 of them. No, each character has different skills and abilities that go on their strength skill. So Elora, being the master of the bow, she gains abilities like the ice arrow, where she can shoot it and freeze enemies in place, and then Caddoc can strike them down. All of our abilities were designed with this co-op in mind, so they have a way for the spells to work together.
Because I see right now, I mean, I was seeing some lightning bolts too that he was shooting.
Yeah, no, the lightning bolts are definitely one of the spells that both characters can use.
And now, if I'm playing this co-op with a friend and whatnot, and he's been playing for weeks, if I jump into his game, is there any sort of like auto leveling or matching that goes on? How do I upgrade my character and keep him at a level with a friend?
Well, we wanted to design it so that we can really encourage co-op and try to reward players for playing the game that way.
Sure.
So we allow you to let players come in at every checkpoint, drop in, drop out co-op, and you have the option of having them
come in and play with your character, or you can have them bring in their own. So as you're playing through the game, you're finding these crystals, and you use these crystals to unlock all the spells and abilities. After we're done playing our co-op experience, I can then go back to my single-player game and take all those crystals I found with me and power up my own character.
So it's not two completely separate characters for each game. By the way, I've been looking at it, and I haven't mentioned the entire time. Yeah. It's gorgeous.
Yeah,
like it looks really damn good.
Yeah, you know, we're using the Unreal Engine 3, and we've been using it for a very long time, and we're very proud of how it looks.
And what attracted you to this dark look?
Well, I think we knew we wanted to set our game in a dark fantasy world, and inspired by some of the classic dark fantasy tales of all time, Conan and things like that. And the environments that you fight in, they're varied, from classic dungeons. We try to present ourselves as a dungeon crawl. There's lots of dungeons, but outdoor areas like you're seeing in this demo, and wilderness areas and towns as well.
Well, sure, the engine can render them beautifully, and clearly you guys are taking advantage of it. The game looks incredible.
Very excited.
Hunted the Demon's Forge. When do we get to play it? When do I get it? When do I convince my friends to buy it?
We're shipping first quarter next year.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on. Thank you. You guys can get all of your up-to-the-second E3 2010 news, exclusive HD videos, and screenshots, and more at g4tv.com/E3. Dr. Sessler.
Looks like it's me another busy January and February and March. Anyway, stay right there. Some people are going to sell you some things, and as a reward for your patience, we're going to show you more Metal Gear Solid Rising.
Of E3 2010.
Now, earlier, Microsoft unleashed their lineup to a packed house.
Absolutely, and here is the latest from the mind of Hideo Kojima, Metal Gear Solid Rising.
Again.
I literally was like, oh, this is my favorite part, the watermelon.
Well, okay, but at the end, like, you get what happens. He has a watermelon, and he just starts cutting the watermelon to slices.
Precision cutting the fruit.
It's a Kojima trailer. Where there's always a good 25 seconds of, wow, that joke won't end.
Yeah, we have it online. You can definitely go watch it there if you want to see all the fruit cutting.
But that is, of course, Metal Gear Solid Rising. A different take on the genre, not firearms oriented. You're definitely getting in there ninja-like with a sword.
Why do I still feel like I'm going to be sneaking, though? A little bit.
You probably will sneak
I'm going to be sneaking, waiting for my health to regenerate. I mean, it's okay. It's fine.
Now, given that you can sort of take down rafters, these objects there that you would expect to cut with a sword, it's really cool, but it does open up some of the strategic gameplay of how you can take out enemies, not necessarily by cutting them in half, but by taking out their supports.
A certain angle, maybe, that certain enemies are going to be vulnerable to, and you're going to have to be able to hit that angle, hopefully with the analog stick.
Right. Oh, there's an enemy hiding behind a van. I know. I'll cut the van in half and then cut him in half and take his innards and absorb them.
To Morgan's point, one could see how motion control for both the move and Connect. I'm trying to get used to saying that. It could be applicable. Do you think they're actually going to go that way?
I don't know. I mean, the gauge on screen as to where you're selecting how you're going to precisely swipe, that looks very analog stick to me. But then again, we know the move is going to have an analog nub add-on. And with the Kinect, maybe I wave or say Xbox, cut entrails. And then it does it.
That's got to be it.
I feel like, though, Kojima is somebody who could say, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yes, he is.
And Kojima, please say that. Please say that.
Now, I think one other thing worth noting is it was after this presentation at the Microsoft press conference that they said everything else you're going to see is only for the Xbox 360.
Correct.
Implication there, this will also be on the PS3. The announcement last year was only to say that there would be a Metal Gear game on 360.
Absolutely.
Right. All right, of course, I know what games I'm excited about this year, but what about you guys? We sent our Scion Mobile Studio to find out what our viewers are frothing at the mouth over. I hope they wipe the interior down after.
I hope so.
E3 is finally here, and we're hitting the streets in our fully loaded GeForce Scion Mobile Studio to find out which titles you can't wait to get your greedy little hands on.
E3's coming up, a whole lot of games coming up. This is the year of threes. Gears of War 3.
We need some females in this game, man. Some nice hot broads to just blow up.
You seen the trailer yet? What are those things coming out of the ground? Everybody has to watch out now.
Love the chainsaw melees. I can't wait for this game, man.
That's for you, Cliff.
I love the music games. Rock Band 3, it's so exciting. We're finally going to have keyboard.
I'm super stoked playing Fable 3.
I mean, that game's going to be crazy. You can start touching people and have interactions with them.
The fact that you can actually just drag somebody with your hands.
That's going to change everything.
Killzone 3 in 3D.
I really want to feel maybe like a bullet just like flying right past my eyes.
Seeing blood and guts splatter all over you from different angles.
Holy crap, what was that? Which direction did that come from?
Killzone 3 is going to be epic.
Direct from our GeForce Scion Mobile Studio to your television, this year's lineup has got fans ready for action, and it's going down right now at E3.
All right, still to come at 4:30, and that's Eastern.
Yes.
We're going to shine our bright and glorious spotlight on EA and Ubisoft live and commercial-free. And tomorrow morning at 11:30 a.m., Sony and Nintendo reveal their deepest market.
They're sexy. Not really. Okay, at 5 p.m., the entire G4 team kicks into high gear live from the E3 floor. Then, if you want extended coverage, G4TV.com's feedback has what you crave at 9:30.
And if that wasn't enough, which it isn't, at 6 p.m. on Wednesday and Thursday, we'll continue our floor coverage.
All right, coming up, everybody, we're going to immerse ourselves in the world of Witcher 2 and see if it has consequences later this afternoon. You don't want to miss it. Stick around, everybody.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Scion, driven by personalization. Scion, what moves you?
This is E3 10 Live, and you've got a front row seat, and you know what? You don't even need an illuminating poncho.
No.
It's for you, Andy Mack.
Gerald is back and bringing up more concoctions for RPG players everywhere. Kevin is about to go hands-on with an exclusive look at Witcher 2.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Tom Gott, senior producer at CD Projekt Red. Tom, welcome to the old show here. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
All right, Witcher 2, Assassins and Kings. The first Witcher title was based off of, you guys were using a BioWare engine, right? And heavily modified. I mean, people know it looked gorgeous.
I'd say 80% of that has been rewritten.
So you just went ahead and rewrote the extra 20. You guys have proprietary for Witcher 2,
No, we did our own.
It's
we
your own engine,
sat down and wrote everything from scratch. It's solely our own engine right now.
And so what has that allowed you to do? What are we seeing in the game world that has, that going with your own technology has enabled you guys?
Well, it's all about RPG. We really wanted to do a lot of stuff, and we've seen that people like hardcore RPGs, really ones that tell the story, so we wanted to extend on that. So we rewrote most of the things. Of course, we also rewrote like the renderer, but the major thing was the tool set, the tools for writing, for telling the story, non-linear one, dialogues, cutscenes, communities, a lot of stuff.
Okay, so speaking of story, I mean, this is an RPG, so the story is key. Bring us up to speed. What is happening in the world of The Witcher?
You already know probably that it's been based on the books written by Polish Fantasy Arrow. Dark fantasy, not really everything is good or bad, morally
not
questionable.
Shiny vampire fantasy, but
not
serious blood on the screen fantasy, right?
Yeah, but what we wanted to do is we got the feedback from the first game, and we wanted to enhance the scale of the happenings. Like right now, it's not only a closed thing inside one kingdom. It's like more of a scale. Few kings are in danger. There are assassinations of them. A lot of wider scale in terms of terrain, but there's also a larger scale in terms of emotions. We're digging deeper into what happened to Geralt. In the first game, he pretty much forgot everything about when he came back after some time after the
you start
book.
off with a fresh slate and try to figure it all out.
Yeah, and now we're getting. We think it's time for his memory to get back to him. So it's basically.
But that's kind of you to give it back. Now, what other sort of fan feedback did you get from the first title that you're implementing in Witcher 2?
Oh, of course, we wanted to re-implement or improve some of the things that people love, like the story, like the way we tell it, but also wanted to improve and change things that people complained about. Some of the people complained about combat being not too intuitive, so we ditched the time-based clicking sequences. Right now it's more freedom, it's smoother. You got a lot of things you can do at any time. You can mix magic sword, you can mix alchemy, whatever you want.
And just mix them up on the fly. So
on the fly, you don't have to carry out a sequence to the very end. You can break anywhere you want and get back to it.
And now what about allies in the game? Do they play a bigger role this time around?
I'd say so, yeah. Of course, it's not like you control them totally. You don't order your friends in the battlefield, but they are story-driven. You get a lot of things you can do, and dependent on whom you choose to go along with in a story, it might lead to a different ending. We've got a lot of endings in the story in The Witcher 2, and allies are one of the factors that decides on the ending you get.
Okay, so tons of replayability once you actually finish the game.
Definitely.
Right back to it. Now, you say that there's a strong story, but you guys have also pointed out in the past that there is a sort of non-linear aspect to the game. So what problems does that create for you guys when you're making a game? You want to tell a narrative, but you want to give the player control.
How do you tell a non-linear story? You basically have to tell few stories.
Right.
You decide which story you choose. You try to go this path or that one. So you got a lot of stories to find out in The Witcher 2. That's one thing. And the second one is the character development. You might want to choose the Swordmaster. You might want to choose the one that's focused on magic or alchemy. And that is a lot of different approach to the gameplay. You will have a different feel of the gameplay when you choose different characters.
So what are we seeing right here? I know we sort of launched into a beginning portion of the game here.
Yeah, it's like the beginning of Act 1. We're actually by the riverbank. It's a river Pontar. And we're fighting some elves, so you can see changes we've done in the combat. A lot of mixing stuff, magic, there's a stunning sign. We could roll around, throw in a sign, combine strong and fast stance, and so on and so on. It's live, group stance, whatever you want.
You definitely listened to the fans of the first one, and it's clear that you improved on all aspects.
Definitely.
And really, your custom engine looks fantastic, so thank you for coming on and showing it off. We appreciate it. When do we get to play it?
First quarter 2011.
First quarter of 2011. Thank you so much. That was Witcher 2, Assassins of Kings. Now let's send it over to Adam and Morgan.
You look really beautiful. I'm very excited. All right, starting Thursday, watch the best of our E3 2010 coverage whenever you want. Just look for G4 On Demand on your channel lineup. Go to g4tv.com/VOD for more info.
Now, E3 2010 has just started, but we're already excited.
Yeah.
Look at me. All right, when we come back, well, you tell them.
I'm going to tell them. We've carved out the choicest cuts from Microsoft for you, including Gears of War 3, so you should stick around. All right, we are back with more of the biggest gaming event of the year, E3 2010. 2010.
Now let's take another look what Microsoft unveiled this morning.
Right, here's Gears of War 3.
Watch it, watch it, watch it. Oh, crap. Get away, get away. Get over here. Watch it. Yep. Go, 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 go. Okay, go, 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 go. I'm in, I'm in. Good, how did you? It was like this that guy.
Did we fry that bitch?
Until it stops screaming.
You can't shoot it until it finishes its scream, and then
then
jumps
you can
down.
shoot it. Yeah,
You're
that's
scared. You're like, I can't roll my big gun.
Huge Gears of War fan. Second Gears of War didn't really do it for me. I am psyched. I'm re-energized on the Gears franchise. Not only after seeing that, but at the notion of playing with 3 people.
It's because there's a blonde girl, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty much what did it for me.
No,
The ability to play at my alter ego.
No,
yeah.
I mean, I love that they've been hyping these women and like, okay, but that's cool, but like, doesn't change the gameplay at all.
No, but 4-player co-op does. I'm excited for that. And we saw some cool stuff in there. We saw some gun swapping. He was like, "Oh, I'm out of ammo. Give me something." And they were exchanging weapons.
And the huge worms that came out. Yeah.
I know that you guys were not as fond of 2. I like 2 because I like monsters, and what I'm seeing here is more monsters. This feeds my kind of like strange, pre-adolescent mind that saw scary things everywhere. Right. And like, the stuff we saw in that demo.
And your fan fiction of being inside of monsters as well, with the chainsaw. Yeah.
I know that was always your dream. That was one of my least favorite parts
inside of a worm. I've always wondered what the inside of a giant worm was going to look like.
And you know what?
Very squishy.
And now you know.
Cliffy also teased another game mode called Beast, which is going to show off at their booth. We immediately went,
right.
Does that mean we get to play as that giant beast and then all of our friends are trying to kill us?
Yeah, which
awesome.
I think would be a lot of fun. They've tried that so many times with the AVP games and never succeeded. I have all the confidence in the world.
I feel like
that
they're going to be
that's
able to make that happen.
Epic can make that happen.
Absolutely.
All right, well, of course, that was Gears of War 3, and we have all sorts of coverage of that coming up in the next few days. But one thing they also announced at the press conference was a partnership with ESPN.
Yes, we're going to take a look at that.
Yes, here it is. You can see, again, all the best of E3 2010. The clips anytime are on our website, but check out the old ESPN narrative.
For some people who are sports fans, but I'm excited by this because I think it's we're going to maybe see more content provided this way.
Yes.
And I hope that comes true, and then I will watch it.
Well, they showed some DVR functionality as well when they did a
exciting.
replay of a particular play in a football game. And Adam and I immediately reacted, well, is this off the hard drive? Is this coming off of the cloud? Where is this coming from? So there could be, again, huge implications for IPTV, which Microsoft promised years ago on the 360. Now
it was even hinted at on the Xbox, to be fair.
Yeah, no, it was. And now it seems to finally be coming to fruition. But, Morgan, do you think people will be watching college sports on their Xbox and interacting?
What I do like about it is that it's actually free for Xbox Live Gold members. Mm-hmm. So this is going to be something people have anyway. I use Netflix a lot because I already had Netflix and I already have a Gold membership. I think people are actually going to use it a lot. It probably isn't a coincidence that we're also seeing the new Xbox Slim with the larger hard drive at this time, because if you are going to want DVR functionality, or maybe you can even pre-buffer a game that you're going to want to watch in the future, it would be great if that were available to you.
Right.
And as you said, if it's free to people with the Xbox Live Gold membership, that kind of requires you to have a hard drive. So I think currently right now, this is something for that type of install base.
Right. And I know I'm going to use it occasionally if people come over and they want to watch a game, or if I have to watch, like a Cal Bears game.
Outside of yelling at my TV, I mean, yeah, for college basketball and football, where you can't always get the games, like if you went to Ohio and you live in somewhere that isn't Ohio, it's be tough to get the game. But in terms of the DVR, I mean, it is so it's like a TiVo that I yell at.
Right. Yeah, I'm excited for the interactivity, the ability to answer polls and good stuff like that.
You do love a good poll.
I do. Oh. I do.
I can take the pulse of everybody.
Now, can the cult of Mac, that's Apple, translate into big money in video games? We're going to take a bite out of Apple in just a minute.
Oh.
See what I did there? That's a pun.
I got it.
That's what the clever guys do with the biz.
I think you should maybe try a new one.
Yeah, you're right. We'll take a bite out of Apple.
Still not feeling it.
Maybe I do it in a funny voice?
No.
Bite out of Apple.
Just do the commercial thing.
It's E3!
Get used to it.
That was adorable. Okay.
The Electronic Arts press conference is getting underway shortly, and we're going to be broadcasting every luscious detail of it live and with no commercial interruptions.
All right, let's check in with Blair Herter, Patrick Klepek, and Kristen Adams, who are at the venue already.
Hello, Morgan. Your voice sounds amazing in my ear. Now, folks here are more excited than a freaking Wookiee on Life Day, and if you know what that means, why? Why? We're getting ready for an extensive look at Star Wars: The Old Republic, my friends.
And EA is looking to regain the title of King of the Shooters. We're expecting to see some Medal of Honor, and by expecting, I mean hoping.
Oh, please.
Oh. Patrick, what are you looking forward to?
No, I love aliens. I think we all have aliens. I want more Dead Space 2, so just show me whatever you have of Dead Space 2, and I'll be a very happy man.
Little known fact about Patrick, he owns over 17 nightlights and uses them for this game right here.
Aliens, and I think we can all understand that.
That's really sweet.
Clearly the most adorable person up here on this balcony. Guys, the whole thing beams into your living room live and commercial free. Do not go anywhere. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, guys.
I'm not going out.
You know, with Patrick, one more E3, and I'm getting him some sleeves.
Oh,
there are a million games in the Naked City, and Apple's hoping the ones you play are theirs.
Can Apple conquer the game industry? That's the big question everyone's asking at this year's E3. When the original iPhone came out a few years ago, it didn't include any games. But all that changed with the 2008 launch of the App Store and Software Development Kit, which allowed designers to easily sell their creation. In the last couple of years, the number of games on the iPhone has exploded. There are over 30,000 currently available in the App Store. With the launch of the iPad in April and the upcoming iPhone 4, Apple is poised to sell even more games. This May brought the launch of Valve's downloadable game service to Mac computers. Over 50 games were available for the release, and the introduction of the service brought Apple some much-needed credibility in the PC game market. But experts say that Apple is not looking to dominate the hardcore gaming sector like Microsoft and Sony. The titles available for your iPad and iPhone are mostly simple, casual games designed for quick playtime. Many agree that Apple is carving out a brand new audience that previously hadn't spent money on gaming, much like Nintendo did with its very popular Wii. But that doesn't mean Nintendo and Sony are safe just yet. According to market analytics company Flurry, in 2008, iPhone game sales accounted for 5% of the handheld market, while PSP had 20 and Nintendo DS had 75. 1 year later, Apple has garnered 19%, while PSP dropped to 11 and Nintendo went down to 70. And with the accessibility of the App Store, it's not hard to imagine that Apple will continue to grow its foothold in gaming. Apple may not conquer the game industry, but if this trend continues, it won't be leaving the marketplace anytime soon.
So, who here actually believes that the iPhone poses a real threat to the rest of portable gaming? Oh, Kevin!
I'm sorry, I was just going
is that
for
one of them visual commentaries?
I was going for 3 stars and Angry Birds again, so if you'll excuse me. No, I think as a peripheral, Apple clearly has something here. I mean, it's an all-in-one device. It's a phone. People are going to have it for that, but the fact that their phone plays games and they have it on them at all times, that's a huge deal breaker.
Well, I think it's really great for that bite-sized gaming. Like,
yes.
I'm going to play on the DS. I'm going to play Golden Sun, which is going to be a very long RPG adventure. On the iPhone, I'm going to play a couple games of Flight Controller while I'm waiting in line or while I'm sitting somewhere, and that's good. There's room for both of those things.
I think where it gets confusing, I just did this in the soapbox, is that the games that you just described that you play on the iPhone, I think it's almost, we're doing it a disservice to call them games and also call Golden Sun a game, that we are talking about two very different types of interactive entertainment. Apple's honing in on one, but I don't think it's ever going to really move into the same turf of a more deep, rich gameplay experience.
Oh, I think it will at some point. I mean, if you look at how publishers like EA have committed to the platform, how they're trying to port their franchises over, it's only a matter of time before the games themselves get a little bit more robust and larger on the platform. And you can't forget the ability to purchase games anywhere at any time for $1 a pop, $5
exactly.
a pop, even $10.
Those drunk impulse purchases,
and
you're like $5.99.
Yeah. That's why they don't need to be good. Is that the impulse buy is what they're going for? That's where they get the dollars. And I think if you still have to go into a store to get a DS game, there has to be a little bit of quality if you're going to make that extra piece of effort right there.
But we should also say that we've all been burned by games that aren't that great, where you paid $1.99 for it, and you're like, oh wait, I remember. You get what you pay for.
There's not even a fart button on this one.
It's so hard to find out which ones are good and which ones aren't because pretty much we only have Apple to tell us.
Right.
That really is challenging.
It is definitely a system that they're going to have to work on and continue to kind of hone. And as, these iPhone games make names for themselves, then we're going to recognize those names and they're going to start to have franchises.
Right. It's starting to happen. I mean, you're seeing companies make a lot of money off of it. Clearly, consumers are buying more iPhones, each and every day. So it's going to be an interesting war, but I do think Apple is in a good position to take a bite out of anybody else.
I know. I'm never how many things should I take? Should I take my DS and my PSP and my phone?
No, just the phone.
Just the phone. All right, in just a few moments, we're going to shine our E3 spotlight on EA live and free. Get your notebooks out, my Padawans, because there's going to be a lot to learn from the masters of Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Stick around.
All right.
Folks, it's nearly time for us to turn things over to Blair and Kristen and Patrick back at EA. But before we do, I think we're going to take a commercial break.
Yes, we're going to learn some things.
Let's do that.
To the very capable EA crew.
Yes, but before we do, it's time for yet another hands-on demo. Folks, here is an exclusive look at Homefront.
All right, please welcome David Votipka. He's the general manager of Chaos Studios, and you're also the design director, correct? Good. So Homefront, this is an interesting story. It kind of boils down to, hey, you got some North Korea in my America. How do we get it out? What is the series of events where North Korea invades the U.S.?
Yeah, we've actually spent a good amount of time laying out that backstory, but we're really focused more on what it's like to experience the occupation of America, and that's really what Homefront's about. It's, there is an invasion. It's a partial occupation. They control San Francisco, key areas of the western United States. But really what we want players to experience is if the U.S. was occupied, what would it be like? And not just from a combat perspective, but from the human cost. How would the world be transformed? One of the key phrases we use is the familiar has become alien. So like suburbs, places we grew up, raised our kids, shop, the things that are part of our everyday lives, how are they transformed by this? And that's what we want players to experience.
Now, are you playing the game as proper military? I assume there's sort of a rebel resistance to the occupation. How does your character fall into these big events?
Yeah, you are actually part of a civilian. Civilians turn freedom fighters. Civilian turn resistance. So you're always outgunned. You're outnumbered. You don't have as great equipment as the military does, and it's very much like guerrilla tactics: get in, get out, achieve your objective. In some of the B-roll and the demo that we're watching, you'll see that there is a piece of military tech that the Resistance have managed to acquire, which is this Goliath autonomous combat vehicle. So there are a few things that are special.
It is still near future, so you can play around with some ideas of weapons. Now, the external weaponry, how do you incorporate that into the game?
Well, the Resistance, they use a lot of the real-world weaponry that exists today. Some of the sort of inventions in this decline of America haven't quite evolved as much as it normally would have. But it's really, using this Goliath, for example, that's an external weapon that you get to control its rockets, it's an autonomous vehicle. So that's one of the special set pieces and key pieces of tech.
So the type of combat that you engage in, obviously it looks a little bit fierce, it's up close and personal, but are you kind of a lone gunman, or are you kind of staying with another group of people throughout most of the game?
You're always with your squad, actually.
Okay,
and
good.
Each squad has a very distinct personality, their own weapon types, and it's very much about, it's a resistance squad, but it's also, earlier in the game you'll see sort of where they live, where their families are, places that you have to protect. And you'll go through the game without them, and their character arcs will change as you go through the game. So it is about combat in America, but it's also about experience the occupation of America and how the civilian life has adapted to that.
Now, who exactly are the enemies in the game? I assume some of them are North Korean, but I mean, does this take place a ways after the occupation or right at the beginning of it?
It does. So North Korea, basically over the next 20 years, evolves. They unify with South Korea. Japan gets into the fold. Some of the Southeastern Asian nations become part of that federation, that republic. But once the game kicks off, we're actually in the year 2027, and the EMP that goes off and just destroys the American electronic grid and really sort of opens the door for this partial occupation. The game kicks off 2 years into that, so you get to see what America's been like for those 2 years.
Now, what part of this game do you think is going to impress gamers the most? There's one thing I was going to point out. It's very good looking as well.
Thanks, yeah. Really, Homefront revolves heavily around its premise, and I think, there's so many shooters out there and gamers wondering, well, why should I play this shooter? So my advice is, does the experience of occupied America, does the experience and the idea of exploring that world appeal to you? And if the answer is yes, then Homefront will be very worth your while.
I mean, it seems that you're, on purpose trying to play with contemporary anxieties about sort of where America's status in the world is and where it might be sometime down the line.
Mm-hmm. A lot of it comes back to that familiar's become alien. Everything that we're familiar with today has been twisted by this occupation and this sort of collapse. And, it just kind of tugs at you when you see things that really mean a lot to you or that you can identify with, and it's been twisted by this. So we want to make it as real world as possible, and you'll see, real brands in the game. There's a Lumber Liquidators in there, right? And it's just like all those elements have been twisted by this occupation, so that's something we really want to key off of.
Sounds like a very, very interesting idea. I cannot wait to play it, but I think I may have to wait a little bit. When can we get our hands on Homefront?
Early 2011.
Early 2011. David, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Homefront, early 2011. It looks great. All right, guys, are you having fun over there?
Absolutely.
We're having a blasty.
We're just sort of talking about some of our favorite and least favorite things so far.
I thought we were talking about frozen yogurt. 100-calorie froyo is the best. But if we're talking about E3, Hunted is so far a big surprise to me. It was not on my radar until just today, and as we all know, I loves me some co-op.
You do loves you some co-op.
Yeah, a game
almost
that,
as much as you loves you some polls.
Some polls, yes. You can't believe everything you read on the internet, but some things you can. But with Hunted, a game that looks that good, that seems to have those simple mechanics, but in-depth leveling based off items and loot grabbing. I love that. I love raiding dungeons, and I love going at it.
And it's dark fantasy. And you know what? It's weird. We haven't had that much dark fantasy lately.
Right.
A lot of our dark fantasy has not really taken itself that seriously, and it's like, I don't know, I kind of like that old school serious dungeon crawler, so I'm excited for that too.
Adam, what say you for best of E3 thus far?
Obviously, the most significant thing that has been kind of shown, revealed, discussed, talked about is Kinect. By the name of it, I'm not a big fan of that because it sounds like I'm saying it with the CO and then ECT.
Right.
Said it's this. It's a very strange name that they gave it, but I gotta say, there's two things that are standing out. It's not jumping out at me that there's something that much different than what the Wii has, and the fact that the games themselves seem to look very familiar to what we've seen on the Wii. There seems to be a paucity of imagination here, and more importantly, what I think has always worked for Nintendo, there's just a charm that they understand. Those Miis are kind of charming and they get you to smile, and it carries the simplistic gameplay, whereas here these avatars are just kind of, they're just kind of big-headed and scary.
They're neither adult nor are they childish. They're trying to skate that fine line between them, and I think that what happens is they really succeed on neither level. So now playing with your avatar is not going to be as
awkwardly
satisfying.
pubescent virtual representations of ourselves.
Yeah.
Not the most appealing thing in the world.
I think you're right. Now, here's the other thing. Unless I'm wrong, there was no price announced for Kinect.
I didn't hear one at that conference.
I think that's something that people are going to be discussing throughout the week.
It could make or break some sales.
Just like when the PS3 was first shown with all those amazing videos, what I kept trying to hear from people is, how much is this going to cost? How much is this going to cost? $600. I do not think that the Kinect's going to be $600. If it goes above $100,
it can't
I think you priced it out of that casual market that you're trying to reach. Remember, they also have to have a 360 to be able to use it.
Well, I mean, I think what they're counting on is that you already have a 360 in the household, and then mom, grandma, little sister, or whatever, you're going to be able to sell them this accessory and then be able to sell them the games. I was actually really frustrated by this press conference and upset by it. They gave us what we wanted in the very beginning, and then they did yoga for the rest of the time.
Right.
And
then Lollipop showed up to video chat with their friends about iCarly.
Velveteen.
Yeah.
I think we're going to use those names.
That's why, yes, you can call me Velveteen from here on out.
all right, Lollipop. I was just, it made me angry, the representation of women in that. Because the women came on to say, let's video chat. How does it work? I don't know. It's kind of technical. Math is hard.
Right.
Like, really, like, don't talk down to me right at that point. That was incredibly frustrating. But they have a lot of features and...
You know, I said, look, if you missed the Microsoft press conference, you could just fire up your DVR and see the Wii conference from 2008.
Absolutely.
And the Twitterverse exploded with some fangs and acid because they seem to believe it's magical and revolutionary like everything Apple does, but it's Microsoft in this case. I look at it and go, listen, it may be your hardware might have these implications down the road, but the applications that were shown off today seem like carbon copies of things that we've already done on Nintendo's console.
Yeah, we had Nintendogs, we had Wii Sports, we had, Wii
we had
Fit.
a kart racer.
Right.
We had a kart racer where you have to hold your hands up like this.
Wii has a dancing game.
Which gets tiring after like
Well,
2
the other
minutes.
thing is, no one made the case. It's that the tech is so in and of itself so transcendent and amazing that no one even discussed what the potential future applications. Where is Milo? That
where is Milo?
was fascinating, and we have not seen
For
how
those
that's
who don't
been
know,
put into
Milo
game.
was shown off last year by Peter Molyneux. It was like an avatar boy or child that you can interact with.
And you actually spoke with it. It responded to you. You could pass things into the world, and they would, figure out what they are and then pass them back. We didn't see that. Instead, we saw things that you could do on the iToy years ago.
So
today we got
maybe not with
Skittles.
us.
Skittles, come back, Skittles.
No, Skittles,
That's
don't
how
come
you
back.
get
Skittles,
mauled.
go away.
That's how tigers maul you. You call them Skittles.
All right, it's time for us to hand things over to Blair and Kristen.
Yeah, they are over at the Orpheum Theater. They're getting ready to bring you
All right, we're going to catch a cab and hightail it over to Ubisoft.
Not me, I'm running. See ya.
You're right.
We know you. You're a player. There isn't a joystick, an X button, or a D-pad you haven't conquered. From 8-bit to HD, you've earned every hit point, leveled up every level, and busted every boss's ass. And this is the event you wait for every year. This is E3. This is the mecca for the console players, the PC lovers, and on-the-go gamers. At E3, it doesn't matter where you come from, what your age is, or what language you speak. If you're a player, this is where you belong. It's time to find out what games will dominate our minds and free time. What challenges lay ahead? There are new wars to be fought, more zombies to kill, alien races to save, and Triforce pieces to reunite. Day 2 of the biggest video game extravaganza is about to unfold, and G4 is ready to bring you more exclusive updates, more in-depth interviews with the most celebrated names in gaming, and more hands-on demos than ever before. It's time to level up. G4's coverage of E3 starts now.
But we're here.
Sweeping panning shot. Hey, everybody. Hello, and welcome to day 2 of G4's coverage of E3 2010 Live, presented by Burger King. I'm Olivia Munn, and joining me, oh, hello.
They actually get excited by on-screen graphics. That's what that was.
Oh,
Sorry.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Joining me, the rest of the G4 Super Friends, Kevin Pereira, Adam Sessa, Morgan Webb.
Guys, in case you missed it, this is the biggest event in gaming, and we have it covered like no one else. For the next 3 whole hours, we're going to bring you live hands-on demos of the show's biggest game.
All right, we're kicking things off with an exclusive 2-part demo of Rage, the long-awaited shooter from id Software, Find out how Earth goes to hell in a handbasket after an asteroid hits.
Plus multiplayer madness all throughout the show. We're going to have people playing Gran Turismo 5 live on our stage and competing for big prizes. Stick around and find out how you can get in on the action even if you're not here.
And get the latest on the PlayStation Movie, Sony's entry into motion-controlled gaming. We'll try out some of the hardcore games on the floor, like SOCOM 4 and Killzone 3.
And that is not all. The show floor is packed with games, elaborate booths, and even some Lucha Libre, and we have it covered from every angle.
I'm back on the floor today. The excitement here is incredible. There's so much energy, so many people that I had to get my own security. Yeah, he's walking around with me all day. What about it? I'm gonna do a ton of great stuff today. I'm getting inside of an egg. I'm showing you a new MMO. Let's see, I'm paying a visit to Big Daddy. Oh yeah, you know who that is. Stick around, it's all coming up.
E3 2010 day one in the bag, but there's so much that I didn't get to see yesterday, which is why I'm back to battle the madness and bring you the latest and greatest in video game technology. Race you in, come on. Let's go.
I will be combing the floors of E3, finding awesome things like this behind me, hopefully getting my hands on some games, blowing things up, I don't know, it's gonna be crazy, you're not gonna wanna miss it.
All right, I have been waiting for this for months. id Software, they invented the first-person shooter and has created some of the most successful and influential series in gaming.
Yes, and the company, of course, behind Wolfenstein, Doom, and Quake are back with Rage. Let's go hand on.
All right, here to walk us through Rage is Tim Willits, creative director of id Software.
Thank you very much. Welcome to our stage. And
all right, Tim, no game should look this good, especially on a console. I want to point out this is on an Xbox 360
This
right
is on
now.
a 360. This is not pre-rendered. I had to touch the controller for myself to make sure the outdoor sections really were that pretty like.
Yeah, we're very excited about the technology. We can do stuff that no one has seen before in a 360.
Now, so the setting of Rage, it is on Earth. Bad things have happened to Earth.
Yes, it's in the near future. An asteroid hits the planet, destroys most of civilization. You play a survivor that has to learn how to exist in this wasteland with mutants and bandits and all sorts of things.
This is the wasteland.
Yes.
And we just took off someone's head.
Yeah. And okay, so already we've seen someone chuck a Molotov something at us, and now we're running around this. I mean, it is known for incredible environments and stunning worlds, but one thing about this is the sense of scale here. You guys have crafted probably some of the largest worlds in its history.
Well, yes, this is the wasteland. This is a handcrafted environment. This is not procedurally generated. This is very unique because no other game can do this.
Right, and when you say that, that means normally in any game you can hug the side of a mountain and eventually you see that repeating texture that says, this is mountain texture 01, 02, back to 01, etc. Everything in this world here is completely unique. No two rocks, no two pieces of stone, anything.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. You know, the artists back at id Software have hand-painted and handcrafted this whole environment, and that gives a unique experience and feel that you can't get anywhere else.
Okay, so we're in a car, we're in car combat. You have wanted to point out, this is not a car combat game.
No,
but
no.
Despite the fact that there's car combat on screen right now.
Yes, at its core, this is a first-person game, but we've added more to it than just the run and gun.
And what about weapons? Obviously, this car's outfitted with them, but when we're on foot, what are some of the weapons that are at our disposal in Rage?
Classic id Software weapons. We've got rocket launchers, shotguns, machine guns, but we have also some very Rage weapons, like the wing stick, which is what we showed earlier. It's a very, very cool weapon where you can lob off bad
rocket
guys'
launcher.
heads. And the rocket launcher.
So I think the question is, an asteroid hit the Earth. Clearly, bad things happened, but it was not at the cost of no technology at all. How do we have cars? How do we have rocket launchers?
Well, more people survived the impact than anyone expected. Plus, there's technology that the government set aside, and that's what you use along with this news technology to advance like the gameplay.
But you think that in a world like this, the survivors would be glad to be alive, they'd all form a polyphonic spree type choir group and just sing and be merry. Instead, I see warring gangs and factions trying to kill you at every turn.
Oh yes, we have bandit clans that each has a unique play style when you fight against them. We have mutants that are just crazy over the top, and then we have the Authority. I'm not going to talk much about that, but it'll be a big surprise.
Okay, so we've now just gone into a town. We decided to kind of jump consoles so we didn't have to deal with any load screens at all. Where are we? And this was right outside the door that we just saw.
Yes,
right
this
inside.
This is the town of Wellsprings. Very important because it's kind of your hub and this part of the wasteland. It is here where you'll receive most of your missions, talk to a lot of different characters, and kind of get kind of immersed in the story.
Tim, I feel like I'm being the rudest interviewer ever because I care about every word that you're saying, but I'm also just in awe of the frame rate here and the gorgeous world. Like, you guys have crafted something incredible.
And I would say, I mean, id games have always been so beautiful, but there seems to be a level of care and design at creating an environment that I've never seen out of you guys before.
Well, we have the world's best artists. We really do. And this technology, IdTech 5, allows us to take their talent and push it over the edge.
So what kind of stuff is happening in the town? I mean, I don't see much warring here. There's some holographic dice rolling or something happening here. Is this a mini game? What is
this is a mini game. If you're low on cash in town, swing by one of the mini games and earn a little extra cash. This is a great example of that.
Now, is this sort of a hub town? I mean, obviously now we're seeing it's open world enough that some people might be thinking, hold on, RPG, do I get missions in town and go out and do them? It is a shooter, but it is a more broad shooter than you guys have ever done before.
Yeah, we like to call it open but directed, where, you as a player, you have your missions, but if you choose to kind of go off and do some side stuff, you can.
And what about the diversity of the worlds, Tim? Because so far we see, giant inflatable King Kong. All right,
yes.
you have me sold again.
It ain't Fallout. That's what we're really learning.
But I mean, so far we've seen kind of one similar color palette as we were driving to the area. Now we're in a town. Will there be a diversity to the world?
Oh yeah, one of the great things about IdTech 5 is every area has unique personality, and when you play Rage, you will see things that are truly different.
I want to see the insane combat. So Tim, will you hang out on stage?
Yes.
Stick with us for this commercial, because when we come back, we're going to have more Rage in just a minute.
You will not believe it.
We have a look at one of the games level. It's The Well. But first, before we get to that, it's time for Multiplayer Madness, everybody.
Hey everybody, welcome to our exclusive first look at the much anticipated Gran Turismo 5, which features more than 20 real-world tracks, over 950 cars, and for the first time ever, we have tracks and cars from NASCAR. And now we have a very special guest. Who better to kick things off than the legendary creator of the Gran Turismo franchise, Kazunori Yamauchi.
Thank you.
It's a real honor to have you here. Now, I'd love to ask you, how does it feel to finally be nearing the release of Gran Turismo 5?
もう発売まで5ヶ月なんでね、発表しちゃいましたから、かつもう昨日から今日にかけてね、たくさんのポジティブなフィードバックをもらっていて、僕もチームメンバーも今すごいやる気になって、もうあとはとにかくやり遂げるだけですね。
You guys have G4 subtitles, right, with the Japanese? Let's move on to the next question. No, translate, please.
We have 5 months ago until the release date that we've announced, and we actually got a lot of positive feedback from the people who watched the trailer after the stage show and everything, and all our team is now really excited to go forward because everyone's expecting us.
Now, like in addition to like the NASCAR, and like the I just had a mint before the show, and it's clogging my throat. So, I know. What do you like most about what the addition for the NASCAR to Gran Turismo 5?
2つぐらいあって、1つは、NASCAR っていうね、アメリカを代表するモータースポーツを世界中に紹介できるっていう喜びが1つ。あともう1つはね、NASCAR が例えばニュールブルクリンクとか、例えばルマンとか、そういうコースを、走らせることができる。2つぐらいこの NASCAR を入れることの喜びってありますね。
There's actually two things that are actually very interesting about having NASCAR in Gran Turismo. One being that you have courses like the Nürburgring and you have courses like the Le Mans, where you can actually take NASCAR cars onto the tracks like no one's ever done before.
Yeah.
The other thing is
アメリカを代表するモータースポーツ。
because it's a motorsport that is the number one. He does. He is the number one
I will not
motorsport.
speak English. I will not speak English.
It's the number one motorsports in America, and it's exciting to be able to include it into the series.
And you're merging two things that people love. We love Gran Turismo. You put NASCAR with it together. So thank you so much for being here. We're so excited. We've got a lot going on today just about Gran Turismo.
Thank you.
You don't have to say thank you in English. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you.
But now let's bring out someone who definitely knows a thing or two about racing, and NASCAR Sprint Cup series driver and pilot of the number 34 Extends Ford, Kevin Conway. Can you be bringing some water with you? You have any water? I'm sorry if I start choking. I had a mint.
I have that effect, huh? I get you all choked up.
Yeah, I'm getting a little
so.
choked up. Water would be nice. Okay, so we're really excited to have you here. You brought along lovely ladies with you. So, Kevin, how about taking the Gran Turismo racing sled for a little spin? Do you think it's something that you could achieve, or are you just on the hardcore cars?
Yeah, no, I'm all about it.
All right.
Let's see what.
Do you need the ladies just to surround you and hover around?
Moral support.
Okay, moral support. So how does this feel compared to, like, the normal cars you're in?
It's awesome to see the level of detail that the graphics and everything have. We were just actually up at Indianapolis Motor Speedway doing a tire test last month, and it's crazy how realistic it really is. Every detail is there, the transitions in the asphalt, and the physics of the game are awesome. I mean, it's.
Is there a reason why you're going so slow?
Yeah, I was trying to show you the line.
Oh, really? I saw the line. You're showing it for a long time.
So we can challenge each other.
So how does the racing sled compare to, like, the real thing right now?
Well,
like when you're feeling it.
It's crazy how close it is to the real thing, and I'm not sure what car I'm in driving right now, but it's a little loose, but it's cool. The physics are awesome and the graphics are phenomenal. It's about as close as you'll ever get to the real thing, I think.
How do you think the Gran Turismo 5's tracks compare to the real NASCAR tracks?
Well, the level of detail, like all of the throttle points are the same, the actual driving line's the same, so it's amazing how close that they've actually got that. Especially for a console game, the Gran Turismo franchise.
How well do you think you're doing? Because I think that you're going slow.
Well, I tell you what, let's challenge.
Are you in NASCAR? Are you really on NASCAR?
I am. I am actually leading the Rookie of the Year points, but I am a rookie, so I have that excuse.
Oh, that's not really a good excuse, though. So, anything extra special you want to say right now?
Well,
in general, just about life?
In life, life's going pretty good for me right now. We're leading the rookie standings, and I get to come out and play with cool new video games like Gran Turismo 5. This is pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome. Well, you keep playing because you got to get your number up because we got something special planned for you guys in just a little bit. You guys do not forget to stay tuned, and of course, send us a tweet using the hashtag E3 on G4. Tell us what you think of the game. The most creative tweet actually wins an awesome prize pack. Everybody loves prize packs.
All right, keep it right here on G4 because we are just getting started. We've got hours of E3 coverage still on the way. After the break, we're going to have the second part of our hands-on demo of Rage, the intense new shooter from the creators of Doom and Quake. We will be right back.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Burger King. Burger King is open till 2 a.m. or later. Don't go to bed before the king.
Welcome back to G4's live coverage of E3 2010. We are coming to you from the Los Angeles Convention Center, which is jam-packed with the industry's biggest names, booth babes, stalkers, and, people who are clever enough to convince the world they were gaming journalists. It's not us. Let's send it over to Adam and Kevin for an exclusive look at one of the year's most anticipated games.
All right, before the break, we got an overview of the environment and the world of this new shooter Rage, but now it's time to kill some stuff.
Yes, let's continue our exclusive hands-on look at the game and take a trip inside the well.
And once again, joining us is Tim Willis, creative director at id. Let's get to this. We're in the well. And
I want to point out, running on an actual Xbox, 60 frames locked. You claim the same performance on the PS3, the PC. It's going to be, what the hell just happened there, Tim?
So one of the great things about Rage is every new environment that you're in, we give you something new to play with. So we have electrical bolts that we fried the water and it killed all the bad guys.
And now we have an RC car.
Yes, this RC car is loaded with C4 and a little camera. You can drive that around and blow up bandits.
All right, and who are we fighting here? You mentioned the gangs have a unique fighting style. That was a Cirque du Soleil flip into a face full of lead.
Okay, this is the thing that's really stood out for me on this game. I have never seen animations like this, and this is working off of progressive AI. You have not scripted this?
Yes. We have a dynamic animation system that when the bad guys take damage, they'll react to it. It gives great feedback to the player.
Wow.
Yes, this band is called the Ghost Clan. They're very acrobatic, and they can maneuver through the environment and come from anywhere.
And Tim, we're seeing the player pull up these sort of little diamond-shaped selector wheels that can scroll through. Is it ammo and weapon types? What are those that we're seeing on screen?
Exactly. We have 4 quick-used weapons, and then each weapon has a number of ammo types. So depending on how you like to play, it'll be a different experience.
Yeah, I want to like bring up, because they seem to be reading the environment and not just go forward where you are. They seem to know that they can grab onto things, they can jump up on the ceiling.
Yes,
How do you do that?
This is a completely dynamic traversal system. These bandits are the only ones that do this. When you fight other bandits, they won't do this. It's unique personality.
So what you're saying is that there's other clans that do different things?
Yes. We have a whole number of different bandits that you fight against. We wanted to raise the bar in everything we've done.
So Tim, in just a short time, we've seen a bunch of different weapons, a bunch of different ammo types. We've seen a turret deployed. We've seen the RC car used. How many different little unique items are there in the game? What will the players have at their disposal?
Well, our plan is to give you something new in every new environment. Now, we haven't quite finished the game yet, so we don't know our total number. But if you're an id Software fan, you know that we're going to have over-the-top weapons. We're going to have great objects. We're going to have really fun things that you can have the different experience.
And will we be able to modify our character as we continue and progress through the game?
The progression of the character is what you get. You know, if you race more, you can take your race winnings, you can buy things for your vehicle. If you do side missions, you may get extra weapons and ammo types. It really depends on how you play.
I trust that it, I'm sorry, Adam, I trust that it has streamlined the process so that if I'm managing a bunch of items on a console with, some dual analog sticks or something like that, that you made it simple for me to go through, manage that, sell things, move them around, combine parts.
Oh, yes. As gamers ourselves, we hate over-complex inventory systems. Streamline it, make it simple, and get the player back in the action.
I don't think it's going to happen here. You're also handling player death in an interesting way in Rage.
Yes, as part of the story, you are infused with these things called nanotrites that allow you to recharge when you take damage. Also, when you die, you have a chance to have a personal defibrillator to get back into the action, because we hate dying, in games. We hate getting frustrated, and we give the player enough tools to keep the action going.
And also, that kind of allows you to not sort of anticipate where the enemies are going to come from a second time over. You have to get right back in and try to figure out how to handle the situation. Oh my!
Yeah.
I still can't believe what we're looking at.
I'm truly in awe of, for the first time in a long time, at how the performance you managed to squeeze out of the 360.
And there's just creativity. I mean, people might hear post-apocalyptic, but this is a very unique vision of how it
Will there be a dope fish hidden in one of these levels? Can we confirm that for the hardcore out there?
Well, we'll have some Easter eggs, but it's up to the players to find those Easter eggs.
I have a feeling they would be too busy fighting for their lives to scan around for some Easter eggs in this world.
And also, with id Tech 5 and the PC gamers out there, you will be supporting the mod community?
Yes, so for the PC version of the game, the editor that the level designers use at id will ship with the game. You pull the console down, type editor, you got the tools.
Right, and the exact same tools you guys use to create these worlds. Yes. That's what the end user will have.
The editor will ship with the game.
Now, so we've seen this acrobatic clan here. You said other clans fight with different styles. Some of them come straight at you. Are there more stealthy clans or more gadget and gear-based clans?
Yes, we actually have a bandit clan called the Gearheads. And they're big into making those weapons of destruction, and they'll send those tools after you first. So every time that you play a different bandit clan, it'll be a different experience.
Tim, what excites you most about this game, though? I mean, you've been very close to it. You've been working with it. You've seen it demoed 1,000 times. What gets you going when it comes to Rage?
The best thing about Rage is, at its core, it's a first-person game, but we've taken that and we've elevated, and we've added much better things on top of that.
Oh, yes, you have. Now, I'll just say it quickly. Yes, there's multiplayer. You're just not talking about it. When can we play the game?
You'll have to wait till next year.
All right. Well,
but sometime 2011.
Yes.
I will wait.
It'll be worth the wait.
Tim Willits, everybody, from id Software.
id Software. That's some brotherly love there.
Awesome.
Can we get a Swiffer out here on cleanup, please?
Yeah.
Cleanup stage 3. Morgan.
All right, judging by the reaction on Twitter, gamers think that Nintendo crushed the competition with their E3 announcements, with each one bigger than the next. On the show floor, they're displaying the new 3DS and a ton of Wii games. There are remakes of classic titles, a Mario sports game, and the return of Donkey Kong. Let's send it over to Allison for all the details.
The floors of E3, and I stumbled across this little mom and pop booth called Nintendo, so I decided to see what they have here. Let's check it out. What new can we expect from the Wii this year?
We got a lot of great new games that we announced here at E3, starting off with The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, but it doesn't end there. We've also got Donkey Kong Country Returns, Kirby Fluff, Mario Sports Mix, and then a lot of other great stuff from third parties as well, like GoldenEye, NBA Jam, and Epic Mickey as well.
Seems like you guys really wanted to revive a lot of your old titles that people know and love.
Well, that's something that's really unique to Nintendo, is that we've got these franchises that have been around for so long and people just feel so passionately about them. we really want to keep building upon those experiences and giving new games around these characters that people love so much.
I think we need to talk about your new kid on the block, the 3DS. Can we go check that out?
Let's do it.
Yeah, it's 3D. I wish I could show it to you, but unfortunately you only have a 2D TV. Boring. This is the first portable 3D game player. What challenges did you have to overcome to do this?
Well, when we were thinking about the concept of 3D, one of the real big obstacles we identify is the need for glasses. It's really cumbersome and it can get expensive. It's just not ideal. So we created the Nintendo 3DS without the need for glasses, and it's a great experience. You just look right at it. There's no additional equipment required. When you look at it, it's remarkable the amount of depth that you can get in the image.
When does this come out and how much is it going to cost us?
All we can say is it's before the end of March. We don't have any information on pricing at all, so...
I'm going to try to talk them down, people. It's okay. Nintendo, the little company that could. Hey, when there's a Wii, there's a way.
Don't forget, you can get all your up-to-the-second E3 2010 news, exclusive HD videos, and more at g4tv.com/E3. Nintendo's not the only company here with new hardware on display. In just a minute, you'll get to see what Sony brought in. We'll hit the floor, get our hands on the new PlayStation Move motion controllers, and we get to try out SOCOM 4, Resident Evil 5, and Killzone 3.
So we all know E3 is known for its booth babes, but I think this is a first. I found a zombie booth babe. Desire to kill is rising. I don't know if I should shoot her in the head or give her a shirt. Oh, this is kind of hot, isn't it? I feel like I started a new fetish. Yeah, thanks. Should I bite her? Maybe?
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Hanes. Play comfortable in the lay flat collar undershirt.
Yes! Welcome back! Welcome back to E3 2010 Live. Now everybody, Sony is making a huge push into the motion control business this fall with PlayStation Move, and they've got some new games that are actually playable right now on the show floor, so we sent Alex Simwise down to the Sony booth for a first-hand look.
I'm here at the Sony booth to see their not-so-secret weapon in the highly competitive motion controller wars, better known as the Move. So I'm here with Richard. Hi, Richard. So can you tell me, what is going to make the Move superior to sort of other ones like Kinect and the Wii?
The Move has a camera as part of the system, but it also has sensors inside, and it has this glowing sphere which we track, which gives us
very pretty colors.
Thank you. We can change them, and that gives us a great deal of precision and responsiveness. And we also have buttons that we can use to interact. So we have kind of everything: a camera and all this motion tracking together.
Is the Move aimed at more casual gamers?
Actually, with the Move, we're trying to address the entire spectrum of gamers. On my left here, I have a very casual game, iPet, and over here we have actually Killzone 3, which is about as hardcore as it gets. And we have sports over there and fantasy game over there, so that any kind of game is really what we want to do.
There's quite a wide variety of games. Do you know any of the more hardcore titles that will be released?
Well, we've already announced SOCOM 4, we've announced Killzone 3, we have third-party games like Time Crisis down here, and we have Resident Evil, another very hardcore game. Yeah, so...
I love Resident Evil! Do you know how much it's going to be about?
The controller itself is $49.99, actually, and we have a starter pack where you can get the controller, a camera, and Sports Champions all together for $99.
Well, there you have it. Things are heating up in the war of the motion controllers. Let's hope it's a bloody battle.
All right, let's check in with the Twitter wall. Eric the Dragon thinks Rage looks gorgeous, and he's right.
Absolutely.
I would have to say so.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe if someone's at home is not watching it in HD,
Yes.
you're really missing out. But there are places you can get it in
Yes,
HD,
give us
for
a
example.
few minutes.
Yes.
I got to get it up there. It's going to be on G4TV.com, and you can watch it there in HD. But at the same time, go call your cable provider and make them, get G4 in HD for you. Because
Exactly.
that game, eyes bleeding.
Well, we actually have a little bit of conversation here about the PlayStation Move versus Natal/Connect, which is Microsoft's offering. Love Assassin 13. He sounds
Love
sexy.
Assassin 13. There's a 12.
I think the Move will be the best motion controller because it seems them will be using. Okay, so his
Yes.
grammar kind of gets a little.
Yes, they're
stringy
grammatically
again.
challenged. Very, very in support of the move.
But support of the Move. So there you go.
And Louis Lepore, the PlayStation Move will hopefully be better than the iToy was. I really am anticipating it to give Wii a run for its money.
We saw actually some of those features that we're seeing in Connect and with PlayStation Move, like in the iToy originally, like when you would hold your hand up and shake
Exactly.
it to select menus. I mean, that's nothing new. We've seen that.
That was the one thing I kind of like about Move in the iToy is when you kind of see the image of yourself, but the controller has turned into a different type of object. There's a lot of potential there for doing something very creative, and I think
Right.
for definitely a younger set, it's really, really cool.
All right, remember, use the hashtag E3 on G4 if you want to get your tweets on the show.
All right, in case you haven't heard.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
In case you haven't heard, we're Chris Hardwick and Olivia Munn.
Hi, everybody. Hello,
Hi.
everybody.
That's
Hi.
right.
Hello, Earth.
That is Chris Hardwick, and big news, G4 finally has its own iPhone application. Yes, very exciting. That's why Chris Hardwick is here.
I'm going to show it off, you guys. So this app is the best way to watch videos right here from G4 and get up-to-the-minute gaming news on your iPhone. And when I say best, I mean only, because Apple no likey the flashy.
Oh.
So let's. They really don't. They makes
Well,
them angry.
Let's take a look. And
Let's take a look at the phone
Please make
right
it not
here.
be videos of me eating stuff.
No, I won't, I promise.
Okay.
First thing that you're going to see is you got the latest news from the feed. Each one of these has articles, screenshots, videos. They're all embedded in the article, so it's all right there on the front.
Now, what about all the stuff that we've been doing here at E3? Is that all on there right now, or did
It
it
would
take a
be
couple days?
crazy not to do that, Olivia.
It's all on there right now?
Of course it is. It's got all the content from the press conferences and our stage demos. You can also sort by shows. You can watch X-Play or Attack of the Show, which I hear are both very popular. Web Soup, which is a show I've never heard of. But
Oh,
even,
it's all the great web clips.
Is it? Oh, I
and
love it.
Together with the one
Sounds
great
like the
white
soup
host.
to me. Anyway,
Oh.
even you can browse videos within this player. It's fantastic.
Or you can just sort of game too, right?
You can game too if you want. It's all right there. It's great. In the game section, each one has review, news, cheats, videos, screenshots. And you might be like, well, how often does that get updated? Every day! And we're going to add new
Every
content
day.
to our site, so it's incredible.
It is very cool. The
Yeah.
G4 iPhone app is available now for free.
Yep.
How about that?
It's pretty amazing.
Free.
And also, I do just want to add, I have remembered the show Web Soup, and our season finale of Web Soup airs right after the coverage from E3 today.
That's very exciting, guys.
It's pretty
so
exciting.
just keep G4 on the whole way
All
through.
the time.
Yes. So the G4 iPhone app is on sale for free. So that
Yep.
means you pay 0.00.
That's the best price. Yeah,
That's
best
right. It's
price
at the
in my
iTunes
estimation.
store right now. But right now, I'd like to go back over to Adam and Morgan.
Thank you. Now, stick around. We've got more hands-on demos of all the biggest games, including the latest from LucasArts.
The Force Unleashed 2 will be played live on our stage right after this very short break.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by the all-new G4 iPhone app. Now get up-to-the-minute gaming news, reviews, and videos. Available free in the iTunes Store now.
So I'm walking through the E3 floor, and this booth totally caught my eye. A new game, Rift: Plains of Telara. It's an MMORPG with stunning HD graphics. It looks absolutely fantastic. Lots of worlds to explore here. And this is the game's one of the main characters in the game that you're going to meet, Asha, who's just absolutely beautiful. So you definitely want to play the game so you can meet her. But if you're playing an MMO right now, you might just want to put that down and check Rift out. It's going to be awesome, right, Asha? Right. She agrees.
Welcome back. While it may be fun to use the Force for tricking stormtroopers and making objects float through the air, those antics can get, kind of old.
But smashing people into walls and causing epic amounts of destruction, that
I will not get tired of. So let's go hands-on with Star Wars: The Force Unleashed 2.
Here to take us back to the dark side is Hayden Blackman, executive producer for LucasArts.
So, Hayden, at the end of the first Force Unleashed...
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Shh. Just close your ears. You can either go after, like, kill Vader or go after Palpatine. So with that split decision, so how do you pick up the game at the beginning of Force Unleashed 2?
Well, the game takes place about 6 months after the kind of light side or good ending of the Force Unleashed 1, where Starkiller actually sacrifices himself in order to preserve the Rebel Alliance. So we're bringing back Starkiller in Force Unleashed 2. Darth Vader tells him he's a clone, but really early in the game we introduced doubt to that. Starkiller runs into General Coda, who was his Jedi mentor from the first game, and General Coda tells him, hey, I don't think that Vader could actually clone somebody so powerful. So that becomes a main theme in the game.
Now, what are we looking at right here? Now, we just had a very dramatic, he made a good entrance,
right?
Crashing through the ceiling. That was nice.
He's taking out TIE fighters. Did you see that? It was just...
So here you see Starkiller on Kamino, which is one of the first levels in the game, and he's using his dual-wield lightsabers. It's a brand new fighting style we have in the game, so we've completely redone all of our combos and allowed for a lot more kind of range flurry attacks. All the familiar force powers are back, including Force Grip. We've done a ton of work on targeting and camera with Force Grip to make it a little bit more accessible, a little bit easier to hit what you want with Force Grip. We've also done a ton of tuning with the enemies, so as we move a little bit deeper into Kamino, you'll actually start to see some enemy mixes. This is our Imperial Riot Trooper. He actually has a weapon that can deflect lightsaber attacks, so you really have to start using some of your force powers on him. Of course, Stormtroopers are the fodder of the universe, so you can take them out any way that you want.
Sorry guys.
Yeah. So in terms of how you've done the tweaks to the targeting, if you wouldn't mind elaborating a little bit.
Yeah, so we've really overhauled the targeting system in a lot of ways. We've, first of all, redone the UI so it was easier to tell what you have targeted, and then we've changed a lot of our targeting priorities, the way those work as well, too, so that the stuff that you want to target most often, enemies and exploding barrels and those types of things, are much easier to target in the environment than they were in the first game.
And what was the, was there a character that was the inspiration for his new fighting style or his new lightsaber style, or where did that come from?
Well, really, we just wanted to do something dramatically different and redo a lot of the animations and also make him a much more fluid combatant. So that's where the idea for kind of the dual wield came from. We really liked the idea of the two lightsabers. And we wanted something that when you looked at this game, you knew right away it was Force Unleashed 2, and those two very iconic lightsabers allow us to do that.
Now, are there any new force powers?
There are, and in fact, we're seeing it in action right here. This is Jedi Mind Trick, so that's a brand new force power, and just like all of our other force powers, we've completely re-envisioned it from the films. So Jedi Mind Trick will, at its basis level, just kind of turn any enemies into allies, and they'll attack their own allies. But at higher levels,
that's awesome.
They'll actually explode. They'll turn into like roving smart bombs, and they'll run into packs and explode. Or they'll literally throw themselves off cliffs. So that's something to watch for in the game. You'll see them go jumping into hazards and off cliffs.
And what familiar locations are we going to see?
So this is Kamino. This is the water world where all the cloning from the Star Wars universe kind of takes place. We've really blown this level out and this world out and really developed a lot of the cloning centers that you don't see in the films. We're also going to a planet called Cato Nemoidia, which is an archway planet, and we've built a casino there, an Imperial casino, so very different, but you'll be able to literally go in and throw Stormtroopers and other enemies into giant Imperial slot machines. Very destructive environment.
Now, are you still going to play with the good-evil split as you did in the first one?
Yeah, so for us, that kind of tension between good and evil is always really important in Star Wars games. We want to emphasize that dark side, light side. So we will do some choices there, but we're not revealing exactly how we're doing it yet. We enjoyed the way, or liked the way it kind of panned out in the first game, so we'll probably do something similar there.
Tell us a little bit about who you're fighting right here.
Yeah, so this is a brand new unit. This is our Carbonite War Droid. This unit is really designed to encourage you to fight him at range. You have to use a lot of your force powers against him. Here we're using Force Grip to rip his shield off and then throw it at him to do some damage. And now we can do more direct damage. That shield was blocking a lot of our attacks before. So, but you really have to stay at range because he has a carbonite gun that will literally freeze you in place and then he can shatter you. So this is an example of one of our bigger units. And then there's a finishing move. Again, finishing moves in the Force Unleashed franchise are meant to be very kind of quick, accessible payoffs.
And this is the beginning of the game?
This is actually really early in the game. So
my. I can only guess if that's how it starts, where it's going to go. So when are we going to get to play Force Unleashed 2?
October 26th.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hayden.
All right. Thank you so much for coming by. Let's send it over to Olivia.
Two-time Olympic gold medalist Shaun White isn't content
right?
merely being a force in the snowboarding world. His first video game sold over 3 million copies, and now he's tackling a new sport. Shaun White skateboarding is on the floor here at E3, and Blair's got the latest straight from Shaun himself.
He turned pro at 17, still the only skater to ever land a body burial frontside 540. Currently the X Games half-pipe champion. No, I'm not talking about Tony Hawk. I'm talking about two-time Olympic gold medalist Shaun White, and he's got a skateboarding game. I heard that you were going to save the world from boringness.
I think I've done it.
Tony Hawk, man, how's this game different?
That's basically was my first thing when I walked in the office and they're like, we want to do a skateboard game. I'm like, how is it going to be different? And I honestly could say that this is by far something brand new and totally different. I mean, you skate through the levels and you get on rails and you're actually able to direct and shape and curve them the way you want them to go. So as you skate through the level, it's completely kind of black and white, and then you introduce color, you introduce things to skate. When you land, buildings crumble into giant like half pipes and stuff. You can actually go back and reshape the rail again and again to where you want to go.
What's the one thing that you hope people are most excited about in this game?
I hope that people realize that, like, when you play the game, I mean, if you play the game and I play the game, our levels are going to look completely different because of the way you skate and what you like to do. So you used to do the thing with, like, Excite Bike, you know what I mean? You put the different quarter pipes and stuff and gaps and stuff. It's like that taken to, like, a whole nother level, and you can actually shape the things as you go.
Well, regardless of what happens, you have the coolest level design reference in the history of E3 with Excite Bike, man. Shaun, thanks so much for talking to me, man. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Game looks awesome. Shaun White, Ubisoft, a promise to cure boringness forever. But will the game be any good? You guys need to decide.
After the break, we'll have the game that caused the internet to explode yesterday afternoon. It literally crippled Twitter, brought it to its knees.
Very exciting. We'll have the latest on The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, the answer to every Nintendo fanboy's prayers. See one of the convention's most talked about games right after this.
That's soon.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Burger King. Burger King is open till 2 a.m. or later. Don't go to bed before the king.
Hello, lady in back jacket. Hey, Nintendo fanboys had a lot to be happy about from their press conference yesterday, but few things really get the gamers' blood flowing like a new Zelda title.
The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword takes us back to the gritty Link of Twilight Princess, and we gamers, well, couldn't be happier.
Sword.
Can you believe Zelda is 24 years old? And here at E3, it is still continuing on. So I am at the Nintendo booth to find out what kind of adventures you're going to be embarking on with Link and his crew this time around. All right, Kit, Zelda! We've been promised a new one for a really long time, so what do we got this time around?
It's been a long time coming, but The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword makes some pretty interesting additions to the series. First and foremost, the game does require the Wii Motion Plus accessory, but that brings a tremendous amount of depth to the sword play, and they've added a lot of different strategic implications to the battle as well using this new format. You'll see that enemies will block in certain directions, and you actually need to aim your strike to hit them where they're vulnerable.
Now, is it safe to say you might actually get a workout from playing Zelda this time around?
You may actually, given the amount of sword play here, you're going to be up on your feet. It's definitely going to be a very energetic and fun experience.
So what's happening with Zelda this time around? Is she still in peril? Link's still saving her? What's going on?
So details on the story are a little slim at this point, but there were some hints given in the trailer that we put out. We saw Link running, taking a leap of faith, seemingly off a cliff and into some clouds, so there may be some implications for what that means into the game's story.
Okay, so when on earth can I get my hands on this game, and how much is it going to cost me?
Mr. Miyamoto said they're going to take the rest of this year to work on the game, so hopefully they have it finished by the end of this year, but it will be coming out in 2011.
Yes, there you go, Zelda. It's one of the few franchises to appear on all Nintendo consoles and in my heart.
Day one of E3 was a monster, one of those big monsters. It did not disappoint. The press conferences were full of huge announcements from the return of classic franchises to the future of 3D gaming. If one of these reveals caused you to faint, here's what you missed when you were out cold. Nintendo's press conference came on strong with the demo of Zelda Skyward Sword by Shigeru Miyamoto himself and kept the momentum going with familiar franchises like Kirby's Epic Yarn, GoldenEye, Donkey Kong Country Returns, and the stunning Epic Mickey. They finished strong with the premiere of the Nintendo 3DS. Finally, 3D with no wonky glasses required, complete with the long-awaited announcement of a new Kid Icarus game. Sony fired back with our first look at Portal 2, the debut of Infamous 2, a fresh look at Dead Space 2, and Killzone 3, the first shooter truly designed for real 3D play. The onslaught continued with PlayStation Move. Looks like Sony is backing motion control in a major way. Afterwards, convention attendees got their hands on the games. The hottest tickets were Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Fate of Two Worlds, Fallout New Vegas, and shooters like Bulletstorm and Call of Duty Black Ops. But the longest lines were reserved for hardware. Gamers were dying to get their hands on PlayStation Move, Kinect, and of course, the 3DS. Looks like this is shaping up to be the best E3 yet.
Stick around, everybody. Terrell, Elliot, Caleb, and I were just hanging out. It's our live coverage of E3 2010, and it is far from over. We've got even more demos in the next hour, including an exclusive hands-on look at Activision's reboot of True Crime. Yeah, you don't want to miss it. You do not want to miss it. You won't see this gameplay anywhere else. Seriously, we're the only ones who have it. Stay on G4. Stay on us.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Hanes. Play comfortable in the lay flat collar undershirt.
Welcome back to GeForce coverage of E3 2010 Live, presented by Burger King. And we're coming to you from the Los Angeles Convention Center, home to gaming's biggest event.
We've got even more games the next hour, including the just announced WWE All-Stars. We'll talk with wrestlers Cody Rhodes and Dusty Rhodes about the arcade-style throwback.
Plus, we're going to go hands-on with Rock Band 3. This is not just a repackaging of Rock Band 2 with different songs. We're talking new instruments, keyboards. We get all the dirt straight from Harmonix when they come by the stage.
And we'll have a live hands-on demo of Dead Space 2. Yay! It is the follow-up to EA's 2008 survival horror hit. Find out what's in store for engineer-turned-alien killer Isaac Clarke.
Okay, but first, let's head over to Morgan for our next exclusive demo.
Late last year, Activision revealed they were resurrecting the True Crime franchise, with the setting moving from the US to Hong Kong. And right now, we've got an exclusive demo of this huge open-world game. Joining us for this live demo is lead designer Jeff O'Connell. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
All right, so the True Crime games have really been known for being like action movies. Are you guys putting that in there?
We are. You know, United Front Games is treating this as a whole new IP, though. So, you know, we don't want it to feel like there are modes in the game. You know, we don't want it to feel like I'm locked into fighting and then I'm shooting and then I'm driving. We wanted to mix those things together because it's Hong Kong, right? We want you to feel like a Hong Kong action hero. So, you know, we want to give you the great melee combat, but be able to jump over something and shoot in the middle of melee, or come off a wall and do a kick and take out a bunch of guys. We want you to be able to come off the back of a motorbike and shoot it and have it explode as it goes into a group of enemies, you know? So it's really about busting down the walls. We want this to be the open world game that people feel like when you're in that melee combat, you can do anything.
And do you expect players to really merge all these styles into one, or do you expect players to kind of pick one style and go with that?
No, I hope that. I mean, that's how it's designed. You know, if you're not doing all those things together, you're not taking full advantage of the game.
All right, let us know a little bit about the overarching story and who you play as.
Sure, you know, it's so important to be taken seriously in the genre right now, to have a strong story. You know, the competition has great characters, great stories, great cast, you know, and we want to do the same thing. We have a very strong protagonist. He's really modeled after DiCaprio in The Departed, so he's a real guy. You know, you see that in films now too. Daniel Craig's Bond gets beaten up. Jason Bourne, same thing. These are guys who are going through profound things. With our undercover cop, it's the same thing. We want you to like this guy.
Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here. Now, there was some, actually, you just scaled a wall.
That's right. So this, what you guys are looking at right now, is he's an undercover cop. Big thing in cop movies as far back as Blade Runner and Point Break is the on-foot chases. We don't want you chasing a blip on a mini-map. We want you to feel like you're part of the action. You're pushing people out of the way. You're yelling, "Get down!" You know, and Hong Kong is such an amazing place. There's so much incredible stuff there. We want to have people experience Hong Kong and see things that you would if you were running through a real Hong Kong night market.
Now, you've put a lot of detail in this world. I mean, that's pretty amazing. Like, everything you run by the stands are full of items and everything.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, how much care did you put into that?
We spent a lot of time in Hong Kong. We visited Hong Kong. You know, our writers spent months there. Our team's taken almost 30,000 photographs. It's not a geo-mapped Hong Kong, though. It's really built for gameplay. It's colorful. It's bright. So many games now that say that they're gritty are very desaturated. Hong Kong is a great-looking city. It's got tons of neon at night, and you're seeing that here.
And that guy's head just went into the television.
Into the TV. He was a bad person, though. So
he was doing bad things.
He was. You guys see countering there, directional attacks. Great counter from Rick, who's demoing. And
Oh, did you just break his ankle?
He broke his knee. Yeah.
I like that. All right. And what kind of actual weapons are we going to get?
You get a ton of weapons in True Crime. You get not just guns, we get a full suite of guns, but it's really interesting. The triads, the Hong Kong triads you go undercover with, these are serious guys. They've got meat cleavers, knives, kitchen knives, pipes. They don't mess around. So, you know, we've got a full suite of melee weapons and a full suite of animations to go with each one.
And you're definitely a badass because you've just taken out about 5 guys right here.
You are a total badass, so, you know, and he's an exceptional character. You see a bit of free running there. There's a sloppy and a success for each one of the free running moves. Little single button that you press to get the success move. If it's mistimed, you get the sloppy version.
And we're about to do a little boss fight here.
That's right.
Or a sort of an end run. So this is the guy you were chasing down.
This is the guy you're chasing down. You ended up, and over the roof he goes. Yeah. So yeah, you ended up. What's that?
That was a bad man too, right?
They're all bad men.
All right.
To quote Arnie. Yeah. The idea is here you've chased down Ming, who's a character you meet early on in the game. You're collecting a debt, and these are kind of his guys. And you're
going to take them out.
To get to him, you've got to take them out.
All right, when are we going to be able to pick up True Crime, and what consoles can we play it on?
True Crime is coming this fall.
Okay.
It's going to be on the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360, and the PC.
Sounds good. Jeff, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
We loved having this look at True Crime. Very excited to check it out. Let's send it over to Kevin.
Oh, that looking like some fun. Now, as always, folks, Capcom has a huge presence at E3, and they've got plenty of new games on display, so we hit the floor to check out really the follow-up to a smash hit. It's a downloadable game. We checked out a pocket-sized version of Okami, and a Ghost game that sort of has a twist. World-renowned developer Capcom had lots of quirky titles on display at their booth this year. For example, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective is an adventure game from the people who brought you Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And it starts out with a rather unique twist.
So the very first thing that we found out is that the player character is actually dead. You know, you've lost all your memories, actually, so you don't know who killed you, you don't know who you are. The ultimate goal of the game is for the character to find out who the main character is, but you have all these powers, you know, the powers of the dead. The main character, what he can do is he can travel back in time to 4 minutes before that character's death. Right now we're looking at a release winter 2010 in North America and Europe.
Now let's check out another title from Capcom, the highly anticipated sequel to the cult hit Okami. Here is Okami-den Hui!
Okami-den is its own original IP that transports the original world of Okami to this Nintendo DS. The main character you'll be playing as in this game is Chibi Terasu, who is the child of the previous game's main character, Amaterasu. But it does have some new features that will distinguish it from its predecessor. One of the biggest ones is the partner system in the game, and you work together with your partners to overcome different puzzles and challenges in the game. So each partner has their own plot line, their own story elements that they bring to the game. We will be using the stylus feature of the Nintendo DS, and it'll allow you to directly draw what you want. The game will be available sometime in 2011.
redesigned, rebuilt, re-engineered to jump. I gotta be talking about Bionic Commando Rearm 2.
So the biggest news of the game is the new things that we're adding. There's a whole bunch of new weapons in the game. The revolver, which is a napalm, which basically lights the whole ground full of fire. We have jump, which basically makes the game a bit easier for players to move around, but you still swing a lot. It's a hardcore platforming, extremely challenging, but it's definitely will hark back to the days of playing on your old 8-bit system. Bionic Commando Rearm 2 will be out Q1 2011. We haven't announced the price yet, but it's going to be well worth it.
Sometimes you have to give new life to the classics. With a little reimagining and redesign, Capcom has succeeded.
All right, starting Thursday, watch the best of our E3 2010 coverage whenever you want.
Just look for G4 On Demand on your channel lineup. Go to g4tv.com/VOD for more info. You know, there's cheering your name over there. You just
They
it's
were?
like a rock concert over there.
Oh! People,
Yes.
people. I'm cheering back to them.
They love the Sessler.
After the break, expect a Locust to get chainsawed. That's right.
Yes.
Gears of War 3 is on the way.
The next game in the Blockbuster series adds 4-player co-op and so much more.
Cliff Blazinski reveals all right after this.
Sessler, Sessler, Sessler.
The exercise for kids. They know Dora.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by the all-new G4 iPhone app. Now get up to the minute gaming news, reviews, and videos. Available free in the iTunes Store now.
Being at E3 is so awesome, and there's so much new technology on show that they can even put you in games. Look at me, I'm in a game. Look, like dancing with all these people. It's so fun. Oh, yeah, well, you know, you couldn't really put me in a game. That would be impossible, you know.
Welcome back to E3 and welcome to Allison Hayslip. All right, in April 2011, one of games most popular, not to mention most violent franchises, makes a big return.
Marcus, Dom, and the rest of the cogs return in Gears of War 3, which adds 4-player co-op, mechs, and a whole lot more. Let's go hands-on.
Joining us now is design director of Epic Games. You know him, you love him, Cliff Blazinski.
What's up, guys? Go again.
People are excited for this one.
All right,
Yeah.
so will you catch us up a little bit on what has happened story-wise in the games and where we are now?
Oh, so it's been 18 months after the events of Gears 2. Marcus and the guys in Delta Squad sunk Jacinto. That flooded the underground. That drove the Locust up. The Locust have gone feral. They're savage now. They rip off people's arms and beat them to death with it, which is completely horrible. And now we have a new threat that's arisen. It's called a Lambent. You remember Emulsion, that kind of glowy energy source that's in the universe? Well, it's infecting the creatures of the world, and it's taking them over, and they're actually mutating, kind of like that 1980s movie The Thing, the John Carpenter one, and you never know what you're going to get. The arm might mutate, the head might mutate, and worst of all, they explode upon death.
Oh, so the bad guys are getting badder.
Yeah, the bad guys are getting super bad, but we're not saying bigger, better, more badass, because that's like so 2 years ago. We like to say it's going to be the best looking, most polished, and most enjoyable Gears game ever made.
All right, so talk to us about what's going on right here in the screen. Where
Yeah,
are we?
so the sequence here, Marcus and his friends were going to this place called Anvil Gate. They got ambushed, and they're stuck outside. You're seeing this amazing Lambent stalk coming up. You're seeing the enemies kind of falling off of it, kind of like a ripe lemon coming off of a tree. Then you have one of the mutating guys popping up. You'll see his arms go out. And then a Locust meanders into the frame, and he winds up getting torn to shreds because the Locusts are no longer at the top of the food chain. These Lambent creatures are crazy. They're boiling over with hatred and anger, and it's up to Marcus and those guys to not only put a stop to that threat, but to also save the world.
And so what are some of the new game mechanics in the single-player campaign?
We got a lot of cool things. The first thing we saw at the beginning was the Lancer bayonet charge. You can stab the enemies and pick them up. You can grab an enemy, take him hostage, and stick a grenade on his head and kick him into the crowd. We call that the bag and tag. I think good game designers these days just need to make animated GIFs for forums so you can actually promote your game that way, right? We have new weapons. We have a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun. I mean, Gears fans always love the shotgun, so it's like, well, what else can we give them? Let's give them a sawed-off double-barrel. And then, more importantly, creature-wise, we also have the return of the Berserker. And she's back now, and she's also infected. She'll be popping out in a minute to kind of raise hell on all the fellas. Oh, one final thing to note here is that you also have a chainsaw kick. Because if you have an enemy that explodes, you're probably going to want to kick them away from you when they pop.
That is an excellent point. You guys have thought of everything. All right, let's talk a little bit of the online beast mode that you guys just announced.
Yeah, we just announced that at the Microsoft press conference the other day. And we're like, yeah, we have a mode called Beast. And everybody's like, what is that? It's a class-based, monster-based mode. You get to play as all the different Locust creatures, so all the way from the itty-bitty suicide bomber Ticker through the Berserker and everything in between. So you get to resurrect guys as the Cantus. You get to act like a healer. You get to play as a giant electric centipede that chomps up enemies and bear down on the COG forces with up to 5 players on Xbox Live and take them all out.
Wonderful. Can we talk about something that I think is very important to Morgan and I? We can now play as a lady.
Yes, it's actually, the weird thing about Gears is I swear there's more female fans of that franchise than a lot of other shooters.
We got a lot of sexy dudes in it, that's
well,
why.
they just like to see Marcus with his chest oiled up. It's delicious, right? Well, now you can see his arms, right? It's summer, and they're taking off a little bit of their armor just for you. We thought of you guys.
we really appreciate that.
Absolutely, but on a more serious note, we wanted to depict the women as like tough, more like Jim Cameron women, like Sarah Connor, like Ripley from Aliens, who are tough, and not like the girls who are on the cover of like Lowrider magazine with fake boobs.
No, I mean, people ask, like, oh, why aren't girls into video games? You look at it and you're like, that game isn't made for me. She's not wearing anything. You know, a woman's going to look at this and be like, this is the game for me.
I can certainly appreciate, like, busty characters, Lara Croft, that whole thing in Dead or Alive, but you're not going to see, like, goofy, juggly kind of physicsy boobs in this game.
Yeah.
You're going to see Anya beating somebody down. You're going to see him curb stomping people and kicking ass, because that's how our girls do.
And she can do that with a great body. That's fine.
Absolutely. She
and
works
she's a
out.
blonde. I love it. I know I inspired it, right?
Well,
I'm
she's
expecting
blonde.
my residual check soon.
We're really still trying to figure out where she finds time to dye her hair that lovely shade. It's like there's really no bleach left on the planet at this point.
All right, we need a release date from you.
It's going to be April 8th, worldwide, 2011.
April 8th, 2011. So thank you so much for coming by. It's been a huge honor having this on our stage. We always love to have you. Let's send it over to Adam.
All right, this week, THQ announced WWE All-Stars, a new arcade-style game that ditches the simulation gameplay of the SmackDown series and features a lineup of modern and classic superstars. For the latest, Kristen climbed inside the ropes to talk to wrestlers.
Hey guys, I'm here with Sal, the creative director of WWE All-Stars. What are gamers gonna get when they play this game?
Well, first of all, it's WWE All-Stars is meant to be a different experience than WWE SmackDown versus Raw. We're trying to be more of an action-based, combat, fast, hard-hitting, low downtime style of game. Our characters look very stylized and also act very stylized. When they perform their moves, they're bigger moves, they're harder moves. When they perform their signature moves, we put a stylization on that. They can jump higher, can hit people further across the ring. They can perform actions in a way that you've never seen before in a wrestling game.
Hall of Famer Dusty Rhodes and his son Cody, who's a current Famer. That's what we're calling you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's it like having a character in a video game modeled after you?
Well, to be in a video game is phenomenal anyway because you got to be somebody to be in a video game. This opportunity with All-Stars, they have a big brush stroke opportunity to wrestle my own son in this game, opportunity to wrestle against John Cena is really cool stuff going on. It's just amazing to see how they put old and new with this big broad stroke and this excitement that goes with it.
Was there a lot of wrestling going on in your household growing up?
We try to keep it pretty normal at home. The only thing that's not normal is when you walk in the laundry room and there's 8 pairs of trunks hanging up and stylized jackets and really eclectic superhero clothing.
Did you always want to be a wrestler?
It's funny because he didn't push me into the wrestling industry. I just happen to love pro wrestling. I never expected that I'd be in a WWE game. It's a surreal thing, actually. Very cool.
Guys, if you love video games, and you should, there's only one safe haven, Olivia's living room. And G4TV.com, I lied, there's 2.
There are 2 places there are. There's over 25,000 videos, gaming news as it breaks, HD content previews, reviews, and original web shows that you won't see anywhere else.
This is the greatest website in the history of the universe. And they pay me to say that, but I would even if they didn't. Let it be written.
KevinPerera.com is a fantastic website,
Thank you.
might I add.
I owe you a 20. G4TV.com, it's like video game TV, but
Online.
on the webs.
Think
Don't
about
go
it.
anywhere. There's more E3 2010 on the way, everybody.
Including the latest installment of one of the world's most beautiful racing games ever. Gran Turismo 5.
And we'll have new instruments for the game that your lame neighbors will hate. Beat on your door and call the cops.
I hate them.
I hate them too. It's Rock Band 3, everybody!
G4's coverage of E3 2010 Live continues right after this.
Woo!
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by G4TV.com. 25,000 gaming videos, news, reviews, and much more.
Folks, Harmonix has continually revolutionized music games. Way back in the day, before there were ever plastic instruments, they've done the downloadable content, the Rock Band Network, and coups like landing, of course, the entire Beatles catalog. But now they're bringing even more to the table with Rock Band 3. So let's go hands-on and get some calluses on our old fingers, shall we? Forget the package. Here to show us the next song in the Rock Band playlist. I was ready to accuse some magic. I didn't know if they were going to put on a smoke machine or release doves, but hey, we don't need it. It's Rock Band. Everybody knows it and loves it. Director Daniel Sussman's with me right now. And right behind us, is this a Harmonix team of merry bandmates that's going to rock it?
This is actually a lot of folks from our development team. That's Bryn. He's a programmer. He's actually the guitarist for Ben Camaro, and he codes a lot of the pro guitar stuff, which he's going to be demoing here.
So that he's responsible for all the Easter eggs that give him flawless performance.
He's one of the handful of guys in the office that can actually play pro guitar on Expert.
Well, let's talk about it. Obviously, we have a new guitar, and I'm a keyboardist at heart as well as a drummer, but tell me about the keyboard peripheral. Give me the deets, please.
So we're very excited to introduce a brand new instrument to the Rock Band platform. This is the first time since Rock Band 1 where we've actually introduced a new instrument. Right. So we have keyboard gameplay that spans it lives in two forms, really. You have regular 5-lane keys, which we're calling just keys, and it looks a lot like the Guitar team has done with Rock Band 3. We have over 80 songs, all of which are, it's all A-list. I mean,
so give me some names. What are some of those A's on that list?
All right, we got The Doors, we got Queen, we got Bohemian Rhapsody, which is kind of a flagship, like, you know, it supports all of the stuff that we're doing.
Now that you got the keyboard and the harmonies, you have to have.
We've got Jimi Hendrix. We've got a lot of great contemporary music. We've got the White Stripes. We've got music that spans, a ton of demographics. Right. It's international.
I'm sorry, these folks just finished their song and they're not trashing their instruments on our set. I have a huge problem with that.
No, I do not support the trashing of the Rock Band instruments.
That is not rock and roll, my friends, but it's okay. When will we get a chance to actually play Rock Band 3 and grab the new peripherals?
Rock Band 3 drops holiday 2010, and we're excited for the whole thing.
I wish I had 10 more minutes to chat with you about the Condensed World Tour mode and online options, but I'll leave it there. Daniel, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you guys for rocking it, too. Excellent job with the song, but now we shall continue our show with some multiplayer madness. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to our exclusive first look at Gran Turismo 5, now with NASCAR action. Very exciting, isn't it? NASCAR driver Kevin Conway got a time of 49.05. Kevin, how do you feel about your score?
Pretty confident it's going to hold up. I think that's a pretty good lap.
Well, I hope you don't get embarrassed by all our fans, because these guys game for a living. You just race for a living. There's a difference, a little bit.
There's a huge difference.
Okay, now to beat you, here's how it works. You are all these fans get chances, not all of them, but some of them get chances. The ones we pick out, we racially profile. Pick that guy. You are all gunning to beat NASCAR driver Kevin Conway. The fastest overall time wins a Sony prize pack, a G4 bag full of swag, and best of all, a copy of the game when it's officially released. In the GT Racing sled right now is Chuck from Gardena, California. Chuck, what's up?
What's up? I'm pretty confident I can beat him. He's got nothing on me. He's got nothing.
Wow. So what makes he's an actual NASCAR? He's like a rookie of the year kind of thing. What do you do for a living?
I animate, actually.
That's similar.
Yeah.
So you sit at a desk and you animate, and this guy drives.
That's okay. I think NASCAR is going to need a new Extends driver after this one.
Oh!
How do you feel about that?
Wow. I don't know about Troy Polamalu taking my place, but I think I'm pretty safe with Chuck.
All right. Well, Chuck, start your engine. And Booth Babe just waved the flag. That means we're starting. All right, are you ready? You guys see this? We're off. How about this? This feels like race. Yeah, feels like NASCAR. So it just feels. How would you know? Have you been on a NASCAR track before?
You know what?
Driving a NASCAR car?
Playing this game, I feel like I am. I got years of experience under my belt now.
I don't think that's accurate, but I'm glad you feel that way.
Oh, yeah.
So, Kevin, what do you think?
I think my ride is pretty safe. I'm not too terribly worried about it, but I don't know. Chuck's getting better here. I mean,
he's getting better, but you're not scared.
No, I think we'll be fine.
Confidence is very hot, by the way. Now we'll check in later to see who will be the Gran Turismo 5 champion. Will it be Chuck? Will it be somebody else? Will it be Kevin Conway? Don't forget to tweet us using the hashtag E3 on G4 and tell us what you think of Gran Turismo 5. It is the most creative tweet that will win a prize later in the show.
All right. After the break, limbs go flying when we go hands-on with the sequel to a 2008 survival horror hit. Dead Space 2 will be demoed live on our stage when G4's coverage of E3 2010 returns.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Burger King. Burger King is open till 2 a.m. or later. Don't go to bed before the king.
Welcome back to G4 and our live coverage of E3 2010. In case you didn't know, this is the biggest video game event of the year, and we're here all week with wall to wall, floor to ceiling. We're in between all the molecules here at the Los Angeles Convention Center, and it's packed with gaming's biggest names. And believe it or not, no one's taken a swing at us over an old review. Yet. Can you believe that in this generation of consoles, we've had a million first-person shooters, but not one Lucha Libre game? That's about to change with the release of Lucha Libre, AAA Heroes Del Ring. Allison's on the floor with the game, as well as the real thing.
Wrestling is wrestling. But when it comes to Lucha Libre AAA 2010 Heroes Del Ring, it's all about skill, showmanship, and the cool masks. Okay, Julian, you guys have a crazy excited booth going on here. Tell me about this game that you're showing off.
Lucha Libre is all about the acrobatic movements, all about the popularity you gain by doing stunts, incredible movements and stuff like that. And the idea is that we're making all this culture of the Lucha Libre and trying to put it on this video game.
So tell me about the style of gameplay and how does it work?
The idea is that you have to make grapples. The grapples are like the key point of the game. Besides grapples, you have to make taunts in order to gain popularity. The idea is that you have to humiliate your enemy to take his popularity and put it on you. The more popular you are, the more moves you are going to make.
The more fan appreciation that you get, the better you become.
Exactly.
What about the masks? That's why we love Lucha Libre. Tell me about the masks. How are they involved in the game?
So we have this mask versus hair mode in which you are waging your mask, and if you lose, you have to play online without your mask. You have to reveal your face.
Do you know when the game will come out?
August 9th.
August 9th of this year? Yeah. You can pick up Luchadore really, really soon, people. Anyone can play a wrestling game, but if you want a wrestling game with style, check out Lucha Libre Heroes Del Ring.
You ever just get very startled by a video game?
A little bit.
Yeah. Dead Space is one of those, folks.
Yes.
Dead Space introduced us to the concept of strategic dismemberment. They actually put that into the game lexicon, and it's a glorious thing to have.
Necromorph killer Isaac Clarke returns in Dead Space 2. Let's go hands-on and see what he's up against.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Papoutsis, the executive producer of Dead Space 2, is here, and he's going to guide us through the outer space mayhem and then hopefully mop up when we're done, because your game is bloody.
Yeah.
Your game is very bloody.
Gets a little messy.
Yeah, thank you for that. I like that.
Well, you know, Isaac's an engineer.
So right now we're looking at a giant monster. Where are we and what's happening?
All right, so what we're seeing here is the Church of Unitology on the sprawl, and what you'll notice is that The actual architecture has a lot of a feel of a Gothic cathedral because it's a giant church. So we've got the stained glass. Here we see the pack. This is another new enemy. The intention of this enemy is to overwhelm you in numbers, so
and
you'll
creep
actually
you the hell out with the weird alien baby face. Come on, man.
It's got some of that in there.
That is startling.
Weird alien babies are always creepy. And so right now he is, able to kind of freeze these enemies.
Yeah, so what Rich did right there was he actually used stasis to slow the enemy down, and then he used the javelin gun to impale it, and then he used the alt fire on the javelin gun to actually ignite it, so creating an area effect that actually burns and damages enemies in the vicinity.
So it's all about quick switch weapons and combos and dispatching of enemies the way you want with the weapons that you have?
Yeah, I think you really want to make use of all the different tools Isaac has, but also there's another new thing that we've got going, which is the ability to actually dismember limbs from enemies and grab those discarded blades, pick those up with kinesis, and then fire them back at enemies and nail them to walls.
The ultimate humiliation, beating someone to death with their own hand or arm or tentacle. Yeah. So catch us up on Isaac. Where is he? What is going on? What have you done with him this time around?
So Dead Space 2 actually takes place on a place called the Sprawl, which is located on Titan, one of the moons of Saturn, which is the location of the very first planet crack ever in the Dead Space universe. So the Sprawl is a giant space city, and like they have on cities, like they do, is a giant church of unitology. Sure. There's a lot of other locations on the Sprawl, so this is just one of the many different environments players are going to get to experience.
And I do like that you're still representing health visually on our hero. So what kind of weapons are we going to get to have?
Well, as far as the weapons/tools go, the one we're showing off here today is the javelin gun. It actually fires off.
And you can show it off all day. I love it.
Well, showing it off.
Yeah.
So it'll actually fire off a giant spear into an enemy like that, and then pin him to a surface. So that's the new one we're showing today. But we've got a few others in store that we're kind of keeping on the down low.
And was there a challenge with we were talking before about like minor tweaks that you made to the game, showing ammo counts when you switch a weapon and whatnot. Was there a challenge for you going into this as like Dead Space, the first one, incredibly successful, fans loved it. Can you tweak too many knobs and then break that original formula? Or did you say, you know what, we're going to do what we want with Dead Space 2 and that's it?
Yeah, I think you absolutely can do that. You can totally screw things up if you just overthink it or throw away a formula that the players really enjoyed. And, we got the opportunity to make Dead Space 2 because players enjoyed the first one. So we want to make sure whatever we're doing in the second one meets with their expectations. So we've been really cautious about, minor little tweaks. Like you mentioned, when you bring up the weapon switch UI for those few seconds when it's on screen, showing exactly how much ammo is in each weapon. People ask for that. That's one small refinement. But we've also gone in and made Isaac a little bit more responsive, so that when people pick up the controls, if they've never played Dead Space before, it feels very natural. Those are some of the small tweaks we've done. On a larger scale, we've actually improved zero gravity. Now you're able to move in full 360-degree space. Last time you jumped from point to point.
Right.
So we've mixed that up too. But there's a lot of little nuanced changes in the game.
Now, something that fans really liked had good pacing, and there was always kind of a surprise around the corner. Have you tweaked the pacing any, or have you kind of gone with the pacing in Dead Space?
Well, we can't, being a survival horror game, right? We can't replicate that formula because it becomes predictable. If you think about horror, what works is relatability, things that people actually believe could be real, and then you have to mix up the pacing or the timing. So in Dead Space 2, we're definitely going to take cues from what we did, but we really want to mix it up. If you think about it in musical terms, like on the 2s and 4s, you might be doing something. Maybe in Dead Space 2, it's on the 1s and 3s, but it's gonna feel similar yet different.
So rip off an alien baby's head on the downbeat, and then for that accent note, you throw the head at another.
Yeah, and then a little triplet, and then a little
just
snare
playing
flourish.
jazz with dismembered limbs. I like it.
Exactly.
And it's not just a static world that you're in. You can actually use the environment to help dispatch the enemies, correct?
That's right. We're not showing it today, but there's a whole other new mechanic that we call decompression, where you're actually able to go into an area, and if you fire a shot, you can actually break a pane of glass and suck enemies out into the vacuum of space. Now that can work for you or against you. Now imagine you're in a dark environment, you can't see an enemy, you don't know he's standing in front of one of these windows, and next thing you know, bam, you're getting pulled out. So you've got to quickly look for a way to shut that window so you don't get sucked out. So it's a risk-reward mechanic.
Now we're familiar with the necromorphs, but there are new enemies, so can we talk a little bit about how they factor into the game?
Sure. So we've evolved the kind of rogues gallery, so to speak, of enemies. Again, we have the pack, who's new, the tripod that folks got to see here. We've got the puker, we've got the stalker, the crawler.
I'm sorry, the puker. What is he like? Tell me about this puker of yours. Is he a gentleman? He plays chess.
Charming.
Yeah, he's kind of like a cross between a Pegasus and a unicorn.
Oh,
That kind of thing.
I'm imagining projectile vomits involved.
Exactly.
As well. Okay, good.
He's
So
like
it's not just a
puking
clever
all
name.
over. He's like trying to puke down Isaac's throat. There's a lot of vomit.
And what are the strategies for taking out those enemies? Are going to be similar to the necromorphs, or are they going to be totally different?
Well, they are still necromorphs,
Right.
but for example, with the puker, if you actually sever one of his limbs, it's going to start emitting this disgusting bile that will actually damage other enemies. So if he's near, a bunch of, let's say the pack is around, and he actually sever one of those limbs and just the pus and vomit and all that comes out, those guys are going to take damage too. So
I
you
just
got to mix
imagine
it up.
some viewer with a hot pocket inches away from their mouth, and it's now all over the place.
Yeah,
because
well,
that's what you do.
Dead Space 2.
And you do it well.
What
So
are we gonna
when
do?
can we play it? When can we be disgusted with the puker and zero gravity environments and all that fun?
January 25th, 2011.
Cool.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for coming by and
Thank
bringing
you.
us Dead
Steve,
Space
really
2.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. Miss Munn!
Hey guys, coming up, we've got a live hands-on demo of EA Sports MMA, which features legendary fighters like Randy Couture and internet favorite Bas Rutten. The fists will be flying right after this.
Just when you thought your iPhone couldn't get any cooler, now it controls a hovercraft. There's a camera on the front of this thing. I can see it on the screen of this iPhone, and I can make it tilt all around. You can actually hook this up to your friend's iPhone and have a dogfight with them. Hey, your phone might not be able to make phone calls, but at least you can fly a friggin' hovercraft. Wah! Oh yeah.
Hi everyone.
that's
no, it's us, it's everyone.
Thank you.
We're all here. Welcome back to E3 2010 Live, and welcome Mr. Blair Herter to the stage.
Well, thank you, Olivia Munn.
Very exciting.
Yes. Thank you, PA, for making everybody clap right behind the camera. Now, guys, we've seen a lot of games today so far, but there really hasn't been a lot of rear naked choking going on. I don't think there's
Which
been
is
enough
what
of
you
that.
need.
I need
You
one.
need that in your life.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, I actually think that you'll get your wish granted with our next demo. Let's go hands-on with EA Sports MMA.
All right,
This
here to
is
take
your
us
game.
inside
This
the
is
game.
you.
This is
You're-
all me right
this
here.
guy
Creative
loves
director,
this.
EA Sports MMA, Jason Barnes. Jason, thank you so much for being here,
Jason.
sir.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Really appreciate it.
Really excited to be here.
Now, Jason, we spoke a little bit before this interview. We said there is a game out there, obviously UFC Undisputed, but it's such a huge sport. It's exploding on the scene right now. What are you guys bringing to the table? How are you putting the EA Sports name on this?
Well, with EA Sports, you know you're going to get quality, you know you're going to get depth. What we see with EA Sports MMA is a global sport. It's not one league. It's played worldwide. It's played in Japan. It's played in Brazil. I mean, fights take place in England, everywhere, and you're going to see that. If you look at the footage right now on screen, you see a fight taking place in Brazil in a round cage. You're going to have those different options. You got Jason Mayhem Miller fighting the current Strikeforce middleweight champion Jake Shields, but they're not fighting in Strikeforce. They're fighting under a totally different rule set. So we have multiple rule sets. We have Japanese rule set that allows knees on the ground, something different. So you're going to get a variety of different things with the worldwide aspect of mixed martial arts.
Speaking of variety, MMA encompasses all different types of styles of fighting. So will this game also be able to play every style of fighting?
Definitely. Mixed martial arts has evolved so much over the last 20 years as a sport, but at the same time, like you said, you have different styles. You have Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with guys that are great on the ground. They're going to put you in rear naked choke, something you're looking forward to, from what I understand.
So weird when we make eye contact when he says that to me.
rear naked choke, and it's like he looked right past me.
I know, Olivia's not even here anymore. It's just me and you talking about rear naked.
So we got the Jiu-Jitsu side of it, which is awesome, but then you have stand-up strikers, whether it's someone like Kung Lee, who's going to throw spinning kicks. He actually came in and motion captured with his own kicks.
Yeah, that must be really hard to do because there's so many different styles of fighting. They're all so specific and they're all an art unto themselves. So to be able to encompass that in your game is really fantastic. The little details.
Well, thank you. And what we're trying to do is give the sport is a complex sport, and we know that, but we're trying to give people easy access into it with simple control that's consistent.
Whether we're in a stand-up fight, in a clinch, or on the ground, you're going to find simple control, and the depth really comes from the timing and the subtle little passes and movement on the ground.
That means that you can stop clapping and actually pretend like you're a real fighter.
I'm
Stop
holding my
looking
hand up
afar.
in victory already. And let's talk about those controls. Obviously, this is a very nuanced sport. Now, something that you guys, I think, brought to the table with Fight Night is that you made boxing feel like boxing. This is something you can go from striking to grappling to submission in a matter of seconds. So talk about the control scheme. How's that all going to work in this game?
So Fight Night laid a great groundwork, as you know, with total punch control. But what we have is total strike control. With the mixed martial arts, now all of a sudden we're able to throw kicks, spinning back fists. So we do that with a simple kick modifier, and you do the same gestures that you would do for punches, but you do it for kicks. And like I was saying earlier, if I get you in the clinch, I'm going to throw knees the exact same way. Or if we go on the ground, as we saw earlier in the footage, you're seeing knees on the ground. It's a simple control. Now grappling, that's where things get a little bit more complicated in most people's mind. But what we have is a strike to pass, pass to strike system.
Okay.
That's what we've heard from our fighters that have come in and talked to us. And what that means is if we're on the ground and I'm worried about you punching me in the head and I'm covering up, that's going to mean that I'm allowing you to then advance to a better position.
Ah.
So that is the key. So am I making a choice to grapple or am I making a choice to strike? And that works if I'm on my back or if I'm on top on the ground.
Now, there's a career mode in this game, too. Tell us about that.
So we're not going into that many details with our career
all
mode.
the details right now.
All the details.
Right now.
Basically, you can start with a player and take them like all the way through, from the beginning.
Yes, you'll be able to win a championship, but the key with our career mode is with any EA Sports career mode, you know you're going to have depth. And what we're going to be able to do is take that photo face right there.
Oh, that beautiful
create
face
that
right
fighter,
there.
And then we're going to bloody it up with some elbows and some
maybe.
knees.
That sounds
and that's
like a lot
the key.
of fun.
So you're going to be able to play online
and also, like
with that creative
when
fighter.
you win, you win money that will allow you to, get more powers and kind of get more stuff.
Yeah,
so.
you'll
More powers.
Get more powers.
Is there lightning coming out of people's fists in this game?
Look, I'm superhero minded. MMA is like, but that's what you get.
I just want powers. It's cool. It's okay to want powers.
There's
That's all
knockout
good.
power coming out of it.
Fair enough. Now,
See?
Jason,
Shut up.
what consoles can we see this on? When are we going to see it in
You're going to see this on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. Our release date is October 19th.
Awesome.
A month and a date.
I like it right there.
I
Not
love
something
it.
we get often on this
No.
stage right here. Well, thank you very
Thank
much,
you so
Jason.
much.
Everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for
Great
being
job.
here, brother.
Great job.
Really
Congratulations.
appreciate it.
Okay, our coverage of video games does not stop with E3. You can stay in the loop every single night with XPlay.
TV's most watched video game show is jam-packed with breaking news, previews, exclusive hands-on demos, trailers, and reviews of all the latest games.
Catch all new episodes of XPlay weeknights at 6:30 only on G4. And go to g4tv.com/XPlay for all of your gaming needs.
Coming up in the next hour, we are going to have a world premiere demo of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. One of this generation's most popular single-player franchises is now tackling multiplayer. You're going to get all the details right after this.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by XPlay, the center of the gaming universe. Weeknights at 6:30, only on G4.
Hey everybody! Welcome back to G4's coverage of E3 2010 Live, presented by Burger King.
Coming up, we've got burgers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
And it's I like burgers. I've eaten them before.
Like food. We've got not really a give and take back here.
What do we have, Olivia?
We've got a hands-on look at Brink, the new shooter from Splash Damage. That's all about quick kills and hauling ass.
Plus, we have a demo of Gran Turismo 5. Creator Kazunori Yamauchi will take us inside the long-awaited racing sim, and that is an understatement. I was this tall when they started development.
That's true.
Yeah.
And later, Killzone 3. Learn everything you need to know about the PlayStation 3 exclusive. But first, let's send it over to Adam and Morgan for a world premiere demo.
It is time to go back to Italy for some good old-fashioned assassination.
Yes, Ubisoft is taking the Assassin's Creed franchise in a new direction with Brotherhood, which continues the story of Ezio. Let's go hands-on.
Here to show us a whole new side of Assassin's Creed is Ubisoft producer Compreon. Welcome.
All right. See, people love their Assassin's Creed.
They do.
Including us two. So last time I saw Ezio, he was kicking the Pope in the nads. And it looked like that, he had kind of settled the score with the Borgias, but it looks like things have evolved. There's more trouble, and yeah, the Borgias are still, well, those charming Borgias.
Exactly.
So what's happening now at the beginning of the game?
So, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood takes place immediately after the events of Assassin's Creed 2. So, Ezio, after defeating, or partly defeating the Pope, and meeting this goddess at the end of the game, returns home, tired, sick of everything, and he just wants a break. And so he returns home and finds Caterina de Sforza, his lover. And while they're having a break, bam, something happens. The villa is under attack.
A break, that's what the kids are calling it these days, right? He was always a ladies' man. All right, so now the villa is under attack, and we can see right now here he is rushing outside. He still has, of course, his classic parkour scaling moves.
Yeah.
And how's he going to fight off the attack?
So right now he just lost his entire ultimate suit. So he's back to his bare bone clothing. So he'll need to basically go and reach the ramparts at the other end of the villa in order to use the cannons that are there to try to slow down the forces of the Borgia. If they're attacking the villa, the forces are led by Cesare Borgia, and this guy wants to take revenge against Ezio for having attacked his father, the Pope.
Yes, I know that feeling. Don't do that to my dad. I'd be very angry. One of the things we're seeing here is that you're kind of changing up some of the gameplay and opening it up to some new options, such as sort of catapults and cannons. Is that something you're going to be doing throughout the entire game of Brotherhood?
We want to stay true to our roots, which is a sandbox game with a lot of an open world and lots of things that are available to the player. But we want to, at certain moments, we want to have more controlled missions, just to better carry the narrative portion of the game. In this case here, we get to see an aspect of the horse, so it's a partly controlled, or we call it an exotic segment of the horse. In the game, there will be horses, but they'll be freely available for transportation, but also for fighting against other guards.
Okay.
Now is combat something that you guys have changed at all, or is it going to be familiar to people who are familiar with the game?
It depends. We like to listen to our fans, and some of the people said that they wanted a faster-paced fighting system, especially for more aggressive players. So what we did here is that we reworked the entire AI beneath the animations to make it more aggressive and feel that the AI are more intelligent, more strategic. And we've added an entirely new layer of offensive moves and mechanics.
I'm going to have to ask you to do this briefly. I know this is going to be challenging, but the guild system, this is something that's brand new for Brotherhood. What's kind of the basic implementation of it?
Yeah, the idea is that we're suggesting that Ezio cannot defeat the Borgia alone. So he will need to assemble a new Brotherhood with the philosophy that Altair had in AC1. So he's practically rebuilding the Assassin's Guild by recruiting rebels without a cause all across the city of Rome, and we'll recruit them and then train them by sending them on missions. So we have, it's like we have a game within the game. It's going to be, you'll see a map of Europe, and different missions at different times will be available, and you can choose which of your assassins you're going to send to those missions. And it's like a gambling system. So certain missions will be very hard, and you'll need to select the right people to send. If they come successfully, and there's a chance they might not, they return with experience points, which you can spend on certain skills. So once that's done, then you can use your assassins in the game.
So it's a good strategy element that's inside of the game. Well, awesome. When are we going to be able to play Brotherhood?
November of this year.
Cannot wait, cannot wait. Thank you so much for coming by, Vincent. And of course, for all of you out there, stay tuned tomorrow for a demo of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood multiplayer.
2K Games is here in full force with a bunch of new titles. There's Sid Meier's Civilization 5, the sand-driven shooter Spec Ops, The Line, as well as the long-awaited return of XCOM. Alex Simoes has all the details.
For the past half-decade, 2K Games have been bringing out some of the world's most popular games. Now, this year, they're going to bring out a trio of unforgettable titles. Special Ops, The Line. So tell us about it.
Spec Ops: The Line is an intense third-person military-themed shooter which is in Dubai after a series of catastrophic sandstorms have devastated the city and provided a lot of new opportunities for gameplay involving verticality and in this amazing environment.
The main character, is he a lone gunman or has he got a team behind him?
So Captain Walker is the leader of an elite Delta Force unit, and as the player you get to control Captain Walker and the squad that he plays with.
Cool, sounds awesome. So when can I get my hands on this?
2011.
Let's check out another of 2K's releases with Sid Meier's Civilization 5. Now here with Garrett, he's going to tell us a bit about it. This is like the 5th one in the series. What's the plot of this one?
Oh, well, in Civilization 5, you start out as a settler, and you just found your first city and grow your empire from the dawn of civilization to the future.
How accessible is it for people who are new to this series?
We've done a lot of work in Civilization 5 to make it even more accessible than any other civilization.
Cool, and when's it released?
It releases in September 21st in the US and September 25th for the rest of the world.
Cool, I look forward to it. So here's another one of 2K Games' kick-ass titles, the newly revamped XCOM. I'm here with Jonathan. He's going to tell us a bit about it. So what makes XCOM different from the original?
First and foremost, it's a first-person shooter. That's the key difference. But we're retaining a lot of elements of the original game. Things like the strategy and unraveling a mystery behind a strange and deadly and unknowable enemy as it invades its way into America.
Okay, so we're a big fan of Bioshock 2 here at G4. So what is it similar to that at all?
Obviously, we're leveraging all of the experience that we've built up in making Bioshock 2, so that you'll be able to expect things like, the rich world, the very striking visuals, and, great characters.
Cool. And when's it out?
It's out in 2011.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you. And there you have it. There's 2K Games' E3 lineup, and G4 are here giving you the biggest and brightest exclusives on some of the games.
Coming up, we will go hands-on with Brink, the new shooter from Splash Damage.
The game features a unique free-running system that takes first-person combat to a whole new level.
All that and plenty more when G4's coverage of E3 2010 continues.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Burger King. Burger King is open till 2 a.m. or later. Don't go to bed before the king.
All right, if you like the combination of online multiplayer and non-stop action and blasting people away, well, we know you do. Our next game is for you folks. Let's go hands-on with Splash Damage's Brink. All right, here to walk us or slide us or wall run us through Brink, game director Paul Wedgwood. Good to see you again, Paul.
Good to see you.
How are you?
Good.
It's been a little while since we first heard of Brink, so bring us up to speed. This is a futuristic squad-based shooter. Right. But somebody tripped and spilled a vial of parkour into the first-person shooter mixture.
Yeah, it's at its heart, it's a shooter. So it's about shooting people, it's about visceral combat, and that's really important. But what we wanted to do was take those kind of frustrating artificial constraints out of shooters. I mean, back as far as the Quake days, back in the day when we played years ago, you'd run up to a table and you jump up and you just can't reach it. Or you've got a wall, it's just this high. You still can't climb over it. So what we're doing with Brink is we're removing all that stuff. We've got a new system called SMART. It stands for smooth movement across random terrain.
But what does that actually mean?
Well, basically, if I run towards something like a table and I hit the button, I'm going to vault over it and slide across the top.
Oh, you're not going to set it for dinner for friends. You're actually going to use it in an action context.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, and hopefully shoot at the same time.
Right.
I can run towards the same table and look below it and slide underneath. I can run along and jump and vault up a wall or mantle over the top of something, but it's not an autopilot, it's not taking over control from you, so there's no canned animations. You know, if you're aiming and shooting and stuff like that, it doesn't interfere with that, so it's about movement and shooting.
I can decide to vault over something or run somewhere while blasting away.
Yeah, exactly, and the really weird thing is that when we go back and play our past shooters, like the enemy territory games that we made in the past, it's really frustrating now because you just can't do the stuff that you can do in Brink.
You find yourself going back to the old games, mashing buttons, expecting to do some crazy double backflip.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's that little space you want to crawl under you can't do and so on.
But let's touch on the class-based combat because I'm a huge fan of playing a role on a team or a squad and trying to facilitate that. What are the classes here and who are we fighting and why?
Well, you see, the idea behind the game is that you take on a combat role that suits your preferred playing style. So if you think you've got a cracking aim, you could play soldier on the front line, pulling off like awesome mid-air headshots, planting heavy explosive charges, blowing through big gates, that kind of thing. But if that isn't really your thing, you could play a support role, say like engineer, and in fact never fire a shot, just put down defense turrets, landmines, shore up the base, buff your teammates' weapons, and still level up and still advance your game. But the idea behind Brink really is that you're fighting for the Ark. The Ark is this immense artificial floating city built at sea as part of a contemporary green vision just off the coast of San Francisco.
Sounds loving.
Towed out into the middle of the Pacific, and then boom, it just loses contact with the rest of the world. No ships, no planes, total radio silence. 20 years later, they're really running out of resources, so you get to fight as either the resistance, fighting on behalf of the refugees, or the security, so there's 2 complete story campaigns in the game.
Very cool. And what I love is that there is that single-player campaign. We talk about squad-based shooters, even with all the elements you have, you immediately go, oh, okay, an online game, I'm going to be warring with clans, but you guys have focused on making sure that the single-player game is a full, complete, coherent experience that rewards you also in online.
Sure. Well, you know, we have this reputation. We've been making shooters for 10 years. We've had like 15 million downloads of Enemy Territory, but those are hardcore multiplayer shooters, and we love really compelling single-player narratives, you know. So we wanted to create a game that really blurred the lines between offline and online gaming. And in Brink, irrespective of whether you play single-player, co-op with up to 7 of your friends, or in full multiplayer versus mode, you advance your same in-game character basically persistently. You get these cool outfits that represent what a badass you've become to your friends. You can get in and modify your weapons and put scopes on and red dot sights and silencers and muzzle brakes and front grips and magazine upgrades.
And it's not 2 separate characters. I can take my single player character, bring that badass guy into the online world and then destroy friends there.
Yeah.
Very cool. When you talk about going to these levels like single player, you said you like a narrative. Is it, all right, you're in this level now, kill everybody, or is there an actual story that we're playing through to get to that
there's
arc?
an absolute story. So you start out with a squad. We use full performance captured cinematics. So we've been in the studio with actors, you know, covered in all the little dots, recording their facial animation, their voices and everything they say.
You didn't even need the dots for the faces. You just wanted to embarrass them and stick it all over, right?
A big orchestral soundtrack and a real story arc, basically telling you the viewpoint from the resistance or the security through 2 complete campaigns. But when you're in that mission, you'll have a series of objectives that your squad needs to get done. So we have an AI mission system. It doesn't matter what combat role you're playing, it takes into account the abilities and upgrades you've got, where you are on the battlefield, what your squad mates are doing, status of the objectives, and gives you a bunch of cool stuff to do. And it's always different. So you're not like, you know, in a lot of shooters, you're just on a mine cart, going down the same route, enemies pop up in front of you, you shoot the same guys,
I go back,
if you die,
and
it's
there
the
they
same
are
again.
Yeah.
It's nothing like that. So you're completely free, you have freedom of movement, the freedom to play the combat role that you want to play, that suits how you want to play, the freedom to modify your weapons that suit your preferred playing style, and then the freedom really to just go anywhere you like in that mission and choose different tactics.
Paul, with all the experience you guys had, I absolutely trust you implicitly when you say you've thought about every aspect of this. So thank you so much for showing off Brink, Paul.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. Hey guys, that's Brink. When can we get it? Real quick.
Spring 2011.
Spring of 2011. That's your answer. Now let's go to Olivia.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry about that.
Tomonobu Itagaki is one of gaming's most outspoken and notorious developers, and he's been working on a secret project since his departure from Tecmo in 2008. Well, secret's out, and his new game is called Devil's Third. It is fast, it is bloody, and it is incredibly over the top. And Blair has more in this Flow Report.
The man I'm about to talk to is so big, we couldn't even interview him here on the show floor. They're hiding him in a room back there, but I'll give you a couple hints. Dead or Alive, Ninja Gaiden, dude always wears sunglasses. Figure it out? Yeah, Tomonobu Itagaki. So huge announcement. Everybody always wonders what you're going to do next. Devil's Third got announced a couple days ago. It's here at E3. Tell me about the game.
Basically, I don't like to make the same kind of games over and over, and so I'm always looking for something new. And this is going to be the 5th new challenge that I'm going to attack.
One key focal point that I think you have in all of your games: really attractive women. Do you find an attractive female model and then build a game around that? Is that how that works?
You know, my policy has never changed from before. In this world, in terms of entertainment industry, there are only about 10 things from the top that you can count that are important.
When you left Tecmo, you've made some amazing games since then. Seems like everything's kind of died down. Any hard feelings there? You wish them the best? I assume that you do.
Of course, I do wish them well, of course. And I learned a lot there, and I think we developed a lot of good games there. You know, I think of Tecmo as my sort of an old home kind of thing, so I do wish them well.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time. This has been an absolute honor. Again, you start making the sunglasses. I want a pair. Sunglasses. All right, a few words. Not a lot to say about the game, but I think we got a lot of insight into the mind of a true gaming genius.
Inagaki, a man of mystery? No. Still on the way, the creator of Gran Turismo 5 comes by for an in-depth look at the upcoming hardcore racing sim.
This is the most successful PlayStation exclusive franchise in history with over 50 million units sold so far.
The next game in the series will be on our stage right after this.
Speakers up here, a 10-inch subwoofer below, great for gaming or just home entertainment. You can put it in your dorm room, your room at home, whatever. 22-inch LED HD screen with a movable arm so you can put it wherever you want. You just get in this bad boy and oh yeah. Peace out. See you guys later.
Out there, but only one series caters to bona fide gearheads.
Now, the type of people who have episodes of Top Gear memorized word for word will love our next world premiere demo. It's Gran Turismo 5.
Joining us now, and we are honored to have him on our stage, is Polyphony Digital CEO Kazunori Yamauchi.
Gotta get blue flight or something and hop down there.
All right, so, yes, give it up for the man. So, for those people who live under a rock and don't understand the significance of the Gran Turismo series, what makes this such a definitive racing game?
Biggest race of the year. We actually, I don't know, I'll give you my card and you can, I'll shoot you an email. We may have...
It's the realism and the love for cars that brings it to the top.
And your physics engine has always been incredibly impressive.
You want a bottle of Coke?
Have you made tweaks to it in this version?
That's off the back of the menu.
One of the things that we really focused on improving this time was just the mechanism and structures related to the tires themselves, also the material properties and the characteristics involved, and that's something that we worked hard on this version.
Now, we've all day long, we've seen the NASCAR mode that's brand new to the Gran Turismo series. Are there any new modes also that have been incorporated into Gran Turismo 5?
ナスカーのモードは今回いろいろ見せられたんですけど、それ以外のもので何かグランツーリスモで今回プッシュしたいものとか強調したいものってありますか？どれが一つなかなか難しくて、グランツーリスモっていうのはあらゆるアスペクトで最高のものを目指してますから、本当どのピースを取り出しても素晴らしいものになっていると思います。 Yeah, it's actually really hard to raise just one thing because Gran Turismo consists of a multitude of things that you pull out any one thing from the game, it's going to be great. So it's hard to say with just one.
And so now you've added night racing and collision damage. How do those affect the game? How does that affect the cars and how you drive?
ナイトレースと衝突のダメージとかが追加されましたけど、その運転の仕方とかゲームにどういった役割というか影響があると思いますか？
まずナイトレーシングに関して言うと、僕自身が24時間レースに年に2回ぐらい出るもんですから、夜のドライビング、見えない中でのドライビングの難しさっていうのはすごくよくわかるんですね。それをゲームで表現した方っていうのはナイトレーシングについて。
Well, in regards to night racing, I've raced in a few endurance races, 24-hour races at night. And it's really difficult to drive at night when you can't really see. And I really wanted to implement that into the game where you can experience it.
であとコリジョンダメージについてはやっぱり車が壊れるっていうことはレースに緊張感を生みますよね。それが狙いです。
And when you add collision and damage to a game, of course you have the added tension of trying not to break your car. So it adds to the excitement and some of the fun factors.
And you don't want to break those beautiful, beautiful cars. Obviously, you are quite the car connoisseur. Can you give us some ideas of some of the new cars and even some of the new tracks that we can find in Gran Turismo 5?
もちろん綺麗な車壊したくないですし、新しい車とかコースとか何か紹介してもらえますか？
この E3 では、イタリアのトスカーナだとか、あるいはスペインのマドリード、あるいはイタリアのローマ、そういったコースを新しく紹介しています。
Yeah, in the E3 demo that we brought to this year to E3, you have the Tuscany course, the Madrid urban street course, and also the street course in Rome as well.
All right.
And I think a big question that a lot of gamers would like to know the answer to: when are they going to get to play this game?
でゲーマーの待ち構えている質問はいつゲームを遊べるんでしょうかと。
11月2日発売です。
It's going on sale on the 2nd of November.
All right. We cannot wait. Thank you so much for being on our stage.
Again, thank you.
It is
Come
a
on,
huge
everybody.
honor. We really appreciate it. Right now, let's send it over to Olivia and find out what's happening in the Twitterverse.
Well, after a full day of E3 coverage, you might be experiencing sensory overload. Thankfully, there is a remedy, and Chris Hardwick is ready to administer it.
Hey, Chris Hardwick here from Web Soup. We're gearing up for our most insane episode yet. It's our big season finale right after G4's exclusive coverage of E3. And what do we have on deck for you? I'm glad you asked. We had a tasteful of assortment nut shots. Delightful. An exclusive look at some very deranged video games. Yes, ma'am. And as always, a teeth-rattling selection of fails. Nailed it. Yes, it's a positively gigantic season finale of Web Soup. Next, right after G4's hugely awesome coverage of E3. Yes, you all should be there.
The Hellgasts are coming! The Hellgasts are coming! And they have jetpacks. Yay. Up next, we'll have a hands-on demo of the PlayStation 3 exclusive Killzone 3. More E3? It's coming up right after this.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Web Soup, your weekly viral video fix of stuff you can't unsee. Season finale next, only on G4.
To Multiplayer Madness and the finale of our Gran Turismo 5 competition. NASCAR driver Kevin Conway finished up with a time of 49.05. And now it's time for some lucky fans to show us how they stacked up against a pro. NASCAR's Kevin Conway set the bar really high, and Jesse stayed right on track. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Then little Bo Peep, couldn't find her sheep. See what I did there? Anyways. And then poor Chuck just kind of fell just a tad short. But you guys, I'd like to say you're all winners, but you're not. Only one guy gets a prize, and that means he's the only winner. Nobody topped Kevin Conway's lightning time, by the way, but Jesse Nenadich was just 1 second. We're just 1 second away for the checkered flag. Look at that, with a time of 50.17 seconds.
Oh, my wits!
How's that? That's what you get. See, you get the G4 swag bag, ladies. We got some stuff coming in. Okay, G4 swag bag, the Sony prize pack, a free copy of the game as soon as it's released, and that was handed to you from the man himself. Lots of ladies giving you stuff, and oh, you got everything. This is everything. See this? Now every Sprint Cup driver wants to win one of these, right? How about that?
Have you guys seen the Dreamcast 2? Oh. Sidebuster.
He was wearing a microphone. He wasn't. He's doing something for his own show. Okay, but this is what you're going to win. Look.
That's a lot of nuts.
I know. Everybody likes nuts.
That's nuts.
Yay. Oh, wait, and a checkered flag.
You put your nuts in my mouth.
I did.
No,
there you go. Now, all show long, you've been sending in your tweets on Gran Turismo 5, and the winner of our Twitter challenge is Marco Gutierrez, a.k.a. @Marguts, who tweeted, Gran Turismo is the only racing series that has truly stuck to their roots of what created Polyphonic Digital in the first place. That's amazing. Congratulations, you get a Sony prize pack, a G4 bag filled with swag, and a guaranteed copy of the game as soon as it's released. How you feeling?
I am speechless right now, but I would like to thank my manager for giving me the time off.
All right, we're gonna go to break. Shut up. More show coming up. Shut up.
Tomorrow, E3 2010's biggest games hit the G4 stage, and we're giving you unprecedented access. If a zombie outbreak happens in Vegas, does it stay in Vegas? Find out when we go hands-on with Dead Rising 2. Then, Medal of Honor returns with an explosive 3D take on modern combat. Plus, find out what new twists EA has planned for the year's most anticipated sports game, not played on actual turf. Madden NFL 11. And we'll ride light cycles in an exclusive hands-on demo of Tron Evolution. All that plus exclusive interviews, the latest trailers, and all the news as it breaks. E3 2010 is the biggest gaming event on the planet, and it's only on G4.
After years of hype and anticipation, Killzone 2 was finally released last February, and it delivered the goods.
To say the least, and you will not have to wait as long, actually. In fact, the next chapter in the series, it's here. Right now. So let's go hands-on with Killzone 3.
Joining us now is Herman Host, Managing Director of Guerrilla Games.
Herman, welcome to the old E3 stage here, sir.
Thank you.
But, you know, Killzone 2 to Killzone 3, much quicker development time, obviously. So as a gamer, thank you for that. But
very welcome.
Where are you bringing the story? Where are you bringing the characters this time?
So we're picking up exactly where we left off with Killzone 2. Fazari, main nemesis, is dead. You think you've done pretty well, but really the tables have turned on you. Your invasion fleet pretty much entirely has been annihilated. You find yourself pretty much as a mouse in the middle of a cat fight. You try to find a way to get the hell out of the planet at this point in Killzone 3, and that's what you're about to do.
You spend all of Killzone 2 getting to the top of the totem pole, and then you find out you're under the soil.
Boom, that's it.
Yeah, take us right back down. I appreciate that.
All right, and so the engine has had a bit of an overhaul. What has that allowed you to do?
So, you know, with Killzone 2, we kind of felt that we scratched the bottom of it. We've really been able to secure another 30-40%. We're using that for much broader, bigger scale, much bigger environments, a lot more detail on the screen once again, and also a lot of variety in the gameplay. You know, a lot of different settings, And I think that's what's going to define Killzone 3.
Well, what are some of those settings? I'd love to hear where we're going to be.
We just saw Winter Wonderland, a Winter Scene.
Yeah.
Winter Wonderland.
Winter Wonderland,
it's
exactly.
Beautiful and safe.
Those are the Arctic seas, the north of Helgen, and then we have Alien Jungle, very terrifying setting. Then there will be the nuclear aftermath of Killzone 2. The wastelands. There will be, even in the finale of the game, we're going to take you all the way up into space. There's going to be a lot of diversity there.
We also just saw friggin' jetpacks.
Absolutely.
Finally in Killzone.
Yeah.
So can we expect multiple like sort of vehicles or modes like that?
There's going to be quite a lot of vehicle gameplay in Killzone 3, and this is something we've taken inspiration from Killzone Liberation, where we introduced the jetpacks first. We really wanted to take that into the first-person experience for the first time in Killzone 3.
Yeah, it's a very interesting and dynamic viewpoint for the jetpack as well. And you guys, you managed to, like you said, get 30 to 40% more out of the game engine.
Yeah.
How much of that is being devoted to the fact that you guys are in 3D now, which is incredible?
Yeah, that's not really comparing apples to apples, but 3D is obviously a different way of rendering, and you got to render it in a double way, and it's already looking great. The performance is there. It's not the huge effort that people always ask me that it is. The challenge is not in creating the 3D environment. That's already there. That was always in 3D. The challenge really lies in creating that HUD and attaching that onto the 3D world and making that look good. Having the HUD, and you guys don't watch movies, 3D movies with subtitles, but back in Europe we do, right? In non-native English-speaking countries, you often see those float in front of the screen. They got to be good. The reticule, the crosshair, they got to be at the right distance, the right depth, right. And that's the main challenge.
And who are some of the enemies that we're going to be fighting?
So the enemies are going to be a lot more brutal, a lot more what we call hard sci-fi. These jetpackers is the one that we're introducing, the level that we're talking about. These guys are...
they look friendly, like they're going to drop down and give you a cookie basket?
They're very friendly, and I think they're very much indicative of what you can expect in Killzone 3. You never quite know what to expect. In Killzone 2, we introduced the cinematic deaths. In Killzone 3, we've got that, but we're taking it to an entirely different level. You shoot one of these guys out of the sky, they come back, they arch, they might land at your feet, they might kill your buddy. You never know what to expect.
So you think the
really
job
cool.
is done, you've killed them, and then they might swoop
back
to take you out.
When you least expect it.
And weaponry-wise, I mean, Killzone's always been about like thick, heavy guns and blowing people away. I'm assuming Killzone 3 is going to be no exception to that rule?
Absolutely not at all. We're actually going back to an extent to Killzone 1, take inspiration from those massive gyro mount weapons that we had. So there's a minigun that you're using on the Intruder. Later on, we're introducing the Wasp, which is a kind of a nickname. It is a portable weapon of mass destruction, swarming missiles, but it also got like an aerial strike as a secondary fire option. Massive weapon.
I like that the secondary function is an aerial strike.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that wasn't disastrous enough. Like, it's a water gun, but it could also nuke a planet.
Essentially makes you into a one-man army, which is a great empowering feeling after you've done all the hard work.
Of course. And what about multiplayer? Because obviously solid single-player campaign are going to forward the story. What can we do when we get this game online with our friends?
Multiplayer is really the other half of the game, as I call it. It's got a lot of innovation in it, a lot of cool new stuff. It's going to be very cinematic again. We're really focusing a lot on accessibility. We're making it easier for newer players to get into. We're also making it easier to play it with your friends, and the exact features I'll talk to you about more later in the year.
And what is something that's in the game that's really going to speak to the fans of the series? And what did you have to include because the fans would not accept this game without it?
The fans have been making a lot of noise about Rico as your main buddy, right? And they love him, and sometimes he can be a little bit frustrating. We've really sort of made him very useful. So now he's reviving you again when you least expect it. He's going to be very, very sweet to you.
All right, well, Herman, the game obviously looks amazing. We know it's going to play amazing. When can we get our hands on the controller and actually get in the action?
So, at the SCA booth, it's available here at E3. It's going to launch in February of next year, and it's going to be a global release. And that's going to include 3D and fully available in PlayStation Move functionality as well.
The internet will cry that day. Herman, thank you for coming by. We really appreciate it. That was Killzone 3, everybody. But now let's check in with Miss Allison Hayslip one more time. She's out on the old floor there.
Pretty cool, right? At E3, I get my very own exosuit from Red Faction Armageddon. I think I'm gonna take this puppy for a stroll and pretty much, destroy booths I don't like, and at the booths I do like, just take all the swag that I want. I just have to figure out how to make it walk. Hey guys, how do I get this thing to walk? Wait, I'm not ready. Wait, how do I get out of this thing? Wait, help!
I don't know.
help. I'm like, no.
Well, guys, every E3 we arrive full of hope and wait for a new Legend of Zelda game to be announced. The last few years, we were left disappointed and dead inside.
But not this year. Nintendo kicked off its press conference by revealing Skyward Sword, and here is a beautiful trailer.
We saw a lot of games today. Mini games.
We did.
Kevin, what was one of your favorites?
I had many favorites yet again, but thankfully some of you guys will be mentioning them. So I'm going to say Rock Band 3.
Yes.
And here's why. Here is why. Many people thought there was no innovation left in the rock band or the music genre. Look, they added the keyboard. The string guitar really caught me by surprise. Pro mode, the 80 songs. There's a whole lot to love about it. I came to this show honestly not expecting to be that energized about another music game, and I'm fully back on board with Rock Band 3.
If you knew yourself at all, you get energized about every music.
Well,
I can play drums and pick up girls. Like, hey!
If it's a Fisher-Price toy and it makes noise, I'm excited about it as well. But I really thought I was done with music games, and the keyboard peripheral, the string guitar, they did it again. I'm psyched again.
Yeah, that's all. I actually I spent a lot of time over on Gran Turismo 5, so obviously I love that. Despite the fact that I'm both Asian and a female, I actually consider myself a very good driver, so I love all driving games. And of course, Rock Band 3, I'm really excited about, so I'm going to do a toss-up between the two of them. Morgan, what about you?
You can pick two. Okay.
I did pick two.
All right, you can pick two. I'm going to say that I was actually really impressed with Gears of War 3. I was a little bit expecting it to be like, oh, we've all played Gears before, but I love the 4-player co-op. The enemies are huge and really imaginative. I really like the art direction in that game, where they have the giant pillars coming up with the enemies falling off of them. That's super awesome. Also, there's chicks. Super awesome.
And beast mode.
And beast mode's going to be fantastic. In fact, the enemies exploding, you have to kick them away after you chainsaw them. That's awesome, too. So that's why I picked
monsters. Just give me more monsters, because if I'm not terrified, well, then I'm not exercising. So it's
you
the way
your heart rate
strength.
I can keep my girlish figure that way. My choice, which I know was at least Kevin's choice, and now everyone else's.
Yes.
Rage.
It just looks incredible.
Absolutely, just kind of an eye-opener. It was so much fun to actually be up there with you, Kevin. I had seen that demo a couple of times. It was fun to see someone watch it for the first time.
I was absolutely giddy. And how many people walked by and said, wait, that's running on an Xbox? Excuse me?
It's inconceivable that is running on an Xbox. And what I love about that is that we're going to see games like that coming through as soon as people realize that it's possible.
I mean, it really is an accomplishment. I've said it before. I think id's design is now, up there
on par with their technology.
On par with their technology, and it was like Tim Willits crawled inside my head and said, "Oh, that's what Adam likes in a game. Well, that's a good idea."
What else did he find in there, Adam? After batting away the cobwebs,
he found that little pool of tears.
We don't talk about that anymore. We don't talk about that. We put that in a box and
in
put
that
it on
dark
a shelf.
room with the X on the door.
But this is something also, if you're not seeing this in HD, you really need to go to G4TV.com.
It's up on the website right now.
It's up on the website. Watch it in HD. It's going to blow your mind.
G4TV.com. Check it out there. It looks amazing in high def. Folks,
good night, everyone.
That's going to do it. You heard it here. G4's coverage of E3 2010. It's actually far from over. We're going to be back tonight at 9:30 with a very special live edition of G4TV.com's feedback.
And tomorrow night at 6, we'll be back on the floor with even more hands-on demos, exclusive interviews, and all the breaking headlines.
Guys, again, go to G4TV.com/E3 for anything that you might have missed this week. There's a lot of it.
And right now, stay tuned. The season finale of Web Soup. Thanks for watching.
In the beginning, human beings fought against the elements to stay alive. And once we conquered Mother Nature, we began the quest for entertainment. We're all part of the evolution of gaming. We've come a long way from Pong. We're not scared of space invaders anymore, and we've got our missiles under command. This is the golden age of video games. We're on the brink of a world where our bodies are the controllers, and our hands are the joysticks. And everything the future holds for us is unveiled right here. E3. This is where dreams become reality. Imagination is king, and a little hand-eye coordination can take you places you've only dared to wonder about. And G4 is at your side, making sure you don't miss a single thrilling detail. We'll keep you informed of the biggest news as it happens, show you the latest technology as it's unveiled, and whet your gamer's appetite with more hands-on demos than ever before. If you want to hear from the biggest celebrities and most revered names in game creation, then you're in the right place. We're hitting the start button for you. You just have to come along for the ride. Day 3 of E3 is here.
Presented by Burger King. What's up? I'm Olivia Munn.
What to do? I'm Kevin Ferrer. Hey! We're coming to you from the G4 studios here in Los Angeles.
So, you think E3's done?
I do, thank you.
Oh, you, sir, are so wrong. Back here.
Okay.
Yes, we've got 3 hours of live coverage today with demos, floor reports, and, of course, all the latest news.
Let me tell you what's coming up, Olivia. Coming up in this hour, we'll go hands-on with Body Count, the new shooter from Codemasters. It actually has nothing to do with Ice-T, which is kind of a shame, really.
It is a shame.
There you go.
Plus, find out what's in store for EA's reboot of Medal of Honor. World War II, long gone.
Oh.
This game focuses on modern combat and huge beards, by the way.
Gotta have
Big
that.
beards.
And Alma returns in Fear 3, the supernatural shooter that has a whole new take on co-op play. And trust me, you're going to want to hear about it. Now, here's the battle plan, everybody. Get out the blueprints. We're here in the studio.
Yes.
Everyone else has to do actual work.
Yeah.
They're at the Los Angeles Convention Center.
We've got a whole team on the floor, and they'll be bringing you the latest on all the show's most wanted games.
Day 3 of E3 2010, and you think you've seen it all, and then something like this comes along. But if you don't mind, I need to concentrate.
I'm high above the floor, checking out the fabulous Sony booth. I wanted to come up here because they have an amazing view. I just wanted to show you guys how massive this place is. I can see all the way over there to Bethesda, and this isn't it. There's a whole nother hall that's ginormous we're going to be checking out.
All right, I am here on the show floor at E3 2010. There's a lot of weird stuff going on behind me. There's a lot of interesting stuff coming up next, but I can't tell you about it because the HR department back at the office is like, they were all like, you can't say this, and I was like, but whatever, just stay around, watch.
I'm going to be rocking it out on the floor again, bringing you some awesome games you might have missed, and just creating some havoc in general. I'm on the list, right?
Folks, now it's time for my favorite way of relaxing. You know, I like to get zen every now and then. I like to calm things down by shooting dudes in the face. So let's do it.
It's very relaxing. Body Count is the new shooter from the designer of Last Generation's Black. That means plenty of firepower and an emphasis on environmental destruction.
Yes, so Adam and Morgan are here. They're actually ready with a hands-on demo.
Joining us to demo the new shooter, Body Count. It's the game's creative director, the great Stuart Black.
Hi, great to be with you today.
So the last game you made was Black, and then you went to a Lady Gaga show at Glastonbury, and it brought us Body Count. If you wouldn't mind explaining what has been all over the internet, and maybe it makes sense to me.
Yeah, so when we made Black, it was quite a serious, kind of dark, thriller kind of shooter. And when I went to see Lady Gaga, I was just so taken with the outrageousness and the uplifting nature of her show. Yeah, I wanted to make a fun shooter, get away from all this serious men in cruel, grim worlds. Yeah, and do something that was a little bit outrageous, a little bit silly, and kind of uplifting and fun.
And so then, what world did you guys put this in? What are we looking at here?
So what we're looking at here, this is a stage in Africa, a kind of fictionalized, oil-exploited African town. We're in an area called the Freeway Underpass, just outside a major urban area, and we're shooting our way through to a shanty town.
And I see when people die, they release these bubbles, and I want to collect them, but what do they do?
Yeah, so
I want them. I don't even know what they do, and I want them.
you just gotta pick them up, right?
I have to go get them.
Yeah, so those are intel, and they're kind of like your cash in the game, yeah? They're like the coins in Mario. You use those to upgrade your character, unlock new weapons, upgrade those weapons, call in airstrikes, and those kind of things.
Oh, I do love a good airstrike.
Yeah.
Now, Black was quite notable for the destructible environment, and that was a game that was for the last-gen systems, which we're still having a little bit of challenge with all those type of physics. Now you're doing it for next gen, and how have you been able to amp up that sense of just absolute destruction?
Yeah, so we're really being able to go deep into the detail and in the density of that shredding and that destruction. So pretty much everything you expect to shred does shred, kind of all the window frames, all the door frames, the corner of the buildings, all the objects you see in the world, anything that's basically made of plastic, wood, plaster, brick, it's all going to rip apart.
And does the sense of fun really go into the weapons as well?
Yeah, so we wanted to give you a real strong visceral kick to those weapons, yeah? Make you really feel, kind of Hollywoodize them, make them hyper-real. We don't want to be constrained by reality. We very much want to give you a kind of old 8-bit arcade feel. Bring that back to the shooter. There's an awful lot of really serious simulation kind of style shooters out there. We just want to throw that stuff out the window and just have a lot of fun with it.
And so what's your favorite weapon in the game?
It's got to be the assault rifle. I'm an assault rifle fan, right? Just spitting out bullets.
Now, in terms of the level design, I mean, is it how much freedom are you being afforded in terms of going around the level, blowing things up?
Yeah, we want to give you a lot of freedom. But by the very nature of that shredding, right, you can rip through walls, you can rip through floors and all the door frames and window frames and things. So you can make your own route through the level, leave your own fingerprint or footprint of destruction.
And so what are some of the stale FPS sort of tropes that you guys are trying to blow up a little bit?
Yeah, so I talked a fair bit about this. So one of my little pet hates is the whack-a-mole gameplay, right? Where a guy gets down behind cover and you're just gonna sit there and wait for him to pop his head up.
Because you know he's gonna pop his head up.
You know he's coming up.
And he's not gonna move, he's just gonna...
Yeah, and I'm sitting there waiting going, come on, get my head up, come. I'm impatient. I can't be arsed waiting around like that. I want to rip through that cover and get at him and put him down.
And so now you don't have any of those elements, so then how do people move around? Like, how do you get around that gameplay element? How do you get around that sort of cover system? Like, are people not going to pop up as much? Are people going to move around behind the
people
cover?
People move around a lot more, right? When you strip the cover away from them, they're like, oh, I got to get the hell out of here, right?
It's not good.
you got to watch for the type of cover that you're behind, right? There's a lot of explosive elements. Quite often you're moving around, darting around, and then you hunker down behind someone, and there's that red barrel there. And you're like, oh, no, that ain't for me. I'm getting out of there.
So don't hide behind the wooden crate, is what you're saying.
Don't hide behind the wooden crate, yeah.
So don't be near that red barrel. That red barrel, it might mean something over there.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're in a shantytown here. What type of variety can we expect from the levels and the locales in the game?
Sorry?
What's the type of variety of the locales in the game that we can expect?
We start in quite a conventional place, I think, in the game. We kind of arc the game across like a TV season. So we start in Africa, and then we go to different parts of the world as we go through the season. We kind of see we take one step into the future over the course of the game.
All right, so we need to know the platform and a release date.
So it's going to be out on the 360 and the PS3 in the spring of next year.
What, no Wii?
No Wii.
Oh,
no, sorry, folks.
Stuart, thank you so much for coming by the stage.
Always fun to interview.
Yes, let's hear it for him.
I'm here with Julian Widows, executive producer for Activision. What elements from GoldenEye that we've seen before are you guys keeping, and what are some of the new things we're going to be seeing?
The first thing we did is went back to the original film and asked ourselves what would a GoldenEye 2010 title look like. And so the things that we think are really important are player choice, whether it's covert or firefight, whether it's to use physical takedowns or to use ballistic weapons. The other thing we really wanted to capture is that sense of being James Bond, of being a secret agent. This isn't Pierce Brosnan, this is Daniel Craig.
Nobody ever died being too careful. Words to live by.
So it's a grittier, more physical Bond. It's a slightly darker world. We have 4-player split screen with 8 classic characters, a host of hosting options, so you can create up to 200 different game modes, as well as 8-player Wii Online.
Now, when you talk about Bond, you got to talk about weapons. What are we going to be seeing in GoldenEye?
There are over 25 weapons in the game, and they range from silenced pistols to Russian assault rifles, German submachine guns, rocket launchers, sniper rifles, and then obviously one of the most important weapons in the game is the tank. You actually get to drive the tank through the streets of St. Petersburg. You know, it's a phenomenal level, loads of destruction, loads of actions.
And this is exclusive to the Wii.
We're really using the Wii's controls. You know, Daniel Craig's Bond's very different. He's a more hands-on Bond, and so we've really used gestures in what we believe is an appropriate way for the franchise.
This was like an unannounced game. No one knew this was coming. You surprised all of us, and thank you for doing so. We're really looking forward to it.
Yes. Stay right there because after the break, we'll have a hands-on demo of Medal of Honor.
That's right. EA has gone back to the drawing board and taken the long-running franchise in a whole new direction. All that and more, if you can believe it, when G4's coverage of E3 2010 Live continues. Where? Huh? Oh, there. Hello. Hello. Whistle. One more.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Burger King. Burger King is open till 2 a.m. or later. Don't go to bed before the king.
So the thing about conventions is that the crowds are awful. So I finally found a way to get through them. I have this awesome bike to mow people down. I have a boxing glove with knives attached to it. I have a teddy bear with dynamite. And my personal favorite, I got a paddle with chainsaws on the end. Now I can just paddle on through the crowd like nothing's going on. I'm sorry, what? These are for zombies? Oh.
Later this year, EA is set to relaunch the Medal of Honor series with present-day combat and some seriously epic beards.
Now joining us now for a hands-on look is producer Patrick Liu. Patrick, thanks for being here. So, what we're checking out right now is the multiplayer for Medal of Honor, and it is being, it's being done by the Dice guys up in Sweden. What's kind of the take on this? Obviously, Medal of Honor's in a new setting. It's taking a more kind of serious, realistic look. Well, actually, it always has, but now it's present-day combat. How is that going to affect the multiplayer?
I mean, this is the first time that we're doing more than military shooter, but that's not Battlefield. So it feels kind of nice for us to do something fresh and creatively do something new. And setting in something that's really serious. It's in Afghanistan. You're setting the tier 1 guys towards the Taliban's, and it's going to be really, really authentic.
And so, this is a series that definitely has its fans, and so you guys are being a little creative and changing it up, but what are those essential elements that are still going to be there?
I would say, we're still very grounded into reality. It's not about the war, it's about the soldier. It's about the soldier's story. And, same thing in multiplayer, we take some more freedom there, obviously, but it's still it's not over the top. It's more grounded to what we think is, true to the franchise.
So you're trying to give the player a little bit more of that realistic experience of what they would experience if they were a soldier.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're gonna blow up walls with the grenades or, drive tanks through houses and stuff like that. It's more like, infantry focus, much more fast-paced and, feeling more as a kick-ass bearded guy.
And obviously, we need to get to the beards. And that really distinguishes, Dice's work on the Battlefield series. What are the modes? Obviously, deathmatch, team deathmatch, but what are kind of the more unique modes for the game?
Yeah, so what we've been talking about so far is Team Assault, which is basically a team deathmatch type game mode. Everyone loves it. It's really tight, really fast-paced, really intense. And then we are, other end of the spectrum of game modes. We have Combat Mission, which is, much more tactical, team-based game mode. Need to run through a number of objectives to get through to the goal. And then we have a number of game modes that we haven't talked about yet in between there. So we're going to cover all bases, so everyone will find something that they like in the game.
You guys actually worked with guys from the Special Forces. What did you learn from them, and what did you integrate into the game?
They're really cool guys, and if you just talk to them, so what would you scream to each other in battle? It's like, well, we don't talk much. Like, they just do their signs. It's like, well, what would you be thinking, if you had to talk, what would you say? So stuff like that, and all the dialogues, all the VO is geared towards what they would probably say if they had to talk.
Okay, beards. How do they play into the game?
So now, obviously, we have a persistence system, so you can, rank up, unlock more weapons, unlock more modifications, and customize your own weapons. And then at some point, we will choose you to become a tier 1 operator, and then you will, gain the beard, the cool hat, and the shades and all that. So you're going to be able to tell.
And then everyone in the game will like, that guy must be a badass because he looks like a badass in the game.
Exactly.
Now, did you ever worry when you're making this game? I mean, Afghanistan, it's a little bit delicate subject matter. How did you address that?
Again, it's not about exactly what war it is, who you're fighting. It's more about the soldier. And as we see, we see movies and books and TV doing all this, portraying current events, and we see, games as the ultimate medium to portray current events, really. So we see that we're doing the right thing here.
All right, and Patrick, when's the game coming out?
It's coming out October 12th here in the US and in 15th in Europe.
All right, it's looking good.
Thank you
so much.
Poor viewers, their brains must be full of amazing game info.
I think they are.
You have to lose something to remember something new, so I want to remind them. Don't forget, you can get all your up-to-the-second E3 news, exclusive HD videos, and more at g4tv.com/E3. It's that simple, kids. You just type that in, and it's all right there on your internet machine.
You give so much.
It's what I do.
You're so giving.
Stop taking.
After the break, we're going to hit the floor for a look at Microsoft's unique approach to motion control.
Hey, that's good. I'm sorry.
Okay, because you're crying.
Hey, you don't need a controller for Kinect. And we'll try out some upcoming games at E3 2010 Live continues.
Stop crying.
I really snapped at today.
You did. It was uncomfortable.
Welcome back to E3 2010 Live, everybody. Now, without a doubt, motion control gaming has become a major influence on this console generation. Microsoft is finally entering the ring with Kinect, right, everybody? Oh! It actually requires no controller whatsoever, so here's a look at some upcoming titles that will have you waving your arms like a crazy pants man.
Microsoft Xbox booth to take a look at what could be one of the 21st century's greatest gaming devices. Can you guess what it is? Yeah, it's Microsoft Kinect. Okay, well, I'm here with Kudo here. He's the creative director of this beast. Okay, well, you announced this last year as Project Natal. It's now known as Kinect. So how does it work? Give us the lowdown.
So we got 3 big features in Kinect. The first one is the full body tracking, and then we're able to see who's the human playing and use their inputs or their body motions to control characters in the game. We've also got some great voice technology, so now you can actually talk to characters inside the game. You don't need any headset. If you're playing multiplayer on live, again, no headset required. So again, it's the body tracking, the using your voice, and then we've also got our Kinect recognition system. So you look at a game like Kinectimals, where you're able to adopt your own pet and play with it. So if I adopt a pet, I play with it over time, the pet gets to know me, we have a shared set of memories and experiences. If you come in to play with the pet, it's going to react totally differently to you than it does to me, because it knows who I am, it remembers who I am. So those 3 things all together, it's all controller-free gaming, it's interacting with your Xbox 360 in the most natural way possible.
With Kinect, are you aiming it more at families or at like sort of casual gamers, or will there be games for like hardcore gamers?
So, I mean, I think the great thing is, you know, they're very social games, and we try and make it fun for not only the people playing, but for everybody else in the room as well. But I do think, you know, core gamers, everybody now thinks core gamers are just people who shoot each other, and that's all what a core game is. If you're not shooting people, it's not a core game. But to me, core gamers just really like skill-based gameplay, a lot of gameplay depth, and all the Kinect games really have that layered in as well.
And when will these be in the shops?
You're going to see the Kinect platform will be out in November, and then, you know, the games will be available in time to do all your holiday shopping.
brilliant. That's just in time for my birthday. I know what to ask my family for this year.
Miss Munn, I think now would be a good time to check in with our fickle audience back there on the Twitter wall.
That's right. Okay, so what do we have? Trekker Guy. Connect is everything the Wii wishes it had been and more.
Oh,
whoa!
Snap!
Where Wii is a daycare toy, Connect can connect with everyone.
What? I don't know if you, maybe you weren't paying attention when Microsoft demoed the 6-year-old Asian girl playing with Skittles, her pet tiger, but that looked like a daycare session to me, but all right, fair
I didn't
enough.
know Bill Gates' Twitter name was Trekker Guy. Good to know. Okay, so
Lou Lepore?
Lou Lepore. As an Xbox 360 owner, I think this could work. The only thing in their way is making awesome games that keep you away from Kinect. I don't really get it.
So what? I mean, I was with you at A. I just don't know if we got to B by the end of that tweet.
Yeah.
I don't know where we were going with that one. I'm sorry. I seriously spaced out. I was like, you read the username, and I'm like, oh, are we talking about Kinect? I don't know where I am right now. I'm sorry.
Well,
let's try another one. Yeah.
Ray Cole Jr. Kinect has some serious potential. The early demos are pretty nice.
They're pretty nice. Hey, here's the thing. TJ Ryder 90 says with the tech of Kinect is cool, and I agree. Some good software tricks going on. In Futuristic, he won't be sold until there's some hardcore games. That is, to me, the major issue here, because while Kinect seems interesting, they're trying to sell it the exact same way Nintendo sold the Wii. The games look exactly the same. I mean, a little bit prettier, but you're making the same movement. So and it's going to take 2 years probably to develop something hardcore.
Yeah, but this thing.
Yeah, but it's the same movement, the same. What was the controller? Yeah. See, I don't know that I want to live in the world where you're not making that motion while playing a game. I just don't know, Olivia.
Well, I can do it anyway. I can do that in Kinect, and then Kinect will go, hey, that's Olivia doing this.
Sold! Touche, my lady, touche.
So if you guys want us to read your E3 tweets on the air, just use the hashtag E3
He said it's
G4.
the future of gaming. There's not even a TV in this van. Stick around. We'll have more demos of E3's biggest games right after the break.
Coming up, we'll get behind the wheel of Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. Running along has never looked so good.
Vroom, vroom goes the red car.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Hanes. Play comfortable in the lay flat collar undershirt.
All right, the creators of Burnout are taking the Need for Speed series back to its roots with a new game focused on LA's favorite hobby, running from the cops.
Criterion Games creative director Craig Sullivan is here to show us the new Need for Speed Hot Pursuit.
So I was one of many that when we saw this at the EA press conference went, yes, this is what I wanted to see in my Need for Speed. What are you doing with the game besides sort of taking it back to everyone's fond memories of the originals?
Well, it's definitely the case that Criterion Games are reinventing Need for Speed for a connected generation. So we're really going big on friends, play between friends, and going big on cop and racer side. So you get to play as a full career online and offline as a cop, and a full career online and offline as a racer. So we found out that actually one of the biggest, most requested features in the last 7 years of Need for Speed is that people have been playing a lot as the racers, but now you get to play fully as a cop. So that's big for us. Also, we're really going big on something called Autolog, which is a revolutionary suite of connected features that allows you to play with your friends even when you're not online at the same time. So simple example of that is you live in the States and I live in sunny Guildford back in the UK. And we live in completely different time zones. So you play a race, you set a good time on the race. I wake up the next day, I boot up the game. Autolog recommends that you've played the game while I've been away, and it says that you've beaten my personal best. One button press, I get to play that and then push it back to you. So there's a lot going on there.
And how are the players' campaigns going to be different if you're playing as a cop or playing as
as a racer.
An outlaw.
An outlaw as a racer. I mean, they're two very different things. The cool thing about Hot Pursuit and the fact that you get to play as a cop and a racer is they're very understandable roles, right? Everybody's seen those crazy TV shows about the cops chasing after the bad guys on the freeway, so they kind of know that if you're a cop, you drive, you've got the big lights and the cool car, and you get to go really fast, and it's not illegal. As the racer guy, you get to drive as fast as you can and just try and get away from the cops. So everything on the racer side is focused on driving really fast and racing and outrunning the cops and escaping. And the cops are all about chasing down the racers and busting them in a really spectacular way.
Now, in terms of busting them, is it pretty much driving them off the road? How can the cop resolve this pursuit?
Yeah, again, I mean, we wanted to try and keep it as realistic as possible in terms of people's expectations. So, you know, going back to those crazy TV shows, the cops just get up behind them and kind of, you know, smack them. They call in the helicopter support. They generally just try and smash the car up and get them off the road. That's pretty much what you do in the game. The racer takes damage from the cop every time he hits them hard, and it ultimately ends up in the car smoking and kind of, you know, a bit smashed up, and then the next hit takes them out and causes the car to tumble down the road.
Now, if I'm going online, can I pick for every race I want to be a cop or I want to be a racer, or is this something like I'm going to pick cop and go all the way and try and bust as many people as I can?
It's totally up to you. I mean, you know, the game is who do you want to be today? So sometimes you'll wake up and you think, right, I want to be a cop, I want to chase people down, I want to chase after my friends, you know. You might find out that he's playing and he's online today and
I'm definitely chasing him down.
You know, if he's your most wanted, you want to go in and you want to bust him, right? So you can just do that, and, you know, and you go on the epic chases all around our open world environment. We have 100 miles of open road where you get to drive your cars as fast as you can. And if you want to play as a cop and just chase after guys and bust them all day, you can do that and you'll progress. If you want to play as a racer without the cops in the game, then you can do that as well. We try and cater for as many different possibilities.
All right, well, you have made me a very happy man, as same for many fans of the Need for Speed series. Thank you so much for your time, Craig.
Thank you very much.
So I'm cruising around the show floor, and I hear this rumor where there's some magical place where dudes are beating the crap out of each other, and they'll also give me free alcohol. So, of course, I come to the EA MMA Strikeforce Live event. I am here with the Supreme High Commander of Electronic Arts, Mr. Peter Moore. Yeah.
Say that.
You're welcome. I just gave you a title. You just got promoted by me.
Yeah, I'll see it in my paycheck when it comes.
I kind of wanted to get your perspective from a top level, how excited you guys are about entering this world.
Wow, we're very excited. We've been obviously talking about the title for a year now. We announced it this time last year, if you recall, at E3. We're finally now, as you probably played it today on the floor, it's live code, and we've announced our launch date of October 19. And also accompanying Randy on the cover is Fedor Emelianenko. So a big night here for bringing Strikeforce into E3 here at the Nokia Theater in Los Angeles. So we're very excited.
One of the key things that you guys were kind of touching on when you brought the demo in is that although THQ kind of has almost a license that they're beholden to, you're entering it from a sports perspective. The MMA is a global sport, and you're taking it from an EA Sports standpoint. Tell me about that.
We're focused on being able to educate people, as we do with all EA Sports games, on what the nuances of the sport are, learn about the characters, the players, the rules, the strategies, all of that. That's embedded, whether it's Madden, whether it's FIFA, whether it's NBA, that's what we do. Mixed martial arts will be no different for us.
Excellent, sir. Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, and for the free alcohol as well.
And the free food. Excellent tacos back there.
Absolutely, and I will pass on a hello to Morgan for you.
Yes, please do. Yeah, forget that Sessler guy.
Sorry, buddy. So EA says they're ready to step into the octagon and go toe-to-toe with the big boys, and I am not going to question their muscle, but I am going to go drink some free booze.
E3 may be wrapping up, but the G4 greatness doesn't stop this week.
No, in fact, from games to comics to movies to viral videos to us, Attack of the Show is TV's only source for all the stuff.
Yes! And probably the only show on television where you'll see donkeys and wizard hats in an iPhone 4 review in the same episode.
Even stunning!
Yeah! I would do me.
I'm a lady. I don't show my booty pump.
Should we make a TV show now?
What? Making TV.
Welcome to Attack of the Show. We are TV's only source for all the stuff you care about.
Me and him.
Hey!
Attack of the Show airs live every weekday at 7 p.m. Head to g4tv.com/AOTS for more info.
But don't do it right now. Actually, you stay right there. That's what you do, because we've got more live, hands-on demos, including a look at Fear 3, everybody.
The shooter features a unique take on co-op, where the second player has ridiculous supernatural powers, like the ability to take over the bodies of enemies.
I'd like to see the game in action. When can I do that, Olivia?
Right after this, Kevin.
Oh, well, I'll just stay tuned.
You will.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by XPlay, the center of the gaming universe. Weeknights at 6:30, only on G4.
All right, I'm hanging on the show floor at E3 2010. I'm actually at the 2K booth right now. I found this picture of this really pretty girl, and it says that people from Playboy are here. I kind of figured that if I just stand here long enough, they'll eventually come and say hi to me, which is working out exactly like I thought it would, except now I don't know what to say because I didn't expect you to really be here. Do you guys want to like maybe go somewhere else? Let's go that way. Right there.
Welcome back to E3 2010 Live, everybody. Disney Interactive has a new Pirates of the Caribbean game on the way. It actually has nothing to do with Jack Sparrow or any of the characters from the movies, but they have it.
Yeah, yay. Armada of the Damned is a prequel to the films and lets you dictate the story. In fact, it kind of plays like Fable. You get to choose whether to be a loved or feared person. Ooh. Let's hit the floor for a closer look.
The Disney booth for the return of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. We take a look at their latest spooky title, Armada of the Damned. Now I'm here with Devon. He's going to tell us a few things about it. So how is this game related to the other Pirates films and games?
Actually, it takes place before the first movie, so it's strictly just based off of the property alone.
So how does the character evolve through gameplay?
Well, through gameplay, the player is faced with a pretty major decision, and that is whether or not to go legendary or dreaded. And legendary is sort of the bravado, the showman, the celebrity type pirate, whereas the dreaded is, he's more of an outcast. He's all about power. And once you make that decision, you basically evolve visually and also through your combat moves.
Is there anything else in the game that evolves too, like with you?
Your ship will evolve once you make that choice down a legendary or dreaded path. And that doesn't mean that you can't make legendary or dreaded decisions after. You can switch back and forth as you want, but visually you'll make that progression so that you really get something definitive in the end so that it looks really, really cool.
So when will Armada of the Damned hit the shelves?
2011, so that gives us tons of time to polish it from now till then.
And what platforms are we looking at it being on?
Xbox 360, PS3, and PC.
So if you've always wanted to be a pirate but lack the ship, the cool hat, the sea legs, then Pirates of the Caribbean Armada of the Damned is the game for you.
All right, the supernatural shooter Fear 3 brings the return of Alma, slow-mo shooting, and a whole lot of scares.
Dan Hay is here to walk us through the next chapter of the series.
So, Dan, with the Fear games, you kind of weave a very tangled web of horror and narrative. So, bring us up to speed with where Fear 2 ended and where Fear 3 begins.
Well, Fear 2 ended, and we all sort of saw that unique ending that happened. And we saw that massive explosion, and we know that Armacam sort of got a dirty little secret going on there. But for us, we're 9 months later, and 9 months is a very important number in this game. We've all seen that Alma's pregnant, and something absolutely brutal is about to happen. And for us, it's really about exploring that, what's going to happen next. It's about a family affair, right? We've got the two brothers, Paxton Fettel and Point Man, Alma who's about to give birth, and basically the power struggle between those three characters.
Okay, so now Fear is a co-op game, and we should talk about what Point Man can do.
Point Man, great character. I mean, we all know Point Man, we all love Point Man. You're a classic shooter fair, you go in there, you're gonna be successful. You've got slow-mo that you can be in control of. You've got a brand new cover system that we're bringing to it. We wanted to take sort of third-person cover and apply it to a first-person game. So we've got some unique characters in the game that can actually sort of spawn in behind you, and we wanted to make sure that you had the ability to jump from cover point to cover point and go to 180 cover and go to guns on. Very slick, very smooth. Players are going to love it.
Now, Paxton, we've never played him before, and he plays much differently.
Completely different, right? Well, I mean, let's look at how we went into the characters. The characters are completely unique, and we want to make sure that when we gave you an opportunity to play as Paxton, that it was completely different from Point Man. So he's a ghost, he's dead, his brother killed him, and he can possess people. He's got to suspend, he's got the ability to basically take over a body and take over their powers. And you get to work your way through the game, sort of vampiring those characters, taking over those characters, and having a completely different experience.
And how are they going to be able to work together?
Interesting. It's really a question of, do you want to work together, right? I mean, these brothers have a long history. They don't trust each other at all. You're down in the basement alone, sort of in fear a lot of the time, and now we put you down in there with somebody you don't trust. So you can choose to play the game, and we have a pretty extensive sort of scoring system that's going to allow you to do that and reward you for playing together. But if you decide to go off and do your own thing, you'll be rewarded for that as well.
Now, Fear has always been a very, very, very scary game, and with co-op, with two people together, that kind of, it sounds on the surface like it's not going to allow for the horror. Obviously, you guys must be trying to work around that.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that. It was the very first conversation, right? You sit down, you think, all right, great. Got Fear. We're going to take it to a new level. We're going to evolve it. We're going to add co-op. We're going to make it scary. How are we going to make it scary? So we sat down, we really explored Paxton Fettel. I mean, he's crazy, right? He's dangerous, and we wanted to make sure that when you're down there and you're locked in that basement with Paxton Fettel, he's in your ear. He's torturing you. And now it's just that constant tension of the brothers' tension, that uneasy alliance. That's sort of where we went.
And now you actually have some interesting people contributing to the game. You have director John Carpenter, and you have writer Steve Niles. What are they bringing to the project?
They bring a lot of experience, right? I mean, what we wanted to do was when we saw co-op, when we saw that we were taking this franchise in a new direction, we wanted to make sure that we sort of went to the well on horror, that we sat down and we had a lot of conversations with them about what's scary, what makes this scary, how do we build tension. They were a great resource for us to remind us when we thought this is scary, you guys can take it a little further.
So one more point about Alma. So she is pregnant, and it's kind of like the Lamaze from hell. I mean, something is happening when she's suddenly feeling those urges to the world around them.
Right. Yeah, you're in the game and you're experiencing the game, and you're walking along, and all of a sudden these massive rift events happen. What's happening is there's a corollary between her contractions as you move through the game, and these rift events that are affecting your environment. And as those contractions get worse, that paranormal activity happens, and you start running into more and more paranormal. It's crazy.
All right, when are we going to see this on the shelves?
It's coming out this fall on the 360, PS3, and PC.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for stopping by. We appreciate it.
If there is one word to sum up E3, it's hype. The whole point of this expo is to get everyone excited about the future of gaming. But does it work? We sent the Scion I know, good question, huh? The Scion Mobile Studio on the road to find out if last year's big games lived up to the big promises.
E3 is all about the hottest upcoming games, but we wanted to see which titles from last year actually delivered on the hype. So we let gamers ride shotgun in our GeForce Scion Mobile Studio to declare their winners.
I would have to pick Modern Warfare 2. I love that game. It's just like a James Bond action thriller compact into one game in every level.
I don't think anybody's gonna top the intro to God of War. When you fight two bosses right away, that's pretty crazy.
Alan Wake.
Alan Wake? Oh, God!
Just going through this type of crazy, dark story and making your, enemies light up and then you just kaboom. Hell yeah, man. That's Pandas. That means it was epicness.
I would have to go back and pick Uncharted 2. Uncharted 2 was just gorgeous. Gorgeous is the only word that will signify what that game is.
I think hands down, Game of the Year should go to Blur. I mean, it's Mario Kart, but for grown-ups.
I really got to give it up to Valve's Left 4 Dead 2. And the spitter chick with the long neck and the messed up t-shirt scares me to death every time I see her.
My personal favorite, I'm going to have to go with Super Street Fighter. I wasn't around for the first one or the second one, but I can take on anybody. I definitely got game on that one.
Now that's Pandas. The people have spoken, straight from our GeForce Scion Mobile Studio.
I can't believe I fit in this thing.
E3 continues now.
All right, folks, coming up in the next hour, we've got a 2-part demo of Tron Evolution. You bet your sweet ass.
You do. We're going to ride in some light cycles, aren't we?
That's right.
Yeah. There's more E3 2010 on the way. Stay with us.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Scion, driven by personalization. Scion, what moves you?
Welcome back to GeForce coverage of E3 2010 Live, presented by Burger King. Over the next hour, we'll demo some of the biggest games of the year.
Yes, such as Tron Evolution. That's right. You're going to get your first look at the movie tie-in game with an exclusive 2-part hands-on demo. And yes, we're going to show you the flippin' light cycles.
Yes.
Relax, simmer down, kids. Take your Adderall.
Plus, get your first look at Enslaved: Odyssey to the West, the bold new tactical action adventure from the writer of 28 Days Later.
It's very pretty like. Then, find out what Metal Gear mastermind Hideo Kojima has in store for gaming's most famous vampire hunting franchise. It's Castlevania Lords of Shadow. Ooh. I don't think they're going to come back to me doing that.
It's no secret that the majority of movie games are, well, they're dreadful.
Yes, all of them are.
In most cases, it's because the developers are rushed and have little, if any, contact with the filmmakers.
Yes, but thankfully, that is not the case with Tron Evolution, which is in development alongside the upcoming film, Tron Legacy.
Tron is coming back this year, not only in theaters, but also on your gaming system of choice. Here to show us the game is Darren Hedges, game director at Propaganda Games.
All right. This game looks so awesome. It's like all of my childhood memories of that movie are slowly put back together. Where does the game take place in relation to the movie that has yet to come out and the movie that came out in 1981, and what's going on in the world?
So Tron Evolution is really an evolution of the 1982 film that some of you may have seen. We tell a prequel story to the upcoming film Tron Legacy, and it's a prequel in every sense of the word. I guess if you looked at us as like a trilogy of films, we'd be the Empire Strikes Back, you know, the dark middle one that everybody really loves. And we tell a series of seismic events that happen in the universe that really shape what you will see in the theaters at the end of this year.
And so we have this very mobile kind of combat, some parkour elements, and how does that all work together?
So we have a system called High Mobility Combat, which is a blend of the movement of parkour and the Brazilian martial art, or the loop kicking martial art of capoeira, sorry. That really gives us a lot of fluidity in the movement that we choose to have in the world. One of the key mantras for the development team as we've been going forward is mobility is life. And everything that you do in the world is based on mobility. So how you gain your energy, how you gain your special energy for your light disc is all about moving around the world. So wall running, vaulting over objects, vaulting over other characters in the world. We really want to give the player the feeling of consistent and perpetual movement with parkour.
And of course, your main implement of combat is the disc, and it seems to open up some rather awesome-looking sort of combat moments. How hard is the combat, and how deep is it?
So the combat is as hard or as deep as you would choose it to be. One of the key things that we wanted to do with Tron Evolution, because it is a prequel narrative, was to really let the more casual gamer get their way through the story so they could enjoy the full breadth of the mythology of Tron. But then when you get to the more hardcore player, we have a very, very deep combo system and a modal-based combat system. And that modal-based combat system allows us to essentially give the more hardcore player much more deep experience as they move through the world.
Now, when you're playing as this main character, is this a character that we've seen in the movies, or is this an entirely new character that you've created?
So this is an entirely new character. It's a character named Anon, short for Anonymous, because we really want you to be that character. We don't want to give him a name. And he is a character that was created by Kevin Flynn to go into the world and try and figure out really what's going on. So he's a new breed of system monitor. And the system monitor, this new breed of system monitor is the first time that it's fully upgradable. So we have a player progression system in the game that allows consumers to essentially upgrade their player. Nothing really new with that. but take that upgrade then online seamlessly. So if you get to like level 5 in your story mode and you're playing your single player story mode, you get to a point in the world where you can actually have an online event. We match make you seamlessly to an online lobby. You play other humans online. Maybe you level up your character to level 7, get a new type of light disc, and then we bring you back exactly where you left off in the story and you can continue on your story.
I think it goes without saying, as we always say, movie tie-in games, evil. I mean, this is just a really sort of remarkable how much sort of care and attention. I mean, how much fidelity to the movie are you showing, and how much are you just trying to make sure that this is an awesome game?
So one of the things we were really lucky with, I guess more than anything else, is the Tron Legacy movie was shot in Vancouver, which is where the Propaganda Studio is. And we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the game sitting down and talking with the filmmakers. We sat down with the director, the producers. We had access to the script writers, the costume department, and we spent a lot of time on set. And we looked at what they were doing. We asked questions like, if this character was in 1989, 1990, what would they look like? What would their motivations be? And then how do we craft a cohesive story around that that allows the player to say, hey, you know what? This character in 1989 was doing this. In 2010, when you see the movie, you're going to see them do either something similar, or you're going to know why they're doing what they're doing in 2010. So we want a lot of aha moments when you see the movie after you've played the game of, wow, I actually did that. I did that to the world, or I did that to that character, rather than just playing the game of the movie, basically.
And now, story elements aside, what sort of gameplay mechanics are we going to recognize from the Tron universe?
So we obviously have the Seminole light disc. You'll be able to play that in terms of going through the game using your light disc. We have multiple versions of the light disc. We mentioned the capoeira and high mobility combat with the parkour, but we also have vehicular-based combat as well.
And we're going to talk about that in a little bit.
Yes, Darren's going to be back in just a bit with more Tron. We're going to take a look at the light cycles, because it's awesome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm here at Microsoft checking out 3 of the hottest new downloadable games for your Xbox Live Arcade. Kicking things off, we're going to start with a quirky little game called Comic Jumper.
It's basically this story about this comic book character. He's a superhero that thinks he's more awesome than he really is, and people lose interest, and he has to work with his creators, Twisted Pixel, in order to jump into other comic books and kind of regain his popularity back. So there's 4 different comics. You start out in a modern era comics, the 90s era, like Image Comics, and then after that he gets to jump into Nanook the Obliviator. The next comic you jump into is like Silver Age style, and then the last one you get to go into is manga. People see it, they're going to be like, what the hell is going on here?
So it's coming out sometime this year.
Definitely.
Awesome. Comic Jumper from Twisted Pixel. Hilarious, chock full of characters. Got to check it out. Jared Garrettson, project lead on Blacklight Tango Down. This looks like a very cool downloadable game for not a lot of money.
$15 will get you 12 multiplayer maps, 4 co-op missions, about 1 million or so weapon customization presets. That's the big thing that we're focusing on, is allowing them to make the weapons their own, changeable barrels, muzzles, optics, magazines, buttstocks, colors, and a little weapon tag system that we're adding.
So with all those options, it could take the player a long time to figure out exactly how far they can go with the weapons customization.
The math is about 100 hours worth of gameplay.
What other platforms is Blacklight Tango Down available on?
Blacklight's going to be on Xbox, PSN, and also PC with Steam and other downloadable devices. It's going to be all over the place.
Awesome. All right, we're looking forward to it. Look who I bumped into! Sonic's coming back!
Yes, he is. We're coming back in a huge way. We've got Sonic 4 here today. We're bringing back a lot of the features that fans loved in the Genesis. For the first time, we're incorporating the homing attacks. We're bringing back the special stages, everything you remember when you were a kid.
Not only is this available on XBLA, but I can get this on my iPhone, is that right?
That is correct.
When can we get our hands on Sonic 4?
We're going to have this available late 2010.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited about Xbox Live this year. I'll see you guys online.
Starting today, you can watch the best of our E3 2010 coverage whenever you want. Just look for G4 On Demand on your channel lineup. Go to g4tv.com/VOD for more info.
If you like your music games and you think they're sorely lacking the rap and hip hop, you should stay right here because we're about to make it rain.
Make it rain. I'll make it rain.
That's the real talk, kid. For Reezy.
Kanye
Dio. Put that on the slide tip.
Ice Cube and
with
other
your
best-selling
friends when you're rolling.
artists are featured in Def Jam Rap
You
Star.
feel me?
And we'll take you inside the upcoming music game in just a minute. Yeah.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Hanes. Play comfortable in the lay flat collar undershirt.
Welcome back to E3 2010 Live, everybody. Now, music games like Rock Band and Guitar Hero, they offer a diverse selection of tracks, do they not?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. But what if you want hip hop and rap, huh? Huh?
Because that would make it really diverse.
What?
He was
Did
being
someone
black.
just say Snow and Former over there? Like, that's oh, way to hip it up. You're pretty much out of luck if you want those tracks, kids.
That's about to change with the release of Def Jam Rap Star. The game features music from the Notorious B.I.G., Biggie, Dr. Dre, the Wu-Tang Clan, and a ton of great artists.
Yes, Alex Simwise has all the details in this Flow Report.
If you think you can spit rhymes like a true MC, then we have the game that will show how ill you really are. Yeah, I'm talking about the ultimate hip-hop experience, Def Jam Rap Star. Okay, well, check it out. I've got James here from Def Jam Enterprises. He's going to tell us a bit about the game. So you've got some true hip-hop legends on this game. Can you tell us a bit about who's on it?
Well, we have Notorious Big, we have Tupac, we have some contemporary legends like Kanye, Lil Wayne, and we have even an old school classic from P-Rock and CL Smooth, Troy. We got some of the best tracks known to hip-hop. And so it was really about using our relationships and going and speaking to these people one-on-one and being like, you know, we want you to be a part of something big that we're doing, and it would be special if we had you in our game.
Tell us about the awesome freestyle mode, because we've heard it's really good.
Yeah, so if you're an aspiring MC out there, we have a mode for you. Freestyle mode is basically we partner with well-known hip-hop producers. The first two we've announced are Just Blaze and DJ Premier, but as we get closer and closer to launch, we'll announce some more. And what we allow you to do is record your vocals over top of their tracks, and you can record multiple passes of audio on top of those tracks.
So when is Def Jam Rap Star looking to be out in the shops?
We're coming out October 5th in the U.S. and November 2nd in the international territories.
Cool, sounds awesome. I'm gonna go check that out and see if I can rap like some of the legends, which I doubt.
She was rap fighting. Now, game developers roll out their best trailers for each E3, and each more bombastic than the next. But this year, the one to beat was Star Wars: The Old Republic by far. This operatic battle sequence will probably make you pre-order BioWare's MMO, or in my case, look into building a new gaming PC. It's not for Mac.
For centuries, Alderaan stood as a beacon of hope in the Republic. But the Empire came. And with one savage strike, brought Alderaan to her knees. Now, time is running out, as few are left to face the enemy. For those that remain, there is but one choice. We must fight to victory or death for the Republic! Let's go! Move it up! Strike out! sacrifices are heavy, we fight knowing that a single spark of courage can ignite the fires of hope and restore peace across the galaxy.
You can see all the best E3 2010 clips anytime, anywhere, right on your cell phone.
What? That's for phone calls.
And for anytime news. Get more info at g4tv.com/mobile.
Coming up, see, we talked about a phone, so I showed that I have one.
I got it.
And I know it.
Everyone knows you have a phone.
We'll have live hands-on demos of Enslaved, Odyssey to the West, where Rival went.
This new action-adventure game features some major Hollywood talent. It was directed by Lord of the Rings star Andy Serkis.
Get out of here, but who wrote it? That's what's interesting.
28 days later, Scribe, Alex Garland. Scribe means writer.
Oh!
Scribe means writer.
Excuse me while I scribe this out. All that more with GeForce coverage of E3 2010. Hello, Ref. Continues. Boy, that's
Not only has E3 got some of the hottest games in the world, we've also got some of the hottest rappers. Look, it's Redman and Method Man. Oh my god. This is awesome!
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Burger King. Burger King is open till 2 a.m. or later. Don't go to bed before the king.
Should we? There was a heated potato discussion, but we'll get back to E3.
He likes rosemary potatoes.
Welcome back, everybody. It's E3 2010 Live! That was for the rosemary. We're coming to you from the G4 studios. Adam and Morgan are at the Los Angeles Convention Center, and you're at home watching this, so put on some pants, for God's sakes. And seriously, if it stays red, put baby powder on it. That was a pro tip.
You're talking to your dad? Just Mr.
I'm
Pereira.
talking to future me who's watching this on DVR.
Okay, well, I'll let us continue. We've got a ton of huge hands-on demos on the way, as well as in-depth looks at some of these shows' hottest games. We still got Vanquish, Crysis 2, and more Tron Evolution on the way.
Yes, but our next demo is the latest game from Ninja Theory. They were the developers behind the PS3 exclusive Heavenly Sword.
They're here with Enslaved Odyssey to the West, a stylish new adventure that's directed by Lord of the Rings star Andy Serkis.
Or we could just talk about the looping logo.
Joining us now is co-founder and chief design ninja of Ninja Theory, Tamim Antoniadis. Welcome. We're so glad to have you.
Glad to be here. So, Enslaved, this is one of those rare games that's new. It's a new IP. So I can really ask you, what is the story? What's it all about?
Well, it's basically based on a 400-year-old Chinese novel. When I was doing research for Heavenly Sword, I was looking into all these novels, and it's been adapted into lots of different media. So, like Dragon Ball Z, the anime is based on it. Damon Albarn and Jamie Hewlett did a opera based on it a couple years ago, and we wanted to do our own interpretation and do a completely different spin on it.
Now, what is the novel about? It involves Monkey.
Yes, a character called Monkey who's a wild man, and another character called Tripitaka. And it's their journey together. It's an epic journey where they fight demons, and there's all kinds of magic in it. Except in Enslaved, we've set it in a post-apocalyptic future. I've replaced the demons with mechs, war machines, and replaced the magic with technology.
And so now do these characters work together, or what are their individual strengths?
Well, in this world, it's been ravaged. It's been totally ravaged by... Sorry, I think I just dropped my mic. It's been ravaged by war, biological warfare, so there's virtually no one alive. And these drones are left behind from the last war, and if you trigger them, they wake up and kill. So, Monkey's a wild man. He lives out. He lives on his own. He looks after number one. He doesn't like people, and if he's cornered, he's a brute. He'll fight. He's violent. Trip's from a community that her father set up. They welcome all survivors. They grow their own food. They're quite ecological. They scavenge technology, reprogram it, and make it useful. They've got education and schools and hospitals and things. So when these two characters are forced together, you get this really interesting kind of dynamic, both in gameplay and drama.
So in his strengths, Monkey's strengths are entirely melee based.
Yeah, I mean he's got a few things actually. I mean he's got a telescopic staff, so there's a full combat system based on that in there. Unlike Heavenly Sword, which was all melee based, the game's about a third fighting, the rest is action and puzzle solving and traversal. He's also got a device called a cloud, which he can pull out in certain points, throws it down, it's like a hoverboard and you can ride it.
That's fun.
Now, this game, the art direction is reminiscent of Heavenly Sword in that very unique and absolutely beautiful style. I mean, what are you sort of drawing from for the aesthetics?
A lot of the comics I grew up with. I mean, I grew up in Spain, France, and a lot of our people are European. So a lot of these old comics, I think a lot of them came out here as well in Heavy Metal magazine.
Yeah,
you know, really colourful art style, but also things like Miyazaki movies. Basically anything that's got a rich tapestry and colour in it.
Anything that's awesome. It's where it's working to meme.
And what did you guys learn from Heavenly Sword?
Oh, that was a tough project. But we cut our teeth on it, and so what we wanted to do this time around was just take stock of everything we did and do everything better. Like, for example, the facial motion capture in Heavenly Sword. We didn't know if we could do that, and it turns out you could. But our characters were really, theatrical, because we weren't sure if we could get the expression across. Now we know we can. We've gone for much more subtlety and depth. Gameplay is much more rounded. There's way more things you can do in it. I think overall it's a bigger, better, longer game.
Just really quick question. Obviously, there are these two main characters. Is the game supporting co-op?
No, it's not.
Okay, because we want to be able to keep that story, obviously, from that point of view.
That's right.
And when are we going to see it in stores?
You're going to see it in October on both PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 this time.
Awesome.
Of this year.
That's right.
Absolutely. We just like at E3, we make sure we see some stuff really early. Great. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Now, because Olivia and I love a constant bombardment of feedback, let's read the Twitter wall!
All right.
Enslaved looks like a unique and fresh take on the post-apocalyptic world. Fallout, eat your heart out, says Batman Boy 11. Yes, but it's Fallout. I mean, you can't point to the bleachers against a game like Fallout. It's got a proven track record. I mean, and New Vegas looks pretty incredible. Yeah? New Vegas fans, all two of you? Yeah? Bandwagon fans there?
I don't believe Batman Boy 11 is telling you how to tweet. I don't think you should tell him how to tweet.
Whoa, I'm not telling him how to tweet. I'm just saying, you got 140 characters. You got to be careful.
Be careful.
You got to be careful with what
and
you
the
do.
whole world sees it. All right, iRobot Dave, Enslaved, FTW. That's for the win for you kids out there. Heavenly Sword was amazing, and they brought back Andy Serkis. Ninja Theory can do no wrong.
That is true. It does, and this game does look gorgeous as well. And
well, one more in there.
Howlbard100 tweets at XPlay. Well, this is the E3 show, and we're from Attack of the Show, so never mind
let's
that
move
tweet.
on.
It's fine.
So keep tweeting at AOTS, and remember to use the hashtag E3 on G4. This is Attack of the Show, people.
Hey!
And E3 and G4 and XPlay.
I was kidding. I heart you, XPlay. XO. As always, Sony has a huge booth on the show floor. In fact, it's so big that several people died during its construction. Let's just... Can we take a moment, please? Can we take a moment?
That's not true, but even if it was, why are you laughing?
Yeah, really.
I heard Moshella's laugh very distinctly. And again! All right, well, we sent Blair Herder, who did not die, right?
No, he's good.
Okay, good. Well, Herder is hopefully over there looking at some upcoming PlayStation Network title that you'll have. Is he alive or is he?
He's alive.
Okay,
he's alive, and the game has people.
He just owed me money.
So there's that.
Here at E3, there's always a lot of talk about console exclusives, but what a lot of people don't know is that there's also a ton of cool downloadable exclusives like Kung Fu Live from the PSN. We're talking Kung Fu Live. Tell me what's going on right here. What is this game about?
So it's a Kung Fu adventure, but except that it's you inside the game. So we use a camera, and it scans you inside the game, and it's quite intuitive whooping of ass, and that's what the game is about.
A quite intuitive whooping of ass. That's a tagline right there if I've ever heard one. Is this just like a really kind of subtle way of getting people to exercise?
It's foremost, it's fun, but then it's kind of like hidden exercise.
Yeah. So currently exclusive to the PlayStation Network. We're going to see it at the end of the year, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, well, you showed me what to do, and we talked about it. I can't leave here without throwing lightning out of my fist, so can I get my hands on it right now?
Certainly.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, I'm done. It's hard. Sweating a little bit, I'm not gonna lie to you. Well, there you have it, the PSN exclusive Kung Fu Live. And I gotta say, as a dude who hangs out in alleys fighting crime like once a week, pretty accurate representation. You should check it out. Oh, right there in your face!
He does fight crime. I know that. So Jonah Hex opens in theaters tomorrow, and it brings the classic comic book icon to life. We sat down with star Josh Brolin for more on the Scarred Gunslinger's big screen debut.
Jonah Hex, a man of few words and a whole lot of lead. Jonah is tasked with tracking down one of the world's most dangerous villains before he can unleash hell on Earth.
This mark will remind you of the man who took everything you had.
You had to wear a scar the entire movie, a prosthetic. What was that like?
It was crazy. It was very uncomfortable and crazy. I had this contraption in my mouth that held my mouth back. We had a piece of tape over here and we tied it to the back of my neck. Then we had a prosthetic on that. And because it was all practical, we just pulled off whatever we were allowed to pull off.
Coffins. Thinking you might need aid.
How fun was this getting to play with all these weapons and toys in this film? It was a little like a Civil War James Bond movie.
It was a lot of fun.
What was your favorite weapon to play with?
The Gatling gun, because that was so ridiculous and so absurd. I thought it was just great. But I remember when we were doing it, obviously it wasn't shooting, and the rein of the horse kept kind of getting wound up in the Gatling gun, so that didn't work so well. It's nice that they have some CGI to be able to protect me.
Jonah Hex is like this animal whisperer, you know, he repels humans because everyone's scared of him. But you attract all these animals. What's that about?
I don't know.
He just has this thing.
I don't know. I suddenly just got really embarrassed when you were saying that.
Always do laugh when you finally show up.
There was a relationship between Megan and the dog and the horse and all that. I don't know. I don't know.
I just thought it was interesting.
It is interesting. I don't know why I'm
embarrassed.
embarrassed. I'm very confused right now.
It was like the sweet side of Jonah Hex.
It is the sweet side of Jonah Hex.
Geez, woman, how many men you see in a day?
Murder, vengeance, and cold steel justice. Jonah Hex proves that the Wild Wild West still has plenty of draw.
Jonah Hex is in theaters tomorrow. For the latest on movies, comics, games, and more, don't miss Comic-Con 2010 Live, my favorite con of the year.
That is right, folks. We'll have 4 hours of live coverage from the show floor, and you'll get to enjoy it from the comfort of your own home, where it's okay to smell bad.
Comic-Con 2010 Live, coming July 24th. Mark your calendars. It's the best thing ever. Go to G4TV.com/Comic-Con for more info.
Still to come, everybody, Crysis 2, the shooter that pushed PC gamers' graphics cards to the absolute limit. It's coming to the consoles.
We'll go hands-on with the open world shooter right after this.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Jonah Hex. On June 18th, Revenge Gets Ugly. Jonah Hex, in theaters everywhere Friday, June 18th.
Crysis pushed PCs to the absolute limit, and console gamers can finally get in on the action for the sequel.
Here to show us Crysis 2 is Cheva Early, founder and CEO of Crytek.
Yeah. So, in the last Crysis, we were heading back to the island, and now we're in we're in New York City. That seems to be under some trouble. So, what is the story, and how do things get even worse?
Well, first of all, New York is an island itself, right?
Okay, good point. Good point. You got me there.
So we're still on an island, and we're still in a jungle for that matter as well. It's called the urban jungle.
It's the urban jungle.
Yeah. So, and we picked New York actually as a location that is emotionally very valuable. So it's symbolic for mankind's creation. It's the pride of mankind. And for us, it was clearly important also that between Crysis 1 and Crysis 2, there is a discontinuity to some degree, but there's also continuity as well. So people can actually enter the franchise, but also they can have a benefit of having it played. For fiction, you play an anonymous soldier that I cannot divulge into it right now, but rest assured you have a Nanosuit story arc, first time, where a suit has a story actually, for that matter, and I tell you this is going to be awesome because we are working with an awesome writer, Richard Morgan. He's an award-winning writer, and I've been working with him the last 12 months on this.
And you mentioned the suit, you still have a power suit, and what kind of tweaks have you made to it?
The key tweak, the tweak we have done is that the Nanosuit actually is more streamlined today. So on the PC you had 4 modes that you had to pick one mutually exclusive to each other, which made it a bit more hardcore to access. And in Crysis 2, we have streamlined that Nanosuit powers into one passive mode, which always is present. Effectively, it's called power mode. Then you got the shoulder bumps on the console, which is just armor or stealth, which is very simple to access with direct power. And then you got the tactical intelligent mode, which allows you to assess and promote freedom of gameplay.
Now, we see some pretty scary mechs. We saw some, I don't even know if it was animal or, you know, some type of robot that was in the trailer. Who are the enemies that were taken on this time?
Well, the enemies are a continuation out of Crysis 1, at least from a fictional perspective. But we have heavily improved them, heavily redesigned them to some degree. Artistic freedom, right? Because we wanted to make sure the quality of the aliens as well as the AI of the aliens are much higher than what we had in Crysis 1. Because in Crysis 1 we had awesome human AI, we wanted to push that, but in Crysis 2 we wanted to make sure the alien AI are pushed up to the extremes. So I promise you will have the most intelligent enemies ever in first-person shooter.
And the weapons, are we going to recognize them from the first game, or have there been some changes to those?
So the weapons are actually a mix of it. So we got some continuation as well, so that, again, people who played Crysis 1, they kind of feel at home right away. And but then also we have added some new awesome weapons that are perfect choice against those kind of aliens that are vicious and fast-moving, and so you have the counter against that with awesome weapons.
Crytek and you guys, you've been at the bleeding edge of game technology since the original Far Cry. You're now one of the few developers that's making that big step into 3D. If you wouldn't mind kind of explaining what it's going to add to the game and why you decided to add in yet another challenge onto your plate.
Well, yeah, we had already challenged with PS3 and 360, right? Stereoscopic 3D actually adds literally a new dimension, a new depth. As we know, it's a depth experience. But we have been working with Stereoscopic 3D since the last 2 years on the PC platform primarily. And just about last year, we started to research 3D experience on the PS3 and 360, and have been iterating since then to try to find the comfortable setting for first-person shooter, which is like, it took 3 days to get it running at all, but then it took another 9.5 to 10 months, sort of, or even more for that matter till today, to get the absolute perfect settings that you can play 8 hours on a screen without throwing up, right? So, because the key thing is not to be a burden, right? It's a lot of implementation are a burden. We want to be a drawing in factor. We want to be immersive factor. And so I can tell you this way, that today Crysis 2 in 3D is definitely a game changer. If you perceive it and experience it yourself, you will never want to go back to 2D gaming, because literally is what we call a concave 3D experience. That means it draws you into the screen. The monitor or the TV becomes a window to the new world. And with that, you're drawing in. And we don't push you out of the screen, never.
Now, is there one version of this game that we should get? Should we definitely get it on the PC, definitely get it on the 360?
Not really. I mean, the way we develop the games are, we have what's called the Live Create in the CryEngine. So Live Create is effectively a feature that allows you to edit in real time on all the 3 platforms at the same time.
That is amazing.
So what it is effectively, and in Stereoscopic 3D for that matter. so when you want to put stuff in the planes, you just see it in real time, which means effectively we edit only once, and it appears on all platforms. Hence, we don't have a lead platform, so all of them will be awesome.
When is Crysis going to be coming out?
This holiday.
All right, you guys never cease to amaze me. Thank you so much for your time, Shabbat.
Thank you. Thank
you. The Dead Sea Scrolls might seem like an unusual inspiration for a video game, but El Shaddai isn't your typical game. It was directed by a Capcom veteran who worked on Okami and Devil May Cry. Alex Simwise has more in this Floor Report.
Looks like all those years of Bible study are about to pay off as the Old Testament gets a badass new makeover with a new game, El Shaddai, Ascension of the Metatron. Now I'm here with the game's director. Tell us a little bit about the story of El Shaddai.
エルシャダイっていうのは旧約聖書をベースにしててですね。In the Old Testament, there's a non-canon book called the Book of Enoch, which is pseudepigraphia, they call it, and the game is based on that.
イーノック、神を裏切った堕天使たちを天界へ連れ戻せ。それがお前の使命。
The two characters, Enoch and Lucifer. Can you tell us a little bit about who Lucifer is?
A lot of people think of Lucifer as the devil Lucifer, but in our game, he's Lucifel, which is thousands of years before he becomes a fallen angel, so he's really a good guy in this game.
The visual style is quite distinctive.
He wants it to look like something that everyone will enjoy, that will appeal to everyone, while also having a very tremendous visual impact.
It looks amazing. I'm actually really looking forward to it. Do you know when the game will be released in the States?
He hopes that it'll come out in winter of 2011.
It's too long. I want to play it now. Oh my god. Kicking ass for the Lord with El Shaddai, Ascension of the Metatron. Who said playing God was a bad thing?
After the break, our classic video game franchise is reborn. Get ready for a hands-on demo of Castlevania Lords of Shadow.
The Belmonts are back, and the game is being developed by Hideo Kojima, creator of the Metal Gear series.
Oh, it's a good series.
And more babies being birthed right after this.
Hot chicks in 3D glasses.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Burger King. Burger King is open till 2 a.m. or later. Don't go to bed before the king.
So I'm walking through the show floor, and I see that somebody has gone to a lot of trouble to create this beautiful Japanese experience here. So it makes perfect sense to me that they would also have a blonde-haired, green-eyed girl. You know what? I'm not going to be nitpicky. It's fine. Hugs are in any language. Never let me go.
Series is getting a big makeover with Lords of Shadow and a little help from Kojima Productions.
Joining us for this hands-on look is Konami producer Dave Cox. Dave, thank you so much.
All right, now what is the Belmont plan up to this time?
Well, this time we've got a new Belmont. The main character's called Gabriel, and he's on a quest to find out what's happened. A spell has been cast on the Earth, which is trapping the souls of the dead. And his wife's been recently murdered, and what he's trying to do is find out what's happened and also bring her back from the dead using an item called the God Mask.
Now, this is, you guys are going back to sort of the 3D use of Castlevania. Obviously, it's one of the most storied 2D action platformers out there.
That's right.
It seems like there's a lot of emphasis on the combos in the game. How is the combat going to work?
Yeah, well, bringing it into 3D, we wanted to make sure that the combat was fun. You know, obviously with the 2D games, it was very much kind of walk along and fight. But in 3D, you've got to, you know, consider enemies coming from you from all around. So we've developed a combat system that's really fast and fluid and allows players to really get in an in-depth, strategic type of combat in the game.
And what kind of weapons are we going to have? I mean, is it part of this combo system switching between weapons, or are you combining, strikes with the same weapon?
The main weapon is the Combat Cross, which is a chain whip, but this weapon can be upgraded to do different things. So, for example, later on in the game, you can use it to grip enemies, pull them towards you, and also you have a stake attachment, which is really great for staking vampires.
Absolutely.
And then spells, magic. How do you incorporate that into the combat?
We have a light and shadow magic system that augments the Combat Cross. So, for example, with light magic, it gives you health buffs. So if you whip enemies, you can get your health back. With shadow magic, you can use it to dish out more damage. It's much more of an aggressive type of magic. And of course, you also have your secondary weapons, which is a staple of the Castlevania series. We have the daggers and the holy water, which we've seen before. But in this game, they're used more to sort of supplement the Combat Cross itself.
Now, of course, Castlevania, known for bosses. Are you guys having a lot of big bosses?
Yeah, absolutely. We have the sort of regular huge bosses, but at this time we also have Titan bosses, which are gigantic enemies that you have to traverse, climb up, swing across. You have to destroy the runes that animate these bosses, and these are kind of like giant levels all within themselves, and it's all done in real time. So there's no kind of QTE fights in these huge boss fights.
Now, the section of game that we're seeing right here, sort of, is it in the middle of the game? Is it at the beginning of the game? What's the setup for it?
Basically, on the demo that we've brought to E3, this is a raw tutorial showing you the basics of the combat. So in this game, you start off with kind of light and heavy attacks, area and range attacks, direct attacks. You can do aerial combos and things like that, so you can lift enemies up into the air and continue to hit them while they're in the air. You can grab enemies and throw them. And also, using the combat cross, you can pull them towards you. You can't do that right now in this demo, but later on in the game, when you upgrade the combat cross, you can do that. As you can see there, he's grabbing an enemy.
And what do those circles mean, or what do those indicate?
Basically, those rings come together, and when those rings reach a certain point, if you press any button on the pad, then you'll execute the move that you want to do. So you can slam the enemy, or you can throw them against other enemies and knock them over.
Now, I think it goes without saying that Castlevania has a diehard fan base.
Yes, absolutely.
Obviously, you guys have to be very cognizant of them. What are you going to do in that they will really know that you guys have their love in mind?
Sure. Well, with this game, it's a complete reboot, so it doesn't tie into any of the previous Castlevania games. But we have many characters and many elements of the Castlevania universe making new appearances. So we have certain characters from previous games like Cornell and Carmilla making a return. So I think the fans will be happy with things with that kind of side of it.
And is this is one of just the regular bosses, or is this just an enemy you're gonna?
This is more like a little mid-level boss. This is showing you how to block and dodge, which is one of the key components of the combat system. So you can see there that attack was unblockable. Certain attacks you can't block. So as you saw, the Gabriel dodged there, and we've got quick recover, which also, if you get knocked over, you can quickly get back on your feet again. So we wanted to keep the combat really fast and fluid. And it's really important to us. So it felt more like a kind of a one-on-one fighting game rather than a usual sort of hack and slash game.
And it's also pretty to look at.
Absolutely.
What consoles is it coming to, and when can we play it?
Yeah, it's coming out on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 this fall.
All right. Well,
Sounds
David,
good.
thank you so much. I finally got to see the new Castlevania.
Thank you very much.
For 15 years, E3 has been gaming's most talked about event. Every show is full of shocks, surprises, and the occasional epic fail. This year was no different, and here's what went down yesterday. Day 2 of E3 was another winner, and G4 had you covered with must-see demos of the very best games. First up, id Software's shooter Rage blew us away with graphics so sharp you'd swear they were pre-rendered. The gigantic world is handcrafted from the ground up, and the shooting action looks like a ton of fun. RC cars loaded with explosives? Sign us up. Afterwards, the creator of the Gran Turismo franchise, Kazunori Yamauchi, showed off Part 5's staggering 20 real-world tracks and 950 cars. Then NASCAR expert Kevin Conway strapped in to give the game a test drive. The verdict? Thumbs up.
The physics are awesome and the graphics are phenomenal. It's about as close as you'll ever get to the real thing, I think.
Then Kevin and Morgan got a hands-on look at Dead Space 2, a game that lets you punch the heads off of alien babies.
Your game is very bloody. It gets a little messy.
Not gonna lie, this game is looking even better than the already classic original. The hits kept coming as Harmonix showed us a live demo of their new keyboard addition to Rock Band 3.
This is the first time since Rock Band 1 where we've actually introduced a new instrument.
Plus, we got a peek at their new Pro Guitar that now has actual strings. This may just be the best group of games we've ever gotten our hands on at E3.
Attention iPhone owners! Attention iPhone owners! If you want to stay plugged into G4, guess what? Now there's an app for that. Use the G4 app to get all the news you need to know, videos, reviews, and cheats for all the latest games, and the best part is, it's totes free. You can download the app from the iTunes store right now. Attention Android owners! I have nothing to say to you, I'm sorry.
Coming up in the next hour, we'll have a hands-on demo of one of the year's most anticipated games, and this one doesn't have a gun, an alien, or a chainsaw.
What? Stay tuned for your first taste of Madden NFL 11. Spoiler, it actually does have a chainsaw in it. You'll see. There's more E3 2010 live in just a minute.
Oh, wow. Uncomfortable.
Dance, girl. Dance, girl. Okay, get her off the screen.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by the all-new G4 iPhone app. Now get up-to-the-minute gaming news, reviews, and videos. Available free in the iTunes Store now.
getting stir crazy.
No, I'm not.
Kevin's getting cabin fever.
I want to play the games. Welcome back to G4's coverage of E3 2010 Live, presented by Burger King, the king of burgers. In the next, hour, we've got even more live demos of the convention's biggest games.
Coming up, the most popular football franchise returns in a big way.
Oh, I love the football.
I know you do. You like the hoops, right?
I love the hooper ball and the
Learn
the
everything you need to know about Madden NFL 11.
Plus, San Francisco is blown to pieces in Vanquish, the futuristic shoot 'em up from the creator of the Resident Evil franchise. I love The Rock, by the way. Good movie. Also set in San Francisco.
What other things do you know about San Francisco?
Oh, they have bread there.
Okay. Then the second part of our huge Tron Evolution demo, where we get down to the really fun stuff, light cycles in action.
Hey! You know, some would say basketball season is almost over. When the Lakers win tonight, it will be. And baseball...
Kevin, you didn't even know the Lakers were playing.
I didn't even know they were a team. I thought it was the professional fishing league. And baseball is as boring as ever, right? So it's time to get ready for the biggest sports game of the year with Madden NFL 11.
The world's most popular football franchise is back with new announcers. My face hurts from smiling. Okay, it's got a revamped play calling system. And Kevin loves that revamped play calling system.
I'll tell you, look, the old play calling system was par for the course. Now, boom!
That's his football.
The play calling.
Motion.
Let's go hands on for more.
Bye.
Here to show us Madden 11 is producer Phil Frazier. So, obviously, every year there are some changes with Madden, but I think your big one is game flow. How is this going to sort of alter how people are playing Madden 11?
Well, the interesting thing is we met with John Madden week 1 of the NFL season this year. He sat us down. He gave us a good lecture. He said, hey, guys, the way you handle play calling in Madden is not authentic. And we said, oh, wow, we got to take this feedback, go back to the office and really understand what he's talking about. Coaches don't go into an NFL situation with a list of 300 plays, which is what you had in Madden in the previous 22 years of the franchise, and choose an individual play based on the moment. They have a situational game plan. It's 1st and 10. They have a very specific play they're going to call. 2nd and short, a very specific play. That's what game flow is. We automatically choose a play for you based on that situation, so we take the complexity of play calling out of the equation and allow you to run an authentic NFL game plan.
So do you think this is going to make it easier for somebody who's maybe not as familiar with the franchise to jump in?
Absolutely. I think, not having to worry about should I call a nickel or a dime here. There's a lot of folks that don't know the intricacies of an NFL playbook. And not having to worry about that definitely makes the game easier. But the great thing is, even for the guys that have enjoyed the series for 22 years, the guys that want that control, it's very easy to switch back and call plays in an authentic way. You can go into the old playbook style and call all the complex stuff if you want. It's great for both beginners and the guys that like complexity.
So it really is just an option. If you just want it to be the same as you played it for a long time, that option is still available to you.
It's definitely still available, but I think the other added benefit to the feature is that it speeds up the game time. So if you played a game of Madden last year, or again in the last 22 years, it took 1 hour to beat your opponent, or in your case, to get beaten by your friends.
Yeah.
That's right, but that's okay. That's going to happen.
I win in other types of games.
Well, it's true, because, I'm more than happy to always watch NFL games, but I'm never really that aware. I just see very, very large men, unlike me, doing amazing things on the field.
That is definitely true.
Now, to that point, you also have a locomotion system that is also going to be altering how the game's going to play out, if you wouldn't mind explaining.
Absolutely. So locomotion is our insider's term for the animation system that drives the players. They've always said in Madden, speed kills. The faster you have the guy in the game, the more effective he is in the field. Locomotion actually allows you to accurately model a player's acceleration on top of speed. So if you've got a guy that's really quick but doesn't have a great top speed, he'll still be able to get up to speed quickly and make some great things happen. And it's a change that you'll feel immediately as you pick up the game. So that from the very first time you catch the opening kickoff, you're going to feel that guys feel like they have momentum. They feel like they've got great speed, and it's a total game changer on the gameplay side.
Now, of course, you guys, I'm sure, still have all of the robust online features that everybody's used to.
Online is huge for Madden. We've got hundreds of thousands of people that play Madden every single day. I think it's almost 200 million game sessions are played every single year, which is a lot of football. Wow. OTP is our big enhancement this year in the online space. Online team play. And it's, the three of us can get together. I can be the quarterback. I'll take control of the game team. I'll let you be the running back. It's pretty simple.
Sounds good. I can do that.
And Adam, you can be my wide receiver core. We can go out, we can play together against 3 other people and actually enjoy Madden in a very different way. The great thing about OTP is it's not necessarily about winning or losing. I mean, of course, football is, but the 3 of us can have a great time just sitting down, talking smack. So when I don't get you the ball in time and you're wide open, you get to yell at me over the headset. If I'm not calling enough running plays for you, you can give me some crap about that as well. So it's an overall fun experience.
Phil, your confidence in me being a wide receiver is maybe one of the most rare pleasures I have ever experienced in my life. Thank you so much for that. Madden 11, it's kind of silly me asking you, but just to get, for those who don't know, when is the game going to be available for play?
Madden's available August 10th on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 1, virtually every console out there.
Yes, of course. Well, always good to have you guys on with the game every
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Phil.
Thank you.
Last year, the DS game Scribblenauts stole the show at E3. I mean, with the ability to summon a ceiling cat or kraken or a black hole. How could it not, really? But for the upcoming game, it's the sequel, Super Scribblenauts. You get to use adjectives, kids, huh? Yeah! Believe me, that's a game changer.
Puzzle-solving fanatics, rejoice! The extremely addictive DS favorite Scribblenauts returns, but this time, it's super.
So what makes Super Scribblenauts so super? Well, number one, it's got adjectives, and it's a way better game than the first one. You can play the way you want. You can solve levels by writing adjectives, flying crazy stuff, or you can just use it the old-fashioned way. Pause the game, go to D-pad controls, and you're just playing it just like Mario, which, a lot of people really wanted in the first one. It's actually have a whole hit system, so if you ever get lost or frustrated, you know exactly what to do. And lastly, he's going to play a level where you actually need adjectives to beat the level. He's a mad scientist, and he's going to turn that guy into a dragon. He wrote green potion, gave it to him, turned him green. Scaly makes sense, right? Give it that guy, made him scaly. So the last part is he's going to write large and wing, large wing. Now it's large wing, and that's a dragon.
An additional 10,000 words, 120 new levels, improved controls and physics. It seems like everything has been improved, but the gamer.
Science gets hacked in G4's newest original series. It's F in Science.
Yes, watch as our 3 esteemed experts explore the weird, wild, and often offbeat world of science. Yeah. They'll make your life
Science
easier.
is offbeat.
It really is. And occasionally, they blow stuff up.
Oh, that offbeat science.
Science, you're wearing plaid and stripes.
Don't miss G4's newest series. It's F in Science. Tuesday nights at 9, only on G4.
Hey!
The offbeat G4.
After the break,
yeah, what's up?
We're gonna go hands-on with the latest work of gaming legend Shinji Mikami. Yeah, the creator of the Resident Evil series. Yes, that Shinji Mikami.
Platinum
Not the other
Games'
one.
futuristic shooter Vanquish will be demoed on stage in just a minute. Of course, there's more E3 2010 right after this. You know why? The hour's not over.
Oh, it's not. It's only just begun.
This year, Platinum Games rocked our worlds with the stylish and insane Bayonetta, and now they're back with the sci-fi action game Vanquish.
Joining us now for a hands-on look is Sega Associate Producer Omar Woodley. Welcome.
So, this is a game by Shinji Mikami, which everyone should know what this man is behind, but this is a different take to what he's done in the past. What's the story behind Vanquish?
So this is Mikami-san's third-person shooter. It's science fiction-based, and it takes place in the future. And it's about 120, 200 years in the future, and basically there's 2 powers left in the world fighting for energy and fighting for the resources of the Earth, and it's the Soviet Union, or Russia, and the U.S. And so the U.S. has built this big station in space to harness the power of the sun. Russia goes up, attacks it, and we send an elite force up to retake it back. And you play the character Sam Gideon, who's kind of an engineer, and he's built this suit, ARS suit, augmented reality suit. And he's got a bunch of different abilities for gameplay that's going to wow you guys, and it's a lot of eye candy in the game. But yeah, it's very cool.
So what are some of the abilities? Now we see that he's very mobile and almost acrobatic.
Yeah, he's very agile. You could say he's kind of like a ninja.
He's kind of like a ninja. I'll go with ninja.
His suit, rockets into different places in the game, and he actually has the ability to slow down time and trigger the AR system, which lets you take a slower look but tactical look at the opponents or the enemies that you're fighting, find certain weak points, and exploit those weak points.
Also, he's a smoker.
Yes, he is a smoker. He's an avid smoker. And he actually does use that in combat as a technique, a feature in the game. A lot of the AI will focus on the cigarette after he tosses it, and he'll leap over certain boundaries or barriers.
That is so Platinum Games.
Gun him down.
Plain awesome. Okay, we just saw it. There's this boosting system that just looks awesome.
Yeah.
How does it work? How does it play into strategy in the game?
So we really wanted to bump up the gameplay speed-wise, and the best way to do that is obviously add rockets. So they've added rockets to his suit, which catapults you through the levels, through the combat zones, and really adds this kind of Hollywood flair to the gameplay.
Now we see right now we're fighting two gigantic mechs. Are we fighting mostly robot enemies, or are there human enemies as well, or?
It's a big mix of robots, cyborgs, and humans.
You gotta have the giant mechs.
Yeah, got some mechs in there too.
Now, also, some of the human enemies, though, they seem to have suits that offer some unique abilities to them as well.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give that away too much.
All right. Now,
hold on. What's happening right now?
So you will find certain areas that you can take advantage of, including the mechs. You can kind of carjack them and take over and use the heavy cannons and firepower that they offer.
Does that take a screwdriver?
No.
Now, the way this level is laid out, it doesn't seem like it's just a sort of a straight progression. It's like you really are in a fairly large area trying to take out the enemies. Is that typical for the tone of the game, or is it going to be mixing things up?
It's a big mix. A lot of the combat zones are large scale, and at the end of this E3 demo, they're actually a quite big boss that you fight, and it's a very epic-sized battle.
And now, so you went against having a multiplayer element. Why did you make that decision?
That was Mikami-san's goal for this project. He really wanted to, like I said, bump up single player and deliver a AAA single player experience to the users and his fans, and just create something that was new and never been seen. And a lot of the visual effects are very new to the gaming industry, and a lot of the effects that the suit has are as well.
Which, you know what, I have to say, I admire that. I know there's always that sense that you have to have multiplayer, but somehow it extends the sales, but sometimes certain gameplay that works perfectly in single player does not translate, and you're losing resources to for the best part of the game.
Right, when people feel obligated, they have to have 17 modes, and maybe they should have focused a little bit more on the single player. Now, you guys seem to be doing an amazing job of really keeping that frenetic feeling with the bullets like flying everywhere. How hard was it to get that feeling?
It's very difficult, and actually in a lot of the slowdown gameplay that you'll experience in the game, you can actually see the bullets whizzing by you. They are interactive. You can shoot the enemy bullets down and use them to your advantage in the gameplay.
How hard is it going to be to shoot the enemy bullets down? Is that going to be a little pro strategy, or is that going to be something like the average gamer is going to be able to do?
We offer a vast array of weapons that can take that opportunity and just return fire like Gatling-size gameplay.
So there must be some futuristic weapons as well.
Yes. Can't comment on that yet. Want to surprise you guys? So.
No, which is, I mean, this is shocking enough. Just look at this on screen. It seems like there is an everything, including the kitchen sink type approach, and we saw the same thing in Bayonetta. Is this just becoming kind of the philosophy of Platinum Games?
Yeah, just to blow people's minds with different, visual eye candy, and like I said, this is very Hollywood style gameplay. You'll be able to do a lot of different aerial tricks, gunplay, and just a bunch of different stuff.
Well, it looks great. When can we play Vanquish?
This is coming out later this year, around October.
All right, I cannot wait.
Yep.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, we all know the story of the young hero teaming up with the gentle giant. Well, now Namco Bandai has turned that into a slick new fantasy game called Majin and the Forsaken Kingdom. What does this story consist of?
So the story, you play a character named Tepeu. You're going to team up with a Majin, you set him free, and then solve puzzles, traverse different areas to try and free this area from the darkness.
What's your name? I, Teodel.
With this darkness that's taking over, it's what's really kind of plaguing the world. So that's why the monsters have this kind of black tar look to them.
The thing we love about fantasy games is obviously characters and weapons. So what do we get in this game?
You're going to be powering up the Majin, helping him regain his power, and as you power up the Majin, he ends up powering up your weapon, and you have a lot more abilities.
Now, you guys have an NPC co-op on this. Why not go with the traditional two-player co-op?
How you interact with the Majin is really important, and they wanted to give the Majin his own character and personality. So if it were co-op and you could play the Majin, then you kind of lose that ability. It's on Xbox 360 and PS3, coming out this fall for $59.99.
Perfect, we love it. And I don't know about you, but if I'm ever in an epic battle like this, I totally want a giant on my side.
A giant's always helpful. Always helpful.
Hey, you there. You can see all of the best E3 2010 clips anytime and anywhere, right on your iPhone or your iPod Touch. Technically on your iPad, too. Technically.
Download the G4 iPhone app right now at g4tv.com/app. It's free, so you don't have any excuses.
Coming up, Ubisoft's historical murder game goes multiplayer, huh?
Find out how many different ways you can stab your friends in Renaissance Italy when we go hands-on with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Stay with us.
I
will. You're just killing me. You're so like...
All you Bioshock fans are going to want to swing by the setup they have here. They got a bunch of miniatures from the game. You got Big Sister, a couple versions of Big Daddy. You got the creepy little doll that Little Sister played with. And speaking of Little Sister, hey, what are you doing? Where's your daddy? Where's your daddy? Oh, there's your Big Daddy. Oh my gosh, what's up, Big Daddy? You know what? It's actually my lunch break now, so I'm going to go get some food and bring it back so we can eat. He looks hungry.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Burger King. Burger King is open till 2 a.m. or later. Don't go to bed before the king.
Yesterday we got our first look at Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, which continues the story of Italian assassin Ezio Auditore.
And today we're diving into multiplayer. Now, here to explain how it all works is Ubisoft producer Vincent Pomprion and creative director Stefan Baudet. Thank you so much, guys. To be honest, when someone says Assassin's Creed in multiplayer, my first reaction was, that makes no sense. It's about stealthy gameplay. It's about being alone, figure it out. I played it. It's cool, but also you found a very nice excuse for how you could have multiplayer in the Assassin's Creed universe. If you wouldn't mind explaining.
Right. We knew we would surprise everyone by announcing a multiplayer, but we really thought about it, and we thought it was time to show it to everyone. We actually started developing it over a year and a half ago. First, we needed to make sure we had the technology right, because it's an open world game, it's a sandbox game, it's hard to fit a networking mode in there. And then we needed to make sure that the narrative part was right as well. As most fans know, we try to justify as much as possible everything we do, except the leap of faith. So we figured that the best way to introduce the multiplayer would be through the Templar part of the story.
The bad guys in the
bad guys, or well, not necessarily. It's that's a philosophical idea. So basically, what we're suggesting today is that Abstergo, the evil company, has modified the Animus to upload memories to subjects, and these subjects, of course, are Templars trainees, and they are trying to learn the ways of the assassins to be better equipped to fight against them. And that's all the machines you saw early in Assassin's Creed 2. This was it. That's the training room.
But you can still be stealthy in the multiplayer mode. So how does stealth work into that?
Yeah, you can still be stealthy in the multiplayer mode, because you have, as a player, well, the game mode we're showing today is called Wanted. And as a player, you have a target to assassinate, and that target is another player. So you still have that stealthy approach. You sneak around, you make sure that you're not spotted by that target. But for the first time around in the multiplayer, you are also a target of another player. So you kind of having a double agenda as a predator, but also as a prey. So it makes a very intense experience.
It's like a cat and mouse gameplay. You
And you
play
can-
both cat and mouse.
And you can definitely also, you can blend in as well. You can blend in with the people and the populace.
Yeah, there's a lot of tools for you to blend, just like in the single player experience. Like you can blend into crowd, you can have stealth moves, you can sit on benches, hide in air bales, all that sort of things. You'll get also in the multiplayer.
And it's going to mess with your mind.
Oh no, and one of the big challenges is that you want to be able to use kind of the more preternatural powers that Ezio has, climbing up the walls. But the minute you do that, you've exposed yourself as a viable target inside of the Assassin's Creed multiplayer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think what's interesting is that each will have, of course, different types of maps, and each one will exploit the different gameplay pillars we have. So in some, you'll have to be a little bit more exposed, a little bit more high profile, and just go up front and try to chase after your targets. In other maps, they'll be tighter, darker, and social stealth will play a larger role.
Now, are we going to recognize these maps from the original game and from the single-player game?
There's a mix of maps from the Italian Renaissance in general, so you'll get to see Rome, of course, because that's where the single-player experience is. And we'll get to see again like Florence and some of other cities that are very, very unique to Italian Renaissance that we didn't see in Assassin's Creed 2.
Now, in Wanted mode, we're seeing sort of like, your character that you select. It looks like one of the NPCs that you saw in Assassin's Creed 2. To clarify, you don't have special powers unique to those types of NPCs. It's just that look.
Yes. Well, there's a lot of abilities or new weapons that we've developed for the multiplayer, like the ability to use, of course, guns, smoke bombs, or also like speed boosts. You can disguise, you can morph guys around. There's a lot of tools for the player to play with.
And do you think you're going to have any downloadable editions, downloadable maps, anything that people are going to be able to, get with multiplayer?
Yeah, Ubisoft always has plans for downloadable stuff, so
yeah.
For sure. Right now we're still finishing just the production itself, and then we'll see.
I know. I'm already down to download.
No, I already have it in my head.
But people really like to know that the game that they're buying is going to be supported in the future. So I think that's important.
I think it's
to people.
important for a multiplayer, especially.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we saw the single player, we saw the multiplayer, tantalized, and what do we get to play?
In November.
November? All right.
16 to 18.
All right, sounds good. That's good enough for me. Guys, thank you so much for coming by. Really, this is
welcome.
quite something.
No, I guess I can't have my cake and eat it too, Brian.
Well, Kevin eats
No cake in the Twitter wall. Oh, okay, studio rules.
No.
Think I'm gonna make a mess?
No, you can have cake. I'm going to read the Twitter wall. Twitter wall, talk to me. All right, let's see. Let's go. Neko-chan, 315. OMG, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood makes my mouth wait. And my fingers tingle. I can't wait. Oh, someone on an iPhone? What's going on?
Well, thanks, Neko-chan.
Yeah. All right, Batman Boy 11. Oh, you're back. Oh, I see you. Oh, he came back. I'll admit it. First I thought Assassin's Creed multiplayer was a terrible idea, but but now I think it looks awesome.
Yeah. I agree.
Now multiplayer means you can hunt your friends.
I think the ability to blend in is pretty sweet. You can just blend in.
See, Buckeye Jedi 42. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is definitely one of games coming out this year. I'm excited to play.
Yeah, I'm pretty psyched too.
Can I read another one?
Yeah, absolutely, Olivia. Keep going.
Okay. Will it move for me?
Well, thanks, Twitter wall. Remember,
use the hashtag E3 on G4 if you want us to read your tweets on the show. Tetsuya Mizuguchi is the designer of some fantastically tripping music-driven games.
Amount of
like
cake.
Space Channel.
Space Channel 5, Rez,
People
Luminous,
have to
and every Extend Extra.
You can't just throw trash
And he's
on
at
the studio
E3 to
floor.
show off his latest game.
You know, people
Child
have to
of
pick
Eden.
this- Oh, more cake.
Hey. Check out Child of Eden.
Alison Haislip hit the floor to see what it's all about.
With me right now is one of the true pioneers of the gaming world, the puzzle master himself, Tetsuya Mizuguchi. And he's going to explain to me a little bit more about this game that has the E3 floor buzzing. Ms. Child of Eden. Oh my God, tell me about it.
You know, the Eden this is a huge archive for human being, and we call internet now, but in the future, everybody say Eden, and you have to purify, and you have to save the world.
All the things that we've seen at E3 that involve Kinect, this has got to be the coolest. What made you decide to make this Kinect compatible?
So I heard about the Kinect technology. I had a big inspiration, like Tom Cruise, Minority Report type, But the Kinect is a totally new experience, controlling everything, like orchestral, sound, and visual.
And just to be clear, you can play this with a controller as well, correct?
Sure.
Now, obviously with video games, the visuals are some of the most important part, but this game, music, is vital to how this game works. So how do you create music and actually make it change with the game?
So I decided to create a music by myself. I can design a whole music, very emotional feeling, and depends on the theme. So it's a really fun work for me.
It looks like you have all the artwork that's been inspired by the game, or is this the artwork that inspired the game?
We draw in, that kind of art image first, then, we are in the production.
When can I get this game?
2011 Q1.
You're an absolute genius. Arigato, and high five for this.
Thank
yes.
The new film, Jonah Hex, is based on the classic comic book series. Thanks, Kev. And Jonah Hex takes you back to the Wild West for a good old-fashioned tale of revenge. Here's star Josh Brolin with a sneak peek.
Nailed it! Take a look at this exclusive clip from Jonah Hex.
Kill him!
Sign me up. Don't go anywhere, because after the break, we'll have the second part of our Tron Evolution demo, everybody.
Now that you've gotten a taste of the combat, we'll get to see what you really think when you hear the word Tron. That's right, Light Cycles.
Oh.
E3 2010 continues. Right.
You know what I want to taste of? Cake.
E3 2010 Live is brought to you by Jonah Hex. On June 18th, Revenge Gets Ugly. Jonah Hex, in theaters everywhere Friday, June 18th.
It has been an awesome couple of days here at E3. I think our minds have been sufficiently blown, but I have to thank 2K for bringing the one thing that I really needed right now, a sports bar. Barkeep, bring me a pint. Oh yeah.
Tron Evolution, and now it is time to look at another big gameplay element, Light Cycles.
Joining us once again is Darren Hedges, Game Director at Propaganda Games. All right. With this, you are feeding every little fanboy's dream. Why are you on the Light Cycles in Tron Evolution?
So you're on the Light Cycle on Tron Evolution for a number of reasons. In this particular level, we're actually trying to rescue a program named Gibson, who has been captured and sent to the Game Grid tournaments by the protagonist of the piece.
And when you're racing with Light Cycles, I mean, how hard was it to get this sense of speed going on in this?
Pretty difficult. One of the main things that we really concentrated on with the levels is how we can get through a level, really, really with that massive sense of speed. A Light Cycle, it travels at 200 miles an hour, so we want the players to feel like they have this, really huge motorcycle underneath them, but also traveling at a phenomenal speed.
Because mobility is life.
Mobility is completely like Morgan.
Now, obviously what we're seeing here, I would say it's kind of a racing sequence where there's like danger at every turn. Are we also going to be seeing the light cycles more in that combat where they're trying to box out the other guy as we saw in the original Tron?
So the one unique thing about the light cycles, or the new light cycles of Tron, is that it's more of a physical-based property. So although we still have the 90-degree turns, they're now used with the elite air brakes that we have on the light cycles. So instead of just 90-degree turns as you would have seen in 1982, you now have to use it very strategically with your air brakes. Most of the time, though, the light trail actually leaves a very sweeping arc, which if you use it correctly, you can actually box someone in with a circle rather than a square.
Hey, that's even more effective.
Now, are these vehicles going to be available in multiplayer as well?
Yes, they are. So our multiplayer has not only on foot, but also the ability to go into your light cycle, and also exclusively for the video games, a light tank. And you can play all of those at the same time within our multiplayer component.
Now, when you're playing multiplayer, am I able to use my disc on my light cycle and use combat that way?
Oh, for sure. So we want you to be able to get on your light cycle and be able to use your disc. You may notice the new light cycles have no canopy, so that allows us to be a little bit more creative with the light disc and the way that we use it. Also, using our player progression system, you'll also, every time you upgrade your light disc or your variants of the light disc, you'll also upgrade part of your light cycle as well. So for an example, with the light disc bomb, you'll be able to actually have a shield that surrounds the entirety of your bike. They'll give you more damage if you hit another bike head on, or if you hit a character, obviously they're just de-rezzed.
Darren, I think I want to point out the technical accomplishment here. You are using Unreal Engine 3.
Yes, we are.
Which is not necessarily known for how quickly it can stream in all this stuff. This is absolutely amazing. I mean, how much real estate are we even covering here?
Jesus, I had to figure it out. It's about 7.5 kilometers, give or take. But the level design team and the engineering team back at Propaganda actually worked minor miracles in the way that we get this level to stream. So they've done a lot with a lot of work with the streaming volumes within Unreal, and a lot of work behind the scenes in the code base to actually get that sense of speed right the first time.
Well, because if you made a Tron game and didn't have the light cycles, I don't think you would have had a very receptive,
be a little anemic
fan base. So you had to put the light cycles in. Why do you think the light cycles are so iconic to the movie? Because if somebody saw the movie a million years ago and they're like, light cycles, that's all they remember.
I think the light cycles are really iconic because it's almost every fanboy's dream of in terms of getting this uber powerful vehicle that just does wonders. It's not only insanely fast, but it also has a destructive property to it. And I think when you look back on your childhood, as I do certainly, you go, I really wanted a light cycle. And for me now, you get the opportunity to drive that in the game and in multiplayer.
And it also just looks really, really
Thank
cool.
you.
Totally.
Darren, I think now, after we've seen these two elements of the game, I think the only question left on any reasonable person's mind is, when is the game going to become available?
So the game's going to become available in fall of this year. We're going to release just before the movie, and it'll be available on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC.
And it is 3D?
It is in 3D, and we also support Sony Move as well.
All right. Awesome.
Thank you
Darren,
very much.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Darren.
Now, one of the major highlights of this year's E3 was Disney Epic Mickey. Warren Spector showed up with a game that really did the impossible.
Yeah, it made Mickey Mouse kind of cool. Here's a look at the upcoming Wii platformer.
My name is Warren Spector, and I'm the General Manager and Creative Director at Junction Point Studios. I believe with every fiber of my being that games can tell stories as deep and as sophisticated as movies, books, or any other medium. This game is no exception. The power of Walt Disney's imagination brought into being this alternate world called the Wasteland, where all of Disney's forgotten and rejected characters, they all end up in the cartoon wasteland. Mickey Mouse inadvertently discovers this place. Mischievously, he plays with the magics and creates a monster. And Mickey flees, not even knowing that anything bad has happened. But the Blot is furious, so he just devastates the world. But This world has a hero of its own. It's got Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, the first forgotten, rejected character that Disney created. And so Oswald and the Blot engage in the Blot Wars, which rage for years. One of the most important things in the game is the idea of a heart. No character in the Wasteland has a heart. Mickey has the most powerful heart of all. The villains of the piece are going to steal his heart and use it so they can get out and trap Mickey in the Wasteland. But Mickey escapes. But as he explores the Wasteland, what he discovers is that he's responsible for the devastation of this world. And if he just leaves without righting that wrong, his old friends are going to be living a not very pleasant life. Mickey's core abilities in the game involve the manipulation of paint. He can actually control the power of paint and the power of thinner. Now with thinner, anything that's painted in the world, he can just erase it. He can erase a wall, he can erase the ceiling, jump up through it. One of my goals for the game is to put Mickey in a story that really confronts him with the kinds of challenges worthy of a hero. And that's kind of the heart of the story. It's about redeeming yourself, redeeming others, and healing the land. And at the end of the day, I think mostly it'll be about being a hero, having fun, and engaging in an epic story.
Coming up after the break, Adam and Morgan reveal their picks for the best of E3 2010.
But more importantly, Olivia and I reveal our favorites.
Cake.
Take that, Morgan. All that more right after this. Yes, cake. Is that right?
More cake. More cake. E3 2010. This week we brought you over 40 exclusive hands-on demos, over 10 hours of coverages from the press conferences, and most importantly, cake.
Cake!
Well, we brought Kevin cake, and you got to watch it.
It was delicious. And we only had to cover up the death of one booth babe this year. So good job, G4. Panic attack.
It was successful. All that's left to do is pass judgment on everything we saw and decide what's the best.
Oh, that sounds fair. Here's Adam and Morgan with their best picks of E3.
Thanks, guys. Now, of all the games we demoed here on our stage, I think something that really stood out for me was Star Wars: The Old Republic. I'm getting a little bit of support here. Okay, because here's the thing. Obviously, I'm a big MMO gamer. I'm a big Star Wars fan. What really impressed me was a lot of the thought that they put into balancing the different classes. Now, of course, an awesome Jedi is gonna go ahead and be a little bit more powerful than a smuggler, but they're gonna have really different, gameplay mechanics, and that's gonna work into the game, and you're really gonna get that feeling of whatever class that you're hoping to be.
Look, the fact is also when you throw BioWare in there,
yes,
then suddenly, a guy who loves single player like me, who's been a little bit turned off by MMOs, I'm on board too. They have to be doing something right if that's happening.
And they're really emphasizing the single-player experience and giving the player with the fully voiced MMO, you could pretend that you're having a single-player experience, and not even worry about anybody else.
I don't have to invent things in my head to add to the fun.
Right.
Mine, and I gotta say, there's so many games. I mean, there was Black Ops, there was Epic Mickey. These things that stood out. The one that really wowed me was Id's Rage, because. I've always, obviously, it's very hard to work in what we do and not have this almost kind of awe for what it has accomplished over, well over a decade. But their tech has always been so impressive, and it's always like the design is just trying to catch up. And this time, I'm like, okay, no, these two things are equitable. You have a game where there's interesting level design, there's this variety of enemies, and there's this absurd technology. The fact that you have that AI that's so progressive, and then you have an animation system that can just keep up with the pace, it just creates this very, very rich world. We may have seen apocalyptic worlds before, but there's some love and care in the detail of this. It's just, I feel like I'm just falling into it. I cannot wait to get my hands on it. but it's a 2011
So
release.
those were just two things that really stood out for us because, of course, there were so many amazing things that we demoed on the show floor that we actually got to put our hands on.
Yeah.
So E3 has been very exciting. That is it from the E3 floor. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Morgan. But right now, it's our turn, suckers!
Yay!
All right. Ladies first. Miss Munn, what did you like?
I didn't get to see that much of it, but the stuff I did see I love was Zelda. Legend of Zelda, Skyward Sword. They have the one-to-one sword and shield control.
Absolutely.
Really awesome. So like, you can feel like you're back in 180 AD again, huh? You guys remember that? I've been waiting to work that date in.
Okay, that was good. Did you Google it or something?
No, I had everyone else Google it for me.
What did you ask? Did you say, when did people use swords?
Will Everyone's good.
That was good.
No, so it's like 180 all over again.
Oh, yeah. The accuracy of the data is what made that good.
Also, wait, Flying Beetle can go around and get crap
Flying Beetle
for
was
you.
dope, but it's 2011. You patient? You gonna wait?
Yeah.
Okay, good to
What
hear.
about you? What did you like?
I liked two things that were picked already, so I'm gonna say Rock Band 3. And again, I said it got me interested yesterday. I was saying in music games again. But here's the thing: that new controller that you're seeing right there with the strings at the bottom, it has buttons on each fret. It can teach you to finally play the guitar. So now, when you get great at expert, you're still not just a douche with a plastic guitar. You can pick up a real electric guitar.
Can you really pick
and
up
shred.
after that?
This game will honestly, I mean, yes, there's some finesse that you have to learn, and you'll have to get your calluses for the strings and whatnot. But you can really take it slow. They told me that there'd be plenty of trainers included in the game.
Are you gonna do it?
Learn your chords. I'm gonna try because I don't like. I have commitment issues, as we all know. So taking actual guitar lessons is just too much for me. But to play the songs that I love at the pace that I will enjoy, that to me is a huge selling point. So Rock Band 3, good songs, new peripherals, and
Very
it can teach you how to play guitar.
I know. What about?
Like it's 20 AD. What was your date?
180 AD.
180 AD. I think you just cut your own forearm there with what you mind. I think.
Shield, stop, and sword. Shield,
Got it.
stop,
Got
and
it.
sword.
Hey, folks, we are done, everybody.
I missed you, my friend.
Missed you. After 4 days and 25 hours of live TV, E3 2010 is finally over.
If you missed any of our staggering E3 coverage or just want to relive the whole thing all over again, we've got you covered.
Just tune in to G4 this Saturday at 9 a.m. for an all-day E3 2010 live marathon.
And if you're looking for more Star Wars excitement, Lucas has something special in store. Stick around for Star Wars Strikes Back. Yes! Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to E3. You wanted it, you asked for it, you got it. This is a special live edition of G4TV.com's feedback, and it starts right now. A special E3 edition of G4TV.com's Feedback. I'm Adam Sessler, and if you're new to Feedback, here's a primer. This is a TV version of our weekly podcast, which can be seen every Wednesday afternoon at G4TV.com/feedback. We discuss games, the latest news, answer your questions, make very obscure references, and Patrick and I fight about Lost all the time. Today, we're going to look at all the E3 news and what went down at the Big Three's press conference, specifically Zelda and all of Nintendo's huge announcements. There's the 3DS, Donkey Kong Kirby, and a whole lot more. Plus, we're going to talk Sony's Move, the new Twisted Metal, and Portal 2. And later, we'll discuss Microsoft's big push into motion control with Kinect and Bungie's reveal of the Halo Reach campaign. All right, I think we need to introduce our panel, and here to discuss the Big Three's press events are a few Feedback regulars. Joining me are X-Play Game Editorials, Abby Happy. And we have G4TV.com news editor Patrick Klepek, better known as Scoop. And finally, my wonderful co-host on X-Play, Morgan Webb.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. So let's start with Nintendo. The public, the general public, seems to be in agreement that they definitely, took the show of all the 5 major press conferences with everything they revealed. Are we all kind of in agreement with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 I'm not trying to say that their press conference was necessarily bad. I just, not being a Nintendo fangirl, and this is becoming more and more apparent to me as time goes on, and I am not excited about the games everybody else is excited about. If you're not a Nintendo fan, really, there's nothing there for you. Like, everyone's like, but Kid Icarus. I'm like,
It is heavily nostalgia-based, but
It
for
really
someone that
is.
has that, and I did, every announcement was amazing.
And I think I'm in between, and I was still excited. And I was like rushing here because all I wanted to see was Zelda. And then I was a little late, and then I came in, and there were Retro and Donkey Kong, and I was thrilled.
Yeah. Well, let's start with what we, going into it, really thought was going to be the cornerstone, and I think it was a very large chunk, and that is the 3DS. This is their new handheld system that has 3D elements in it. Patrick, you were actually there. So
I was there, and I just played it about an hour ago, and it's the 3D. This is what I want from 3D, and I think the part that you always get angry talking about 3D is auto stereoscopic. That's what you want, no glasses. 3D's cool, but you don't want the glasses experience, and this removes it, and it's awesome. It works, and Nintendo's nailed it out of the park.
A gimmick? So it's not a gimmick. Not a gimmick.
and so what are some of the games that you saw playable with the 3DS?
I saw Resident Evil, which wasn't playable. There was very little playable. Pilot Wings was the only game that I really got to get hands-on and play. And Pilot Wings is back. I thought it was going to come back a long time ago, but it's here on the 3DS. The 3D effect works really well in Nintendo's art style of having large, colorful, big environments, and it works really well in Pilot Wings. And I'm just glad Pilot Wings is back.
Now, one of the things that I noted was the amount of third-party support, where some of those more mature titles, you have, Metal Gear, Resident Evil, Assassin's Creed. Is that anything that might give you some interest in the 3DS, Morgan?
Not really. I always feel I feel a little bit disappointed when I'm playing these mature titles on Nintendo platforms. I feel like I could just get so much more if I were playing it on a different system. I am excited about the 3D capabilities. I'm a huge Golden Sun fan. I love the Mario and Luigi RPGs on the DS. So these are games that I'm really going to be looking forward to. So
All right.
there's something for me.
Okay, Abby, I think I had the same reaction as you. Thought it would be all about Zelda, and then I suddenly see, 2D platformers, both from Kirby and from Donkey Kong. I mean, that was where my nostalgia blew up.
Yeah, and the Kirby one looked absolutely incredible. The yarn and the charm in the graphics of that game sent me through the roof. And then hearing that Retro Studios is back working on another game, that it's a Donkey Kong game, that was probably the highlight for me.
Yeah, it was very exciting. Now, let's talk about that one big game. The big one.
All right,
Zelda, Legend of Zelda. Once again, I saw most of it on the tiny, tiny screen. You were racing over here. Patrick, you were there. This is very motion control. It was something that we have been slightly anxious about, how heavy they were going to go into Wii Motion Plus with it. Do you think it's too much, too little? What was your takeaway?
It seems like we haven't seen too much of the actual game. It seemed like today they just wanted to get out, this is what we're doing with the controls, this is what we mean by sort of reinventing Zelda. As far as to how it works, I mean, Miyamoto kind of got Steve Jobbed up on stage with the wireless.
Yes.
Because every impression I've gotten from anyone else is that it works great when you actually sit down and play and there's not any interference. I think it's cool how they're sort of telling you visually how to play Zelda. You got to slash it differently. And the one-to-one, it's not actually one-to-one. You're really just doing slash motions, but you can feel like you're waving the sword around. That's cool.
Now, the aesthetics of the game. This has been an issue for you with some other Nintendo titles, Morgan.
Uh-oh.
No, I mean, it was not
No,
as cartoony as Wind Waker.
And the thing is, I loved Wind Waker.
Me too.
I know, I did too.
There was something there was an intelligence to the graphics and the spirals of everything, and you felt like you were in this world. When they try to make it more realistic, I'm a Nintendo hater today, aren't I? I'm sorry.
No.
I'm with you on the Wind Waker thing.
Yeah, Wind Waker was awesome. I was not as into the first Zelda on Wii.
Now, Abby, just so everyone knows, you wrote the strategy guide for Twilight Princess, so you are deeply
I did write
enmeshed.
one.
Yes, you're
Not
deeply
like
enmeshed
me,
in this.
not,
What are some of the things that you are intrigued by or like to know more about in terms of the Zelda game?
Well, I've played every single one past Twilight Princess, and then the ones on the DS, and I'm really interested to see how they kind of expand the world of Zelda and don't make it something that I've already played before. I'm always looking to the new, the stuff that they talked about today, the whip, and I so sad that I missed all of that. Really.
And the weird thing that
But-
flies into the sky, I'm not sure what that's called.
Plus, Minna was such a great character in Twilight Princess, and I would just love to see how they flesh out that world and really create these kind of engaging, awesome, and just really colorful characters.
Yes, I was far more worried, and I was relieved with what I saw. My only concern is, given the amount of motion control, how long I can play in a given session before that, that kind of exhaustion of paying that much attention.
You need to take a break.
Yeah.
It's going to tell you
The game
you
will
need to
tell you to
take
take
a
a
break.
break.
You've been playing for half an hour. Aren't you tired by now?
Well, that's right. And then I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm like,
Feel bad about yourself.
It's like when I get tired with motion control, I'm like, I play worse than I do with a traditional game. So I need to set aside like morning hours.
Well, hopefully they'll make it so you can kind of lay down and just do it subtly, like a lot of the different Wii games that they do.
All right, guys. Well, that was our discussion about everything in Nintendo, but we've got more feedback on the way. Yes, we do.
Plenty more.
Our E3 special continues with a look at Sony's reveals of the new Twisted Metal, the amazing Portal 2 announcement, and of course, the PlayStation Move. Plus, we're going to be talking Microsoft's big announcements, Kinect, Halo Reach campaign gameplay, and more. We'll be right back. Welcome back to a special E3 edition of G4TV.com's feedback. I was kind of thinking when we're coming in from the break, I want that Charlie Rose jazz thing, to say it's late night, we're talking games. All right, we just talked Nintendo's announcements, but now let's move on to the other press conference today, and that was Sony. Jesse B83 on Twitter said, Sony once again had a great conference, time for PS3 to take over. I know there were some other people that were not as fond of the Sony press conference, but maybe not until the end, when some big surprises happened. One which really took me off guard, Abby. Your favorite developer, Valve, who said they would never, ever go on the PS3.
Brought Gabe Newell out and had him talk about how Portal 2 is going to be on PS3, but also that they're going to have Steamworks, and so it looks like they'll be able to do their title updates by themselves without, going through
This
previously
does not mean
Xbox.
that's Steam.
No,
the full Steam catalog is available
No.
on the PS3.
I was just incredibly surprised, and the game looks amazing. But really,
yeah.
I like how they came out knowing that they had to say, we may have said some things in the past. And we
They should have put his quotes up on there behind him.
God, that would have been great.
I mean, Gabe Newell was unrelenting in his contempt. I mean, that was quite an about-face.
I feel like they really might have done that purely because of that Steamworks option of having them being able to do their own title updates. I mean, that's a
like
great sell.
all the
Let us
concessions to
control
EA.
our product.
Yeah, when Microsoft conceded EA and with the original Xbox. Morgan, PlayStation Move. Is this competitive? Can they position it in the market correctly?
Well, they have a lot of price points right now, so it's it's sort of confusing. Like you buy the set and the game, and then the nunchucks an extra $30. So it depends. It's going to be a very different price, point of entry for a lot of different people. It is actually relatively comparably priced to, for example, the Nintendo nunchuck. So it just is going to depend on if the consumers embrace it. I think they are very resistant to the look of the device.
Yeah.
They do not like that colored glowing ball on top. But they have accepted it from Nintendo. I don't necessarily anticipate this being a system seller.
But at the very least, they aren't defining themselves on it, which I think is going to give them some wiggle room.
That's what I sort of mean by it's not a system seller. They say hey, you already have a PS3. It's already a Blu-ray player. Maybe you bought it as a Blu-ray player. Your dad, grandma, sister, such and such might like this as an add-on. And in that price point, it's not bad. If you buy the system and and everything, the Move, everything together. You're talking about a lot of money.
As a hardcore gamer, it means I then have to share with other people in the household.
Right, I mean, it's just you that doesn't share.
No,
Patrick.
Never mind.
The tone of Sony's conference was very aggressive. They were taking pot shots left and right at Microsoft and even a little bit at Nintendo. What was your takeaway? I mean, is this kind of a new Sony?
I mean, we saw that from Sony, but we even saw that at the Nintendo conference. Reggie took no qualms in dissing the glasses thing just before everyone was leaving to go to the Sony conference, largely in 3D.
Where they handed you glasses at the beginning, right?
Yeah, at the end of Nintendo's, they're like, no glasses, no glasses. We looked into it, and it's stupid, essentially was their takeaway. And so I think, I like it when the companies sort of go at each other.
I think we in the press like this.
I loved, Sega does what Nintendo don't. I love that stuff. So I encourage them.
It's nice to see the company sort of acknowledging the other's
That they
existence,
exist,
and
yeah.
it's not like they're making all these decisions in a vacuum. They're looking at what their competitors are doing. They got some laughs.
Okay,
and they got some laughs.
The other big reveal was Twisted Metal, a game that Jaffe himself had been outwardly denying was in existence or even being made. No, it was. They're showing it. It's coming out next year. Patrick, is this the right direction? I mean, we haven't seen the game since really, like, the beginning of the PS2.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say what the right direction even would be because it's just been gone for so long, and vehicular combat isn't really a genre anymore. So Twisted Metal kind of is in a unique space where it can kind of come in and redefine what it is. I think adding the aerial element is really, really cool. So just the idea that you're sort of, and I think some of the vehicles you can sort of boost and jump over objects. It just, one of the things about Twisted Metal is that you'd constantly find yourself going in circles trying to hit an enemy and not being able to do it. So adding abilities to like lean out and snipe people, they're doing a lot of really smart things to sort of take vehicular combat to the next level.
Now, Morgan, I mean, yeah, we seem to get these sporadic flare-ups, like a disease, of Twisted Metal throughout the times. I mean, is this a franchise that really does have that kind of hold on the collective gamer's imagination?
Well, I think one thing that it does have is sort of a brand recognition. People go into the store and they say, Twisted Metal, I've heard of that. I may not even remember why or where, but I've heard of that, and that's going to make them go ahead and pick that up. I think it looks great. I think it looks like a lot of fun. It's something that I'm personally looking forward to. I think it's one of those things that's going to sell pretty well.
And it's got the right attitude. It's
has
got that
great
kind of thing
attitude.
that, yeah, I like it.
It's not taking itself too seriously.
Now, Abby, multiplayer queen that you are.
Obviously,
since we saw Twisted Metal before, what we expected out of multiplayer was far more limited. Team deathmatch,
what we saw today with kidnapping basically the other faction's guy, and then waiting, keeping him in the area, then hitting him with the rocket launcher, and then sending the rockets into the Senate. Yeah, I don't know where you go from there. That was kind of exciting.
But it's a good thing that they didn't think that they could just do the more basic elements. They have to be on par with Team Fortress. They have to be on par.
Absolutely. And the thing is, I don't, vehicular stuff is not usually my forte, but I was looking at the going like, I'm playing that.
All right, that's great. Now, guys, have you ever wanted to have an intelligent conversation about video games? Well, you can. Just watch feedback on G4TV.com and yell at your computer screen. Every week, I round up GeForce gaming experts for in-depth discussions about the latest headlines, new releases, and the industry's biggest controversies. New episodes of Feedback debut every Wednesday afternoon, only on G4TV.com/feedback. Stick around. There's more feedback on the way after the break. We're going to round out our discussion of the Big Three with the last piece of the puzzle, Microsoft. We'll talk Kinect, Halo Reach, and more right after this. Welcome back to a special E3 edition of G4TV.com's Feedback. It's like Washington Week in Review about games. Let's move on to the final member of the Big Three and talk about what happened at the Microsoft press conference. Kinect. Now, granted, they had two events. One which involved ponchos that, yes, Sony was pointing out and a lot of people have been talking about, where they just kind of introduced the... but Kinect was really shown at the Microsoft press conference. And I, for one, was left kind of scratching my head.
I think we were kind of hoping that they were going to get the Natal stuff or the Kinect stuff kind of out of their system at the Cirque du Soleil conference, and then during the actual press conference, they were going to talk about grown-up games. But that didn't happen, so we were a little disappointed. We saw some yoga, we saw some creepy animals, we saw a lot of people in hoodies.
I mean, Abby, who is it targeted at? We have Star Wars up here on screen, but that seems almost to be kind of a gimme. Because nothing else was like that.
Well, of course, all we've been saying about what we wanted in a motion control Star Wars was that we would actually, kind of have a lightsaber. And
the physical plastic
and now
thing in my hands.
Now you've given me the motion control Star Wars game, and you've taken away my lightsaber, which means I'll just take one of mine from home and have it in front of the TV in front of Kinect.
I mean,
it's dangerous.
Given
which clearly won't break anything.
Assuming someone doesn't have a 360, you're talking about a very, very steep entry fee to get to Kinect for that casual gamer. That's where I'm sort of confused is, who are they necessarily aiming it at? I don't think it could be successful. It's just a Trojan horse with a 360.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, we don't have a price point yet. I think E3 is going to be there gauging how they do the price point going forward. They might have a price point they wanted, and then E3 kind of shifts that. I've been really interested to see, I think the sort of casual consumer may be more interested in sort of the voice recognition and sort of these sort of futuristic features that Kinect allows
for example, like selecting your movie by holding
your
hand
we
up
may
and
not want to do that, but that is
yeah.
cool. Like, that will demo well, like, on the Today Show or something like that. Or just, I want, I want to be able to say, which song in Rock Band I want to select to, stuff like that. I think could be really cool. So that side of it, the games haven't really appealed to me too much, but the tech side I think could be neat.
You told me you wanted a tiger.
Well, I didn't want to share it on feedback.
Yeah, also, kids, don't name your tiger Skittles. That's how they maul you when they grow up. They're like, you named me Skittles. It's just, it's a tip for all of you.
You talk
junior
to tigers?
Yes, late at night when I'm scared. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, let's just kind of like high up. Like, where's your temperature on Connect?
I think it's really depend on the price. What do you, I mean, $50? That would be, I feel
If
like
they
people
go-
would be
if they-
very
yeah, if
open
they
to
go,
it
we
for
want it,
$50.
yeah.
I think much more than $50 is going to be a hard sell, partly because it's hard to necessarily write on the box exactly what it does for the mom in the store being like, this is $80 and I get not really clear 100%.
Yeah, because it's not like you're going to be going to the store and buying Kinect. You're going to be buying an Xbox that might have a Kinect logo. I think they're going to have some, they want to transition from pure Xbox to this Kinect, but having those two messaging, that's going to be tougher marketing to try and balance between.
Branding and branding.
I see a lot of bundles coming out, I think.
Yeah.
Let's talk about a big boy game, Gears of War 3. I think all of us were fans of the first. Some of us, felt a little disappointed in 2, some didn't. From what we've seen of 3, I mean, Abby, what do you think?
I'm stoked. I'm actually really excited about 4-player co-op. It's nice. I like being able to bring my friends into gaming. I like sitting and having a conversation while we, chainsaw people. I thought that was really impressive. And, again, you never know how great a game is until you played it yourself, but everything I've seen of it so far looked fantastic. So.
I mean, the one thing that, when you and I were watching it, Morgan, is that clearly the area that they showed in that demo can fit for people and have some dynamic gameplay.
Absolutely, and you're actually going to be able to talk to each other and put a little bit more strategy into it. I mean, Gears traditionally hasn't been, strategy-based, which is fine. It's shooter and chainsaw-based, okay. But we can maybe add a little bit more strategy, add a little bit more level of difficulty and interest in the game.
Now, Patrick, I don't know about you, but I have this thing for monsters. I love monsters. I love monster design. Mm-hmm. I was seeing art direction in just this small demo of Gears 3 that seemed to be a really big leap from what we saw in Gears 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Locust design, but I've really enjoyed the Gears games. I like some of the large enemies, sort of the base enemies I've been a fan of, but the new enemies really show...
The Lambent, I believe.
Lambent, I think that's how you say it.
The corrupted Locust.
Yeah, they seem to have a really dynamic element to them, like they can change the environment more so than Locust have. So I think that could really change it in a new direction, and it seems really exciting.
Now, in terms of multiplayer, Abby, once again, multiplayer queen, what do you, I think that you got frustrated with some stuff that happened in Gears 2 multiplayer. What do you want for Gears 3?
I'm not 100% sure because what I liked actually was kind of the simplicity of the multiplayer in the first one. And it was almost like too much for me when the second one, that sounds weird. You always want more and more out of your games. But I actually, I enjoyed what they did. But I think like any multiplayer game, you want great maps. You want to shoot people with guys as long as it works and it's balanced and there's good spawning. Then you have the recipe for a good multiplayer game. And frankly, I loved what they did in the first one, so I really hope I love this one just as much.
All right, it's going to round out the trilogy. Any sense, once it's done, Patrick, do you think that we're going to see more unique products from Microsoft coming from Epic?
Gears of War is not anywhere near finished.
You're probably right.
Even in the announcement release, they made sure to say, this is the end of the trilogy. This is not the end of
the game, because everybody likes money. All right, everyone. Now remember, you can see new episodes of Feedback every Wednesday afternoon at G4TV.com/feedback. I want to give a big thanks to Morgan, Abby, and Patrick for coming by. We have had a long day, and they stuck around all for you. G4's E3 2010 live coverage continues tomorrow night at 6 p.m. with exclusive demos of Rage, which you have to see to believe, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Gran Turismo 5, and so much more. And at 9:30, we're going to bring you another episode of what you saw here today, the glorious G4TV.com's Feedback. And on Thursday at 6 p.m., we're going to have even more hands-on demos, live from the floor. Go to G4TV.com/E3 for details and our full schedule. Guys, once again, thank you so much. Wait for your adoring fans. Like I said, you guys asked for it on TV. You got it. Since it's Feedback, let us know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. My day is over.